Chapter 15. V scanned the dark, circular room that he and Evaran were in. The center of the room had an immense structure with an overall pyramid shape. A gap ran vertically in the center, and horizontal ones existed between the different layers. Each layer was connected by walkways and ramps. A quick scan showed it to be dormant. A console sat 10 feet away from the base and encircled the structure. The ringed console was split into sections, with pathways between the sections that allowed entry to the center. It had taken them about 10 minutes to get there via the transportation system reserved for leaders and their staff. V had expected armed guards or some type of security, but the room was dusty and quiet. He pulsed his scans as he walked around the room. No threats were detected. "I believe this is the computer core that needs to be repaired," said Evaran.
"Query: what is our first step?"
asked V. Evaran studied the structure. There is power going to it. However, it is not powering the individual sections or, by extension, the systems inside. There also appears to be some physical damage, which I will need to assess. I will need you to connect to the base system and, as new systems come online, determine how to repair them and then do so.
Acknowledged.
Evaran walked over to the console ring. He placed his UIC on one of the consoles, causing the rest of the ring to light up. After a moment of perusing his ARI, he flicked his finger. V received a layout of the computer core with various input ports for hookup. One of them near the ground was highlighted. The input port is close to the base and should allow you access to the base system. I am not sure what to expect, so you will need to be careful, said Evaran.
Acknowledged,
said V. He appreciated Evaran's concern, and it always made his inner container pulse a bit knowing that Evaran was there if ever needed. V headed over to the input port. When he got there, he scanned the thick metallic cover and then pulled it off with little effort. A quick scan showed that the connection point had a unique profile. He sent an image of it to Evaran, who appeared next to V after a minute. Evaran scanned the port and then said, "If you run into any complications, detach immediately."
Acknowledged,
said V as he watched Evaran walk away. V put a finger up to the input port. Tiny tendrils snaked out and connected. The environment went black. V understood this to mean that he was now inside the base system. A faint light faded in and glowed beneath him, covering the ground in splotches. A quick check showed that he was in orb mode, but he understood this to only be a virtual representation of himself. Flying up and scanning around exposed a massive environment. There was no end in sight in either direction, and large shapes floated around him. He scanned a rhombus-shaped structure. The underlying code, database, and networking aspects were a self-contained unit here, and this visual representation made it easy to see and fix issues. The structure was dark, but his scan revealed it to be an energy router. He pulled up information on energy routers and determined that this structure was meant to route energy to the various energy dispensers throughout the station based on usage. Excess energy would need to be handled as well. He traced several thin tendrils that extended out to other similar structures. Pressing on, he discovered a spherical configuration. Based on his scan, he understood it to be part of an operating system of some type. Following its extensions showed it to be the majority of the shapes, and it seemed to connect to everything in some manner. The pyramid structures he knew immediately, based on the thicker lines and unusual designs on the sides. They were security, and there seemed to be closed external ports that could launch security probes. There were many other shapes that, as a whole and connected, defined a complex system. Given all that was needed of it, that was not unusual. V had also seen the telltale signs of the AI who used to exist in the system. Having to deal with so much probably did not leave a lot of time for anything else. V imagined that when the AI left from this to a body, it must have been a jarring experience. He sometimes felt that when going from orb mode to body mode. The grid-like floor had become brighter as individual cells lit up. As he went on scanning for the next 30 minutes, he relayed his information to Evaran. It seemed that as the individual ground cells lit up, any connectors lit up as well, which powered up the shape structures. He contacted Evaran, who appeared as a floating head.
Analysis. The system is beginning to activate.
Excellent, said Evaran. He glanced around. An unusual system layout, but not unfamiliar to me. How long will it take for everything to come online?
Unknown. More observation is required for analysis.
Evaran nodded. I have a few more physical fixes to do. It seems there was a battle in this room at some point. His visual representation dissipated. V flew near the ground and scanned a spherical structure. He could see the code come alive as program methods called each other. A thin line snaked out to a wide cylindrical structure. Based on the transfer of information, he determined it was a database of some sort. The information transformation that occurred caused the spherical structure to glow bright like a star. He noticed that smaller chunks of code assembled themselves into libraries, while others served as a static list of values. Other code chunks assembled into small programs, while some seemed to hover over virtual representations of underlying hardware. He understood them to be software drivers of some type. Lines formed between everything, and he could see that the basics of an operating system were being assembled. Over the course of the next 20 minutes, many spherical structures were lit, and the structures above were illuminated as power reached them. V could now see that for some of the structures that had been activated, input ports formed on the outside. This was probably how the AI who managed these systems interacted with the underlying software and hardware. He flew up to one and connected. An overview of the system as a whole appeared before him as a small projection. He could see that it would only be a few minutes until everything was up and running. Evaran appeared next to the projection. I believe all the physical damage has been repaired. How is it coming along inside?
Analysis. I am connected to the system internally. It will be fully active in several minutes.
Evaran nodded. I will contact Hollis and let him know of our progress, although he should be able to see the effects of this coming online. Did you determine if there would be any damage from this system coming online? V did a quick scan through the system.
Analysis. The Gull Cache Alliance has worked around the inactive core system, and all vital station controls are cut off from the system core. There are some connections to the rest of the station, but they are not critical. They will need to integrate with the core if they want to gain the benefit of it.
I see, said Evaran. All right. I will be back.
Acknowledged,
said V. He noticed an unusual spike in power consumption from a structure he had not seen before. It was cross-shaped, with spheres on the end. There was only one line connecting it to an energy router. He flew over and scanned it as power activated it. His scan was unable to penetrate the encrypted container that housed the code. There were no input ports to connect to either. He contacted Evaran.
I have found a structure that I do not believe is part of this system.
Evaran appeared again as a floating head and observed the structure. I have not seen this structure before. I believe the structure vibrated for a moment as a thin beam hit it from above. It emitted red light, and tendrils snaked out from the spherical ends of the structure, connecting with other structures. As the other structures connected, they began to emit red light. V tried to scan, but it was reflected. After a moment, a red orb materialized in front of them. An image of a robotic face appeared around the orb.
It's nice to see you two again.
Analysis. You are Salazar.
Salazar pulsed for a moment.
And you are V. You stayed on the Torvata during Evaran's visit. I appreciate you reactivating the computer core.
We will shut it down, said Evaran.
I don't think so. I'm already connected to some vital systems.
Analysis. I did not detect any vital system connectivity,
said V. Salazar smiled.
Of course you didn't. What good is a dormant virus if it allows detection? Also, what you deem vital is not what I deem vital.
What is your intent? Asked Evaran.
To allow humanity to expand, without the threat of the Gull-Cash Alliance.
You intend to destroy the station? Asked Evaran. Salazar tilted his head.
No. Just evict the current residents. The station can then be optimized for the correct version of humanity.
Evaran paused for a moment. There is some commotion. We must go.
It won't matter. Your Torvata will be mine.
I cannot allow that.
You can't stop me, neither can your friends. I've covered every angle. You won't reach your Torvata alive.
We shall see, said Evaran. He narrowed his eyes. You have made an incorrect calculation, one that I will fix. Salazar grinned.
I don't think so.
His eyes smoldered.
Now, get out of my system.
V stepped back as the environment changed from the base system to the core system room. 2 service robots burst into the room and fired.
I'm everywhere now,
they said in unison.
Defense mode activated,
said V as his shields lit up. Evaran activated his shield and deflected the fire back at the robots, causing them to crumple. He took a moment to study the now active computer core. It appears we have unknowingly let Salazar into this station.
Analysis. We can physically disrupt the power.
Evaran shook his head. It is too connected to do so. Now that the core system is active, it is reintegrating itself. We must leave immediately.
Query. What about the others?
Evaran nodded and contacted Hollis, who appeared as a projection from Evaran's ring. What's going on? Said Hollis. Salazar has commandeered the central computer core. He is spreading throughout the station, and it seems he has taken control of some of the robots. What? Asked Hollis. If Salazar gains control of the robot maintenance facilities, this station is done for. How did you let this happen? Evaran looked down for a moment, then back up. There was an undetectable dormant virus. It activated a condensed space receiver, which Salazar used to connect. The power is now fully integrated, and he has full control of the system. I take it the robot maintenance facilities are considered non-critical. Yeah. You may as well have handed him a virtual army. Blow the damn core up. Evaran shook his head. To do so would cause ripples that would destroy the station. Hollis pointed a finger at Evaran. I read some of your history. You have a card of some sort that works on technology. Why aren't you using that? It does not work on systems with an AI present. Hollis closed his eyes for a moment. I'm leaving with you. You are not staying to fight. There is almost a 3-to-1 ratio of service robots to organics here. That's not counting what will be produced when they decide that the service robot pattern is not sufficient. You can bet there will be new robot types appearing. No, this station is lost. Thankfully, I have considerable holdings outside this station, assuming I live. This is where you come in. Evaran sighed. With the rapid spread of Salazar throughout the ship's systems, it will be difficult to get to you. I'll meet you at your ship, said Hollis. He slapped his chest. I know this place well, and have a contingency plan for just this situation. Well, one similar to it at least. Fine. Meet me at the Torvata. The projection ended. It is time to contact the others, said Evaran. He contacted Dr. Snowden. I'm guessing the flashing lights have something to do with you contacting me, said Dr. Snowden. They do, said Evaran. It appears Salazar has infiltrated the system. do not know what he is capable of, but Hollis painted a dire picture. V and I are headed to the Torvata since we are relatively close to it. As you are much farther away, take the others to a docking bay nearby. We will pick you up from there." Dr. Snowden licked his lips. "It's about to get bad, isn't it?" He gulped as a woman screamed in the background. "I'm afraid so. Please be careful." Dr. Snowden nodded while exhaling. "All right, see you in a bit." V could see they were dealing with an unstable AI with a large station and the ability to control the station's robots. Even if Salazar could not affect vital systems, an army of robots could do some damage. He noted Evaran had sprinted to the room exit. With a final scan of the room, he followed. Dr. Snowden closed his PSD. The flashing lights had startled him, but now he understood that Salazar was on the loose in the station. It reminded him of SAP, another psychotic AI that got loose in a station from a previous adventure. It did not turn out well. He looked across the room at Emily and Sandus, who had been checking out one of the technical devices. Ton and Draxus were near the entrance and had been talking about the relationship between the Dravens and the Gull Cache Alliance. Dr. Snowden walked to the center of the room and cleared his throat. "Evaran contacted me. The central computer core is active, and Salazar has taken control of it." Ton tilted his head. "Salazar? Is here?" As screaming, weapons fire, and other loud noises rang out from beyond the room, 4 service robots entered. Dr. Snowden activated his shield as he tossed his other hand out. "Watch out!" Ton turned to face them and was hit point blank by rapid energy beam fire. Dr. Snowden gulped hard as Ton's lifeless body flew past. Emily activated her shield and stepped in front of Sandus. Draxus pulsed his shielding and shot purple beams from each hand. The beams slammed into 2 of the robots and blew them apart. Emily fired a mist beam at the remaining 2 robots, while Dr. Snowden fired a stun beam. When the beams mixed, the robots fell in a cloud of sparks. Emily, Sandus, and Draxus joined Dr. Snowden in the middle of the room. "Evaran wants us to head to a nearby docking bay. He and V are headed to the Torvata and will pick us up," said Dr. Snowden. Sandus rubbed his snout. "He's not gonna save the station?" "I don't know," said Dr. Snowden, clenching his fist. "But if Salazar is controlling the robots, then he has an army ready to kill, as we just saw. It may be a lost cause." "He's Evaran, though," said Sandus, looking up at Dr. Snowden. Dr. Snowden exhaled from his mouth. He could see how in Sandus's and probably Draxus's eyes, Evaran was infallible. To let a station full of humans die seemed unusual. "I know. Let's just get to the docking bay. We're going to have a fight on our hands." Sandus glanced at Draxus, then nodded at Dr. Snowden. Emily checked her PSD. "I have the coordinates too." She gestured at Sandus and Draxus. "Can you both see the coordinates?" Sandus lowered his goggles. "I can see them." Draxus tapped at his helmet and, after a moment, said, "Yes, I can see the location." "What is that large circular area?" "Looks like some type of factory," said Dr. Snowden. "There's a hallway that goes around the top of it. Maybe we can look in if they have any windows." Emily put her shield forward and changed her PSD into a baton. "Let's do this." She burst forward out of the room. Sandus rubbed his chin as he studied her exit and then left with Draxus. Dr. Snowden took a final look at the lifeless body of Ton, who, only 10 minutes before, had been extolling the virtues of science, research, and life. Death came fast for the unprepared. Dr. Snowden's eyes misted as he thought about all the contributions Ton must have made, and now he would not be able to continue them. It stung Dr. Snowden, as a fellow scientist, harder than it should have. Although he felt he had a handle on death, it sometimes felt like death had a handle on him. Emily popped her head back in the room. "Come on." "Right," said Dr. Snowden, lowering his helmet for a moment to rub his eyes. then raising it back up. He extended his PSD into a baton and joined her outside the room. His stomach churned at the sight of dead bodies on the ground. Most had energy burns, while others looked like they had been torn to pieces. Most had probably been caught by surprise, without a heads-up or the reaction speeds afforded to him and Emily. "Salazar's killing them all," said Sandus. "No surprise to me," said Draxus. "The Dravens have long known Salazar to be a ruthless AI." Emily pointed forward. "Let's move." The group hustled out of the room and into a hallway. Dr. Snowden had raised his helmet and was thankful he did not have to smell the stench of death. When they neared the end of the hallway, a woman ran around the corner and into a startled Sandus. A shot hit her in the back, sending her stumbling forward and taking Sandus with her. Emily returned fire, taking down the 2 robots that had fired. Dr. Snowden hustled over and rolled the woman to the side, then helped Sandus up. "You okay?" Sandus began to breathe hard. "If she wasn't in the way—" He looked down at the dead woman. "This is horrible." "I know," said Dr. Snowden, grimacing. "Come on, that circular area is up ahead." After 10 minutes of light skirmishes, the group made it through various rooms and passages and reached a hallway that ringed the upper part of the circular area on the map. Draxus walked over to the transparent, glass-like panel on the inner part of the hallway. He peered down and then said, "This is not good. It appears Salazar is replicating robots." The rest of the group joined him. Dr. Snowden could see that this was some type of robot creation and maintenance factory. What was being created did not look like service robots. There were several types of new robots he had not seen before. One was bulkier and had some type of weapon built into its forearms. The head reminded him of a skull. Another looked like an orb with tentacles. His skin crawled. It looked like a mini Time Warden, although he knew it was probably not. Another robot resembled a large skeleton with sharp claws. A powerful pack of some type was on its back. He shook his head. "And that's where the army's coming from. Why send ships when you can just take over the robot maintenance facilities?" "This was his play all along," said Sandus, shaking a claw. "There would be no way for Evaran to have known that," said Draxus. "He just wanted to help my people." Emily nodded. "Yeah, but he probably blames himself for not detecting or seeing the issue. I'm sure of it. All right, let's move. We just need to follow this hallway to the other side, and then the docking bay is close." The group took off. After they went a quarter of the way in 10 minutes, several bulky robots rushed toward them. Emily knelt and angled her shield to reflect as the robots opened fire. Sandus crouched behind her while taking potshots from behind them. Dr. Snowden knelt and joined them. His eyes widened when he saw Draxus fly forward, knocking Sandus and Emily to the side. Dr. Snowden turned to see that 2 of the large robots had hit Draxus from range. Dr. Snowden angled his shield at the robots. "There's 2 behind us." Emily regained her composure and checked on Sandus, who was gripping his leg. "Oh no, Sandus." Sandus grunted. "I'm okay. Big guy's heavy." Draxus had already recovered from being pushed out and handled the robots in front of them. His eyes glowed bright purple as he stared at the advancing robots that had hit him. "They're mine." He rushed forward, leaping over Dr. Snowden. A glowing purple sword appeared in his right hand as he charged. His left hand began to glow brightly. When he arrived at the first large robot, he slashed off its arm and then hit it in the face with a beam from his left hand. The robot flew back and stopped moving. The second large robot's energy beams lit up Draxus's shielding. The robot pushed out and, in a deep, digital voice, said,
"Much more powerful than I expected."
Draxus stumbled back. "Salazar." He narrowed his eyes and then lunged forward. With a quick motion, he sliced off both the robot's legs and then kicked it in the chest, sending it sprawling. His sword dissipated, and with both hands, he fired point blank at the robot while yelling. Dr. Snowden could see that the robots had not only caught Draxus off guard, but they had also angered him. It was apparent that Draxus was much more powerful than Dr. Snowden had figured. He glanced over at Sandus, who tried to stand. Sandus sighed.
Great. Limping, that's just what we need. Yes, critical situation, and now I'm useless.
Hang in there, said Emily. She checked her PSD. After a minute or so of scrounging around, she said, Found it. There's a medium-sized replicator near the halfway mark to the other side. For what? Asked Dr. Snowden. Something to carry Sandus, said Emily. She eyed Draxus, who had returned. You okay? Draxus nodded. I'm fine. He pointed at Sandus. I will carry you and extend my shield some until we reach this other room. Sandus eyed Draxus.
You'll carry me?
I'm a big guy, said Draxus, tilting his head. Sandus laughed, then winced.
Oh, Draven humor. All right.
Draxus knelt and extended an arm, which Sandus gingerly stepped into and grabbed. Draxus stood and held Sandus close as he nodded at Emily and Dr. Snowden. Let's do this. Emily smiled. Yeah, let's. Dr. Snowden shook his head as he followed Emily and Draxus. Hopefully they did not run into any more robots on the way there. At least this time he was checking to make sure they did not get sneaked up on from the rear again. He found it interesting that Draxus went from full-on battle to calmly helping Sandus in the span of a few minutes. If Dr. Snowden had not known better, he would have said Draxus had nanobots that could calm him down. Dr. Snowden exhaled from his nose as he dipped his head and trudged on. Draxus's eyes flared as the group entered the room that Emily had marked. 2 buff, altered men and 1 thin, medium-height woman stood above the crumpled bodies of a few robots. Draxus could see that the humans were distressed, but they also were packing weapons, something that seemed more common outside the research area they had been in. He had already tasted combat since leaving Ton's office. What's going on out there? The robots have gone crazy, said one of the human males. Emily extended a hand out. We ran into a few ourselves. Salazar has taken control of them. We need to use the replicator and then we'll leave. The pale, red-headed woman eyed her. Salazar has come? Her face turned white. Please, help us. Strength in numbers. Emily sighed. We're going to the docking bay. You can join us if you want. One of the men shook his head. It's safer here. We have a replicator. Although I don't know how much longer it'll have power. Seems to be fluctuating. Emily moved toward the replicator. You can use the replicator, but you need to help us defend this place, said one of the men. Dr. Snowden cleared his throat. We are looking for our friends. We can't stay. The woman walked over to Dr. Snowden. I'd like to go with you then. I don't think we're safe here. Emily reached the replicator. One of the men pointed his weapon at Emily. Use it, you stay. Emily glanced at the men and then accessed the replicator console. A large backpack with loose straps appeared next to the replicator on the floor of an indented section of the wall. She gestured at Draxus, who headed over. Draxus was unsure of what she was doing, and it seemed these men were intent on the group sticking around. She opened the backpack and pointed at Draxus to put Sandus in it. Keep his head out. I'm going in there? Asked Sandus. Emily smiled. Draxus can carry you easier this way, and more importantly, it frees up both his hands. Tactical, said Sandus, shaking a finger at her. I like it. All right, put me down gently, big guy. Draxus lowered Sandus into the backpack, with his head sticking out the top. Emily tightened the opening around Sandus's neck, and then lifted the backpack with it facing Draxus. Draxus slipped his arms through it. Sandus wiggled a bit and freed his 2 arms. Each hand had a small weapon. If it's going to be like this, then I'll be a mini turret. As I said before, I can be quite dangerous. Draxus glanced at the men, whose attention had been focused on something at the entrance. He turned to see that 2 large skeletal robots had ducked into the room. How the robots were able to move in silence was unnerving. His shielding pulsed, and then extended out enough to encapsulate Sandus. The robot said in unison,
"There you are. You're hard to detect."
They opened fire at Dr. Snowden, who reflected the beam. The other men opened fire. One man went down as one of the robots extended its arm and blasted away. The other man cried out as the other robot jumped over and ran its hand through the man's chest and then lifted. The man screamed as blood spattered the room. The woman shrieked and ducked behind Emily. Dr. Snowden fired a mist beam at the robots, while Emily hit them with a stun beam. The robots paused as electrical arcs danced around them.
"You're beginning to annoy me,"
they said in unison. Draxus charged forward, a sword forming in his left hand. With a strong slice, he cut the first robot in half. He spun to the right and decapitated the second robot, while Sandus unloaded at point-blank range. After a silent moment, the woman faced Emily.
"Your group can fight."
Emily nodded.
"We need to go. You can come with us if you want."
The woman smiled.
"I'm definitely coming with you. I'm Emerite."
Dr. Snowden gestured around the group.
"I'm Dr. Albert Snowden, and that's Emily Snowden, Draxus, and Sandus. Nice to meet you," said Emerite.
She gazed at the crumpled robots.
"That was Salazar speaking through them?"
Emily sighed and nodded.
"Unfortunately, yes. Come on, we need to go."
As the group exited the room and charged forward, Draxus contemplated Emerite. Dr. Snowden and Emily had decided to help her, despite not knowing her. If she had been a Draven, Draxus would have helped, but it was not something he expected of humanity. Dr. Snowden and Emily were interesting traveling partners, and his respect for them grew with each decision they made. Being able to see all these different sides of humanity intrigued him. Dravens were united in what they were born for. However, humans took many different paths. The group continued around the ring. As they went, they had to fight swarms of different robot types and the occasional group of humans with ill intent. They took refuge in a small side room for a moment. The room looked to be some type of storage closet. It was packed with various metallic containers. Emerite glanced around the group.
"You're not part of the Gullcash Alliance."
"No, we're not," said Dr. Snowden. "We're travelers, and it seems we picked a bad day to come here."
"You're human. Yet you react faster than the robots, and you show no fear," said Emerite.
She coiled back.
"Are you androids?"
Sandus laughed. She glanced at him. Emily shook her hand out.
"No, we're not androids, and yes, we're human. You're not with Salazar. The robots wouldn't be attacking you if you were," said Emerite. "You're not outcasts, so you must be from the United Planets."
Emily shook her head.
"No, we're from farther away. It's not important right now."
She checked the backpack that Sandus was in.
"Sandus, are you doing all right?"
Sandus nodded. "Big guy's got me. We're good. I'm starting to like this mobile shielding transport thing." Draxus turned his head and eyed Sandus. Sandus chuckled. Sorry, I was kidding." Draxus nodded. He was getting used to the humor of not only Sandus, but Dr. Snowden and Emily as well. Although Dravens had humor, theirs was much drier, and often required a deep understanding of their culture. Draxus enjoyed the feisty nature of Sandus in particular, and he noted that not only was Sandus's charm high energy, but it could also be disarming. Emily checked around the group.
"Everyone else okay?"
Dr. Snowden and Emerite nodded. Emily extended her PSD. A projection shot out showing the level layout and the docking bay with a red dot in it. A green dot showed them between the halfway point and the last quarter of the ring.
"We're almost there. Just need to go another half and then through some hallways, and that should do it," said Emily.
She glanced at Draxus.
"New formation. You're out front and we'll charge forward. Uncle Albert and I will cover the rear. Emerite will be between us. We good to go?"
Everyone nodded. Emily took a swig of water from her PSD and then said,
"Let's do this."
She activated her shield and raised her PSD in baton form as she exited the room. After checking both ways, She stood to the side as Draxus emerged and then took off. Emerete followed Draxus, and Dr. Snowden and Emily followed with occasional peeks behind them. At the last quarter mark, the group paused. A wall of large skeletal robots backed by the spider-like ones stood in their way. The barrage of fire lit up Draxus's shielding, causing Sandus to duck down. In unison, the robots said in varying digital voices,
"Enough! This ends here."
Emily fired a mist beam, while Dr. Snowden fired a stun beam. The robots paused for a moment. Emily burst around Draxus and extended her PSD into a staff. Draxus was not sure he was seeing correctly, as Emily covered the distance faster than would have been expected. The first robot she hit went flying back through the others. She ran along the wall with her shield pointed toward them and then destroyed the spider robots. When she landed in the middle, she spun 360 degrees, causing the robots to tumble. Another spin move, and the robots were covered in a white substance. Draxus and the others hustled up to Emily. When they got there, the robots were trying to move, but were bogged down. Draxus figured the white substance must be some type of glue. Emily systematically touched each robot with the end of her staff, causing them to stop moving. "You're much faster than I expected," said Draxus. Emily shrugged. "Just training?" "No. You are faster than any human I have ever seen, even the Dominion hunters. You also ran on the wall." Emerete gulped. "What are you?" Emily glanced at Dr. Snowden, then back at Emerete. "To borrow a phrase, it's complicated." "I'm glad I'm with you," said Emerete. "We still have a quarter of the way to go. Let's move," said Emily, looking away for a moment. Draxus dipped his head and ran forward. Emily had been a whirlwind tearing through the robots. He understood now how she was able to do what she did in their first meeting. If anything, he knew he was outclassed despite his strength, shielding, and being a wild energy conduit. He suspected Dr. Snowden could do the same if pressed, but perhaps not as efficiently as Emily. Even Sandus seemed to be contemplating what he had just seen. They reached the exit point of the ring and entered into a hallway littered with crumpled robots and dead humans. When they reached the end of the hallway, Emily motioned ahead. "Just a little bit farther. We're almost there." Draxus surged forward. He enjoyed working with this group. Hopefully they could get out without any issue, but the level layout showed the docking bay had multiple entries. If they were headed toward it, then others would be too. He wondered how Evaran and V were doing. His jaw clenched as he braced himself for what they would encounter in the docking bay. Chapter 16. Hollis Redford glared at his communication console. Although Evaran had warned them of the dangers of reactivating the central computer core, the group had gone ahead with it. Hollis had not been as certain as the others, and always had a contingency plan for situations like this, although the one he had in mind covered the robots being hacked by another faction within the Gull Cache Alliance, not Salazar. With the front door sealed automatically, he had some time. He knew that most would not have that luxury. His eyes focused on a wall panel nearby. He walked up to it and interacted with the embedded console. The panel slid out and then off to the side with a slight whoosh sound. He reached in and pulled out the lightly armored black suit. He had had it designed specifically to emit a shield that threw off thermal scanners, perfect against those who used them, such as robots and mercenaries with thermal vision. It had its downsides as well. It took a lot of power to sustain, so the suit could only take a few energy beam hits. It would also fail if hit by sustained projectiles. He sighed and slipped the suit on. After adjusting the helmet with its visual heads-up display, he checked to make sure that the 2 energy beam sidearms were holstered. He tapped his belt, causing a small kinetic shield to form, then tapped to turn it off. It was best used in clutch situations. He closed the panel and then walked over to the other side of his office. after interacting with another embedded console. A wall panel that stood 7 feet tall by 5 feet wide opened out and then off to the side. He stepped into the darkened escape tunnel. With a final look over his office, which had been his home for over 20 years, he closed the panel. He had chosen this office because it was near the maintenance tunnels. Having an escape route installed that connected to the maintenance tunnels was just a good safety precaution, one he would now use. As his infrared scanners kicked in, he moved down the tunnel. Although he knew there was probably chaos going on around him, he was not going to use the communication systems to find out. If Salazar had control of the robots, then he would have already had compromised part of the communication systems. Using it would give Hollis away. When he got to the end of the tunnel, he took a quick look at his mini-map. It had been a while since he had tested the tunnels. Although he had done a few drills, this was now all too real. His map picked up the energy signatures of robots nearby, outside in the main hallways. He crept along, secure in the knowledge that the robot scans would not pick him up, not only due to his shielding, but also due to the heat exhaust in the tunnels. At the end of a tunnel, he peeked through the square grill on the ground. The tunnels that ran above the rooms usually had an access point to the room below. The removable grill was small, but serviceable. He would need to enter the room underneath, cross a hallway, and climb up into another maintenance tunnel. His HUD was not showing any sign of robots or other activity in the room below or the hallway outside it. He removed the grill and dropped into the room, and then, while using a chair, slid the grill back in place. The sound of someone running in the hallway echoed out. Hollis ducked behind a cabinet on the side of the room nearest the entrance. Although he could easily be seen if someone came into the room, a peek out would not reveal him. He pulled out his pistols as he pressed against the wall. Someone entered the room, trying to catch their breath. Hollis detected a robot activity. Whoever this was, they had robots after them. He jumped a bit when the sound of something crashing through the wall rang out. He peeked around the cabinet and saw a startled man with a robot hand coming through the chest from the back. Blood rained down as the man gasped for a moment. With wide eyes, the man saw Hollis, then went limp. Hollis snapped back against the wall and controlled his breathing. The robot's footsteps indicated it had come into the room near the entrance. Hollis peeked out and took aim, and after a quick shot, the robot was down. He knew he needed to move. Since all the robots would be in communication with each other, they would definitely notice one going down without any indication as to what took it out. After hurdling the dead man and crumpled robot, he burst across the hallway. Once in the room, he scanned the ceiling for the grill and attempted to get inside. His HUD indicated that there was robot activity coming from farther down the hallway. His pulse quickened as he pulled himself up and replaced the grill. Looking down, his eyes widened at the large skeletal robot with sharp metallic claws that entered the room. He had seen the pattern for those before, but no faction used them since the robots could be a threat if hacked, such as in this specific situation. It meant the robot maintenance facilities were now cranking those patterns out. He waited until the robot left, and then scooted back and pivoted around. After 50 minutes of crawling through the smaller maintenance tunnels, he reached the docking bay. It was a long drop down, and his HUD was going wild with the amount of activity in the bay. If Evaran was not there, then he would take another ship, one that was secure in a side bay. Although with Salazar controlling everything, access to it might be limited. He studied the action before him. Evaran was there, as expected, but he was not alone. A virtual army was on top of him. Hollis furrowed his eyebrows as he watched how fast Evaran was. He was a blur, and every movement seemed to end with a robot flying away, a part of a robot being torn off, or multiple types of beams being tossed out. The service robot alongside him was also fighting. Its shielding seemed impervious to the energy beams hitting it, and it was a lot stronger than the robots it was fighting. The way it moved made Hollis think this service robot was not as it appeared. He jumped to the floor when the fighting wound down, and there were a few stragglers. As he crash-landed, hurting his leg, he cried out, "Evaran!" Evaran cleared out the remaining robots and headed over to Hollis. When he arrived, he scanned Hollis with his ring. "You made it." "Barely," said Hollis, grimacing. "Your leg is hurt," said Evaran. He gestured at the service robot. "V, carry him."
"Acknowledged," said V.
He put his hands under Hollis and lifted him. "You're an AI, aren't you?" asked Hollis, glancing at V.
"Acknowledged."
Hollis snorted. "Figures." As they walked toward the Torvata on the opposite end of the docking bay, a lone service robot entered the bay. It ran up to them and stopped when it was about 20 feet away. Evaran raised his utility handle toward it. The robot put its hands out.
"Wait."
The group paused.
"You're a lot tougher than I expected,"
said the robot. Evaran narrowed his eyes. "Salazar."
"Yes,"
said Salazar. He focused on Hollis.
"Too bad you left the Terran Dominion. Perhaps we can reunite."
"I don't think so," said Hollis with defiant eyes.
"Carried by another AI. How metaphorical,"
said Salazar. "Why did you do this?" asked Evaran.
"The Gull Cash Alliance is the wrong type of humanity. Chaotic, multiple factions, and lack of leadership. What's the point?"
Hollis clenched his jaw for a moment. "The point is we have the opportunity to do what we want with our lives instead of being a slave to you." Salazar nodded.
"Fair point. But you still pose a potential danger to the enlightened humans under my care. I can't allow that. In addition, this station and everything around it will now serve my cause."
Evaran raised a finger. "You have made an enemy of me today. I was willing to give you the benefit of doubt. No more. You have been made a priority."
"Then I guess the death of your friends won't affect that."
Evaran perused his ARI. "They are approaching a docking bay now."
"Oh, I know,"
said Salazar.
"They'll suffer the same fate as you."
"And that is?" asked Evaran. Hollis's eyes widened. "He's been stalling." Evaran snapped his head to the side and raised his shield as multiple explosions erupted on the sides of the docking bay. The semi-transparent shielding that separated the bay from space began to shimmer. Evaran shot out a yellow beam toward the Torvata and reeled himself in. The docking bay shielding dissipated. V, Hollis, and Salazar were being swept out of the docking bay. Hollis struggled to breathe as he clung to V. As they tumbled past the Torvata, a yellow beam connected to V. Hollis followed the beam to see Evaran with feet planted inside the Torvata's shielding. As they were reeled in, Hollis saw Salazar fly out the docking bay. It had been a long time since Hollis had spoken to Salazar. The intense fear had never subsided, and it was as strong as ever. When they reached the Torvata, which was getting pulled out, Evaran helped them inside the shielding. "V, to the others," said Evaran. V helped Hollis stand with Evaran's help and then went inside. "I can't believe this is happening," said Hollis. "I wanted to be angry at you, but you just did what the leaders asked. You had no way of knowing." Evaran looked down. "Even so, I am now partially responsible for the loss of so many lives." "And so am I," said Hollis, raising his head a bit. He gritted his teeth. "Salazar will pay for this." Evaran and Hollis shared a look for a moment. "Let us get my friends, and then we can figure out the next step," said Evaran. Hollis nodded as Evaran helped him inside. Sandus squinted as pain shot up his leg. Although he tried to keep it as still as possible, the jostling around while in a backpack sent pangs running wild. The group was approaching the docking bay that Evaran had marked. Sandus had seen corpses littering the hallways, and the few robots they had encountered went down quickly, but not before Salazar got a sentence off. It was like he was taunting them. Salazar was a nutcase, and Sandus knew that this event would put Salazar in Evaran's crosshairs, if Salazar was not already. "Just ahead," said Emily as she pointed at one of several entrances ahead on the left side of the hallway. When the group arrived at the entrance, they burst inside. The doors behind them sealed. Sandus's eyes widened as he surveyed the hundreds of robots in the docking bay. Dead humans and other aliens littered the ground. "Shields up," said Emily as she stood front and center and raised her shield toward the robots. Dr. Snowden joined her and dipped his head to the side. "There's a tower in here. We need cover. We're too exposed." The robots opened fire. Sandus squinted as the beams hit Draxus's shielding and Dr. Snowden's and Emily's shields. It was like a light show. Emerite stayed close behind Emily as the group hustled to the tower in the center part of the back wall. Sandus could now see that the large skeletal robots were charging. Even if they did get to the tower, it would still be difficult to hold on until Evaran got there. The group reached the tower after another minute of intense fire. Draxus was the first to go to the side door, with Emerite behind him. He blasted several robots that had waited inside. Dr. Snowden and Emily entered the doorway. Dr. Snowden checked out the console and then began tapping at it. "We can't close it." "Then we fight," said Emily in a defiant tone. With clenched jaw and narrowed eyes, she stood just inside the doorway, ready to take down any robot that entered. Dr. Snowden stood behind her with his PSD pointed forward. "We can do this, just need to hold out. Draxus, get up top and let us know what it looks like." Draxus nodded as he walked up the ramp with Emerite in tow. Sandus could see through the glass-like panels that the robots were beginning to funnel toward the doorway that Emily and Dr. Snowden were trying to protect. They could not defend against so many. Sandus narrowed his eyes as he focused on several other robots near the shielding that separated the docking bay from space. They were placing objects alongside the walls at equidistant intervals. He caught his breath. "They're gonna blow this place!" Looking down, he saw that they were positioning them at the base of the tower. Draxus headed back down to Dr. Snowden and Emily. Sandus gulped as he saw Emily taking down robot after robot. Despite her heroic efforts and Dr. Snowden firing beams past her, Emily was getting hit directly and often. Blood was on her face and dripping from her hands. Sandus opened fire with both weapons while Draxus fired his beams. It helped ease the pressure on Emily, who was beginning to slow down. He noticed that as bruises formed, they began to fade when he focused on it. The robots continued attacking and pressed into the small hallway just inside the tower. Sandus scrunched his face at the sound of explosions in the distance. "We're going to get exposed to space!" The robots in the small hallway were sucked out. Draxus surged forward, and turning to face the group, he gripped the door's sides. The others struggled to maintain their position. Dr. Snowden licked his lips as he looked around. "Our suit should hold for a bit." "I don't have a suit," said Emerite. Draxus closed his eyes for a moment and then said, "Everyone, get in close and grab me." They complied. Draxus closed his eyes and clenched his jaw. His shielding extended around the group like a bubble. "Hold on. I'm letting go." He released his grip and put his arms around Dr. Snowden and Emily, who were hugging on the sides. Emerite was hugging from the front. The group got pulled out of the tower by the suction force of the docking bay venting into space. Sandus gulped as he watched everything tumble past him. Although their bubble was holding, they were being tossed around. After a moment, they were in space. Sandus knew that without Draxus's shielding, Emerite would have perished. Emily checked her PSD. "The Torvada is on its way. We just need to hold on." Dr. Snowden caught his breath. "Oh no, look!" Sandus focused on the small drone ships flying toward them. As they began to fire, the group got pushed back. Each hit caused Draxus to grunt. I don't know how long I can hold this, said Draxus. Sandus knew that even with their suits, they would not survive the drone ship assault if the bubble broke. I may have an idea, said Dr. Snowden. He glanced at Emily. From my dream, I was able to channel the cosmic energy part. Emily tilted her head. You think we can enhance Draxus's shielding? Dr. Snowden nodded. Let's try. He dipped his head and closed his eyes. Emily did the same. After a minute, she said, It's not working for me. Sandus wrinkled his eyebrows when he saw a yellow glow emanate from Dr. Snowden's hand and snake its way out across Draxus's arms. After a moment, it had merged with the shielding, giving it a splotchy pattern of purple and yellow. Draxus's eyes burned bright purple with a hint of yellow. His breath staggered. So much strength. His eyes watered. And pain. A bright light washed over the bubble. Sandus squinted at the beam that had enveloped them. It was pulling them toward a large ship. Tractor beam! Their bubble would not protect against that. He cursed himself for being hurt and, more importantly, a liability. He pointed off in the distance. The Torvata! The Torvata rammed into the tractor beam's source on the ship. The tractor beam dissipated. The Torvata flew alongside the bubble and reeled it in with its tractor beam. Once the group reached the shielding, Evaran pulled them in with his grappling beam. The group crashed onto the light blue ramp inside the shielding. V, take us out now, said Evaran. The Torvata angled itself and took off. Several drone ships engaged it. Once the Torvata was clear of the station, it opened a portal and flew through. Once it exited, the portal closed, cutting a drone ship in half and sending it spiraling into space. Sandus was not sure where they were, but it was quiet, and there was nothing around them. The clarity with which he could see the Milky Way galaxy startled him. He looked at Draxus, who struggled with shallow breathing and closed eyes. Sandus pulled himself out of the backpack. Dr. Snowden was fighting to catch his breath while Emily had gotten to her feet. Emerite looked like she was not quite sure what had just happened as she stood. Sandus glanced at Evaran, and then Draxus. He's hurt, I think. Evaran placed his arms under Draxus's armpits and lifted him up to the medical lab. V arrived and picked up Sandus. Emily helped Dr. Snowden stand, and together they walked slowly into the Torvata. Emerite followed the group. Sandus could see she was unsure of where they were, or who Evaran and V were. When they got to the medical lab, Evaran interacted with his ARI after laying Draxus on a slab. Emily helped Dr. Snowden onto another slab, and V placed Sandus on one. Multiple holographic displays of their bodies appeared over the slabs. Sandus sighed as he glanced around the room. What he thought would be an easy visit to deliver a message had almost turned out to be a death sentence. Salazar may have underestimated the Torvata crew, but to his credit, so had Sandus. He winced as V injected something into his leg. Do you always stick people after helping them in here? V tilted his head. Analysis. You have been injected with healing nanobots that will repair your leg. Your health profile is known, and recovery will be quick. Sandus smiled. I appreciate it. He pointed over at Dr. Snowden, who had collapsed on the slab. Emily buzzed around him like a vulture. What's going on with him and Draxus? Both of them are out? I do not know. They seem physically fine, but there are signs of exhaustion, said V. Sandus watched as slab covers raised over Dr. Snowden and Draxus. The holographic layers had disappeared and were replaced by holographic readings that hovered over the slabs. Sandus's eye caught Emerite, who stood silently observing everything. Next to her was an altered human male.
Hollis Redfur?
Hollis nodded as he walked over to Sandus.
You survived.
Yeah,
said Sandus.
That's important in my line of work.
Hollis eyed Sandus, and then they shared a laugh.
Mine too,
said Hollis.
I see you saved one of my scientists.
Sandus looked down for a moment.
There were 2 others. They didn't make it.
He looked back up.
Salazar killed them?
Hollis's eyes flared.
Salazar killed many today.
His head bobbed, and through gritted teeth he said,
His time will come.
Sandus gulped.
I don't know what all happened, but I'm sure Evaran will get everyone up to speed once we're all healthy.
I hope so,
said Hollis.
I underestimated him.
Sandus caught Evaran casting a sidelong glance.
I think most do.
I'll let you rest,
said Hollis. He went over and talked with Emerite. Sandus lay back as Evaran appeared next to him. Your recovery should be swift, said Evaran. Sandus cracked a smile.
Yeah, I just hope the others are okay.
They will be. They overextended themselves, nothing that rest cannot resolve. Sandus sighed.
Where are we?
In the space between galaxies, said Evaran.
Oh,
said Sandus.
I guess we won't be bothered out here.
I would hope not. After everyone is healthy, we will go to the United Planets and see if there is anything that can help us against Salazar. For the moment, get some rest, said Evaran. He dipped his head as he laid a hand on Sandus's shoulder. Sandus was not sure where this was all going, but it had been a wild adventure, the likes of which he had never seen before. He looked up at the ceiling. If Evaran had not appeared on Zeta 12's ship, Sandus would not even be where he was. It seemed like a miracle, something that he could see happening a lot around Evaran. Sandus sighed as he closed his eyes to rest. Chapter 17. Dr. Snowden squinted as the cover above him amplified the lights of the medical lab. His head hurt, and he felt like he had just run a marathon. He rolled his head from side to side and then wriggled his arms and legs. The cover over him slid back. He propped himself up on his elbow and looked around. Across from him, he could see Draxus under a cover, but the lab was otherwise empty. With a yawn, he sat up on the slab's edge and then eased himself off, using the slab for support. He pivoted his head toward Evaran and V in orb mode as they entered the lab. "How are you feeling?" asked Evaran as he scanned Dr. Snowden. "Sore and a bit groggy." Evaran nodded. "Although your body has recovered, you still need more rest." Dr. Snowden rubbed his temples. "How long was I out?"
Analysis. It is 2:00 a.m. You have been out for approximately 8 hours.
8? asked Dr. Snowden with widened eyes. "V is correct," said Evaran. He tilted his head. "Emily mentioned that you channeled your cosmic energy into Draxus." Dr. Snowden half grinned. "I guess it was just something I remembered from one of my dreams."
Analysis. Emily said that she was unable to replicate your actions.
"Yeah, I don't know," said Dr. Snowden. He pushed up his glasses. "I do remember it was like turning on a spigot. Once the cosmic energy began to flow, it went quickly." Evaran nodded. "I was unsure if you would have this capability. It appears you do. It will take time for it to regenerate. As you have felt, the side effect of using it can be exhausting. I am glad you did not have to do it for too long." "I'm with you there," said Dr. Snowden. "I think that if I went too long, it could be fatal even." "That is a possibility." Dr. Snowden exhaled from his mouth. "How is everyone else?"
Analysis. They are sleeping. Sandus's leg is healed, and he is currently in his room. Hollis Redfur and Emerite are sleeping, as is Emily.
Dr. Snowden nodded as he focused on Evaran. I suppose you'll go into detail about what happened on the station later this morning. That is the current plan, said Evaran. For now, you should head to your room and finish resting. I have planned a meeting around 11 o'clock a.m. Going late this time? I wanted to give everyone sufficient rest time, said Evaran. Dr. Snowden cracked his neck and stretched, using the slab as support. All right. He gestured at Draxus. What about him? He will be fine, said Evaran. As he is a wild-born conduit and cosmic energy is more potent than wild energy, he was temporarily enhanced with your energy. Huh. I guess if it hit me hard, it must have really been hard on him, since he also had to maintain a bubble shield. Evaran raised a finger. A bubble shield that was under pressure from ship weaponry. Dr. Snowden licked his lips. Is he going to be okay? Yes. Like you, he needs rest. Although the Dravens in general do not require as much rest as a human, this scenario is different. Ah, said Dr. Snowden. He eyed Evaran. Something's bothering you. I can sense it. Evaran looked down and clenched his jaw. You're beating yourself up over not saving everyone on the station. I am partially responsible. Dr. Snowden shrugged. You did it for a noble cause. How could you know what would happen? I should have done a deeper assessment. What's done is done. All you can do is learn, adapt, and evolve. Evaran tilted his head. The Snowden Creed. It is a good one. Dr. Snowden grinned. I'm just saying, not everything is always going to work out. You've shown us that. It's ideal to strive for it, but that doesn't mean the outcome will always be what's expected. You are wise, said Evaran. I underestimated Salazar's reach, a mistake I will not make again. Dr. Snowden laid a hand on Evaran's shoulder. I know you won't. All right, time for my second nap. He proceeded to exit the room. Before he left, he looked back and saw Evaran standing still, staring at the ground. Although Evaran would not admit it, Dr. Snowden knew that the loss of life and the scope of it bothered Evaran. Dr. Snowden was bothered by it too, but he had come to understand that sometimes events just happen, and you have to overcome it. With lips drawn taut, he exited the room. Draxus shot up and hit the cover over his slab. He grimaced as the cover slid back. It took a moment for him to get his bearings, but he recognized that he was in the medical lab aboard the Torvata. With some effort, he slid off the slab and took several deep breaths. He snapped his head toward the entrance as Evaran walked in with a V in orb mode. How long was I out? Asked Draxus.
Analysis. It is 4:52 a.m. Earth time. You have been out for 11 hours, 2 minutes, and 38 seconds, said V.
Draxus nodded. Thanks, V. V's lights glowed a bit brighter. How are you feeling? Asked Evaran. Draxus exhaled from his nose. I'm feeling almost normal again. What happened to me? You are a wild-born conduit, said Evaran. He raised a finger. Praetors are unique in that they can take on additional energy, such as what your Arcara gave to you. Any other form of energy that is higher can as well. Draxus's eyes searched Evaran for a moment. What energy does Dr. Snowden have that would be higher? Evaran tilted his head. Cosmic. I've never heard of that, said Draxus. I suspect not. Nonetheless, what is important is that Dr. Snowden was able to fortify your bubble shield. Without that, you all would have died. Draxus swallowed hard.
Dr. Snowden saved us.
You both saved the group, said Evaran. I put us in a bad situation.
Maybe. But you did it with the noblest of purposes. It is refreshing to see that there is some light in all this darkness.
Evaran nodded. There was much loss of life, and I suspect Salazar is not finished.
He was never going to honor the agreement.
Perhaps not. However, resources were required to do what he is doing. There were ships dropping out of condensed space. The focus is not on the Draven's space at the moment. We will take advantage of that. Draxus clenched his jaw.
I appreciate your effort to help my people.
He paused for a moment, and then focused on Evaran.
I believe the star gods sent one of their own to us in you.
I am no god, said Evaran. I am just a traveler helping those in need and attempting to maintain the timeline.
Draxus shook his head. You are more than that. Although I do not know exactly what you are, I sensed the Arcaras felt the same thing. Maybe it is being a wild-born conduit that tells me this. I believe you to be a star god in mortal form.
Evaran eyed Draxus. What is important is that the timeline gets corrected. Although the denizens of this timeline will still live out their lives, it should be an existence free of the chaos that the timeline change brought.
I hope we can accomplish this, said Draxus.
Evaran laid a hand on Draxus's shoulder. I will put forth my best effort. Draxus nodded. Have you tried to contact the Arcaras? Asked Evaran.
I haven't. Perhaps I will, to give them this update, although I am unsure if I can reach them.
Evaran rubbed his chin. They said your Arcara's gift should allow you to reach them. I can assist you if you want to try.
Draxus's eyes glowed a slight purple. I would appreciate it. Let's head to my room.
They went to Draxus's room. Draxus assumed a seated position in his enclosure. Evaran took a seat next to him and put a hand on Draxus's shoulder. Try to focus on the feeling you had when you were in the Arcara meeting place. While doing so, take deep breaths. You need to enter a dream state.
I'll try, said Draxus.
He took slow, deep breaths with closed eyes. There was an energetic feeling coming from Evaran's touch, similar to Dr. Snowden's touch. Draxus focused on himself, and after a moment, he appeared in a pitch-black environment. Evaran appeared next to him, alongside a bright light that hovered above them.
Are we there?
Evaran shook his head. We are merely in your dream pocket. It is not connected to the Arcara's dream place. To find it, you need to focus on the feeling you had when you were there before. It will guide you there.
Okay, I'll try, said Draxus.
He focused on the sensation he felt when Shayla had run her hands over his cheeks. A bright flash enveloped them. Draxus's eyes popped open as he looked around. He was back in the Arcara meeting place. Several women in the seating area looked up in surprise. Shayla stood and hustled over to them. Draxus. Evaran. Evaran bowed slightly while Draxus performed a Draven salute. What brings you here? Asked Shayla. Draxus raised his head a bit.
We bring news of the Gulcash Alliance. Salazar has destroyed their seat of power. The Gulcash Alliance is scattered now.
We heard about it, said Shayla.
Salazar was to leave our space if Evaran could arrange a meeting between Salazar and the Gulcash Alliance. Salazar betrayed us.
Shayla smiled. Dominion forces have thinned, and there has been some success in reclaiming territory. We assumed that it was due to Salazar shifting his strength. Evaran nodded. The destruction of the Gulcash Alliance seat of power was brought on by me trying to fix the station's central computer core. Salazar was able to establish a foothold that way, and then commandeered the robots. Then that was meant to happen. Evaran tilted his head. We believe you are a star god in mortal form. Events around you are what everything should be. You bring finality to uncertainty. I believe that as well, said Draxus. He glanced at Evaran. You should not be down on yourself for what occurred. It was always meant to happen. Evaran raised a finger. Perhaps. But I do not like my role in the destruction of so many. Shayla ran a hand across Evaran's cheek. In the end, I suspect everything will balance out. She removed her hand. What will you do next? We will meet with the United Planets and update them on the situation. I am not sure what to expect, but if they are what I think they are, then they will step in and help, said Evaran. He clenched his jaw for a moment. One thing is clear. Salazar will be removed. The United Planets. I hope they represent a version of humanity we can work with. Maybe they are similar to Dr. Snowden and Emily, said Shayla. I am hoping so, but it seems as of late, unexpected events arise out of my presence, said Evaran. Shayla lightly squeezed Evaran's arm. Draxus tossed a hand out. We will update you on what happens with the United Planets. I look forward to it. And I'm glad you were able to come here, she said. I had assistance, said Draxus, glancing at Evaran. In time, it will be natural, and you will be able to do it by yourself, said Shayla. Give it time and practice. Draxus nodded. Of course. I need to get some things together in preparation for tomorrow, said Evaran. He cast a sidelong glance at Draxus. I will be around should you need me. Draxus performed a Draven salute as Evaran vanished. Shayla stood next to Draxus. He is a star god? Yes, I believe so. Although his mortal form has weaknesses, and he does not have the omniscient aspect, I suspect his other form has very few weaknesses and does possess omniscience. We're glad that you travel with him, said Shayla. I'm honored to do so. The humans he travels with are nothing like the humans we know. If the United Planets is anything like them, then there is a chance for a brighter future. Let us hope. He also travels with an AI. Although I know we don't use AIs, this one is different. There's also Sandus, an unusual alien, but one I have come to trust. That may just be something that comes with traveling with Evaran. Shayla nodded. We're glad you are our representative. Draxus tilted his head. Evaran called me a wild-born conduit. Are you familiar with this term? No, but I believe he is referring to our life energy, which you now possess a sample of, making you unique, in addition to being a praetor. Yes, but there was an event. One where I had to extend a bubble shield around my friends in space. Dr. Snowden put his hand on me and channeled cosmic energy into me. It gave me power. I suspect this cosmic energy is Star God energy. Shayla placed her hand on the side of Draxus's head. Her eyes widened. I can sense it. It is the same as the star gods. You have been blessed again. The other women stood and walked over, surrounding Draxus. They touched his face and shoulders and murmured when they did. There is no doubt, said Shayla. Evaran's presence is a rare event, and you have been enhanced due to it. You are truly unique among our species, and I believe you have been chosen. We look forward to hearing more as you travel with Evaran and friends." Draxus nodded as the women continued to stroke his face, neck, and shoulders. So much had changed since his meeting with Evaran that Draxus was sure it was not coincidental. He was the Draven's representative, and for whatever reason, the Dravens were now an integral part of the events unfolding. To travel with the Star God was an honor in its own right, but to have the chance to free his people and be a conduit not only of wild energy but also for the Arcaras was an even bigger honor. He swiveled his head around.
"I will make everyone proud."
Emily eased back into her chair in the conference room. It was 10:45 a.m., and with her workout complete and breakfast taken care of, she figured she would arrive early and talk with anyone that came in. Her eyes drifted toward the door when Hollis and Emerete entered the room. She waved at them. "Morning." They returned the greeting.
"Is there a replicator around?"
asked Hollis. Emily pointed across the room. "There you go." Hollis nodded, and he and Emerete headed over to it. A few minutes later, they were seated with hot plates of brown mush with green specks in it. "What is that?" asked Emily. "Protein hash," said Emerete. "It has everything you need for the day, tastes good, and has a slow release, so you only have to eat once. It also has some of the rarer elements to support our alterations. I was surprised your ship has it, to be honest." "I'm sure Evaran got a copy of your food patterns," said Emily. Hollis narrowed his eyes.
"And other data, I'm sure."
Emily tossed a hand out. "Well, he was in your central computer core."
Yes, he was," said Hollis.
Emily could see Hollis was still dealing with the fact that the station was under Salazar's control. Hollis probably lost not only his faction members, but close friends as well. He seemed to be holding it together, but he was a leader, and one from a rough place, so maybe showing emotion was a sign of weakness for him. Emily suspected Emerete was still a bit in shock with what passed from normal one day to chaos and destruction the next. After several minutes, Dr. Snowden entered, followed by Sandus about 5 minutes later. Each got their breakfast and a drink and took their seats. Sandus sat next to her, while Dr. Snowden sat to the right of Emerete. Draxus then arrived, with Evaran and V behind him. Draxus took a seat next to Sandus, while V landed in Emily's lap. Evaran took his seat at the head of the table. "I hope everyone is rested." Everyone looked around and nodded at each other. "Excellent," said Evaran. "There is a lot to go over." He glanced at Hollis. "I wanted to say I am sorry for what happened on your station." Hollis drew his lips to the right.
"No need to apologize. The leaders knew the risk, but they probably didn't expect that risk to rise up and slaughter them."
Evaran looked down for a moment. "They put their trust in me." He looked back up. "Nonetheless, I wanted to show you what V and I saw inside the central computer core." He perused his ARI for a moment and then interacted with it. A projection shot up showing the inside of the central computer core and the interaction with Salazar. When the projection ended, Emily said, "Is that what it really looks like inside a computer, virtually?"
Analysis. It is a visual representation of a low-level interface,
said V. "Oh," said Emily. "How did you not detect that virus thingy?" Evaran nodded. The system was large, with many components. Although I have seen similar architectures, this specific one was not completely familiar to me, definitely the handiwork of an AI-based design. We did find the virus, but it was protected. "Couldn't you have used the UIC?" asked Dr. Snowden. Evaran shook his head. "Not with V in the system. Even if V were out, I would still need to trawl through everything. That would take a significant amount of time, much more than expected." "Not many options," said Sandus. Evaran nodded at Sandus.
"It looks like once it was powered up, it couldn't be shut down," said Hollis. "If another AI was able to shut it down,
There had to be a way to do it.
Perhaps there was. But once the central computer core was active, it reached out across the station, said Evaran. With Salazar inside, it would have been difficult to do anything, since that is his domain. Once he was established, it was over. Emerete shook her head. I can't believe Salazar was there. He just started killing everyone through the robots. The virus was old and well hidden, said Evaran. It had a physical component that blended in with the normal hardware. That is not something you can glean from a simple scan, unless you took the system apart and understood how it was built. Draxus narrowed his eyes. And from that, Salazar took control of the robot production facilities, where he changed the type of robots coming out.
Yeah, I don't care to see those things again anytime soon, said Sandus.
Hollis sighed.
Okay, so what happens now?
Evaran gestured at Draxus. We talked with the Arcaras this morning. They have been updated on the current situation and said that the Dominion has been pulling ships out of the Draven space. Most likely, Salazar is fortifying his new Gull Cash Alliance acquisition and cleaning out nearby pockets of resistance.
He won't find our other command centers,
said Hollis with a smirk. Evaran nodded. We can drop you off at one of them, and you as well, Emerete. Then we will head to the United Planets. Perhaps they have additional knowledge that will help us in defeating Salazar. Hollis tilted his head and eyed Evaran.
If you're going there to meet with them, maybe you need someone from the Gull Cash Alliance as a representative. I should go with you.
Emerete looked up. I'd like to go as well. Hollis cast a sidelong glance at her. If you wish, said Evaran. Hollis grinned.
I wish. But I do have a question.
Evaran motioned at Hollis.
You're a time traveler. Why can't you go back to whenever Salazar was small and take him out then?
Evaran's gaze swept the group. We are a part of events now. To go back and change it would alter that. He cast a sidelong glance at Sandus. In addition, this point in time is unique. Salazar has not created temporal shielding yet, although he has the means. If that is stopped now, then there is no need to go back to the earlier point, since when the timeline changes, he will be removed along with it. Also, although this timeline will be replaced, it is still active for those in it due to the way timeline changes work. With what we have now, at this exact point in time, I know where we stand, what needs fixed, and can base my approach on that.
You want to minimize any further complications, said Hollis.
He smiled.
I know all about that.
Emily glanced at Dr. Snowden and Draxus. I'd like to know more about what happened in Draxus's bubble. Evaran raised a finger. Perhaps that discussion can occur elsewhere, in a more private environment. Oh, yeah, that's cool, said Emily, pursing her lips and nodding at Evaran. She noticed Hollis narrowing his eyes as he studied her. Sandus shook a claw out. So this United Planets, what should we expect? I hope they're more friendly than the last two versions of humanity. He tilted his head toward Hollis. No offense, of course.
None taken, said Hollis.
I am not sure what to expect, said Evaran. What we do know is where they are and what they were like previously before coming out here. They are a mix of AIs and humans and sit between two alien star empires. The fact that they are still there tells me they must have brokered some type of treaty, which I would expect of them. We will find out shortly. He focused on Hollows. Do you know them well?
I've had some dealings with them, mostly information. I may have traded that for some enhancements.
Emerete smiled. We all enjoyed their contribution to the sciences. Emily bobbed her head. You were an information broker, sorta.
More of a data trader, but I guess the same thing, said Hollis.
Ha! Said Sandus. We're in the same line of work, except you manage a scary group and are in an alternate timeline 8,000 years in the future."
Hollis laughed. "I guess so, if you put it like that." V hovered a bit.
Analysis. You seem remarkably calm given recent events.
Hollis sighed. "Well, it is what it is. I'll deal with this in my own way. Yes, I lost friends. I lost family. And I lost a good chunk of my faction, which put me in power. Those are things I can do nothing about. But I must still maintain control. There will be time for grieving. This is not that time. This time is for getting rid of the biggest threat out there." He focused on V. "Are you capable of emotions?"
"I am,"
said V. "I bet then you can put them aside when you need to," said Hollis. "I'm doing the same, because I must, as leader of the Lycian Syndicate."
"I understand," said V. "You must be very strong-willed."
Hollis grinned. "Although we had no AIs on the station, I think I could get used to having one around."
"Acknowledged," said V as his lights grew a bit brighter.
Evaran tilted his head. "To help us put things in perspective, I would like to hear your version of what happened when the Xavier came to this region. I have Salazar's version and the one from Taun." "Let's see it," said Hollis. A projection showing Salazar discussing his version of history played, then Taun describing it to Dr. Snowden and the others. After it finished, Hollis guffawed. "That slimy Salazar, not Taun. Taun's is about right, but Salazar's version, it didn't happen like that at all. The Calorishen did attack, but only because Salazar's cult antagonized them with his constant forays into their territory. We didn't want to send missiles. That was Salazar's idea, and we were opposed to that. The United Planets wanted to negotiate with Salazar, but we knew better, so we attacked him. We were then kicked out. The United Planets understood why we did what we did when Salazar had gained enough power to attack them, and then they left too."
Analysis. How did Salazar get to be so powerful?
"That's a good question," said Hollis. "When I was growing up on Holland 1, I was taught that he was chosen, but by who was never mentioned. He was a virtual intelligence on the Xavier originally. By being chosen, he was given an advantage over other AIs, but I think it was more than just having a faction swear to him." Emily narrowed her eyes. "Wonder if that someone who chose Salazar is anyone we know." "Perhaps," said Evaran. "When the United Planets left, Salazar put up a brutal fight. Is that what you know as well?" "Well, from what we were taught, it was a cleansing. The Gull-Cash Alliance knows it to be a massacre. From the United Planets traders I've met, they said it was the United Planets trying to defeat Salazar like we had tried, and failing due to Salazar somehow gaining control over an army of robots. How he did that while fighting all the other AIs is unknown." Evaran rubbed his chin. "Intriguing." He glanced around the table. "I will be interested to know the United Planets version. Let us introduce ourselves." Chapter 18. Dr. Snowden's eyes were glued to the screen as they exited the portal a few light years away from the United Planets. The scanner was already highlighting objects, and some areas looked like swarms. One of the swarms of objects had a green outline around it. He figured that was the United Planet's seat of power. Initially, it seemed odd that all three factions had their main facility in space and not on a planet. However, he understood that they could get energy directly from a star easier that way. It would at least make power requirements for any project or endeavor trivial. He also understood from a previous discussion that it was more defensive as well, due to being mobile. As the screen zoomed in to the outlined area, he noted the amount of moving objects being displayed. There were a lot of ships and structures, but it was the large space city that caught his eye. It looked like someone had placed a city on a dinner plate and put a bubble shield over it. Underneath it were angled supports that led to a rectangular structure. The size of it was immense relative to the surrounding ships. As expected, the Torvata's scan also lit up defense structures as well as energy collectors.
"This ship is impressive," said Hollis, studying the data windows and labels appearing on the transparent walls. "It's unlike anything I've ever seen. It's small, has rooms that should not exist, true stealth, and the ability to move anywhere." He shook his head. "Imagine what could be done with that."
Emerite smiled. Probably not research if the Gull Cash Alliance or Salazar got their hands on it. Hollis cast a sidelong glance at Emerite and then nodded.
"Damn right on that."
"It is best, then, that it stays in my possession," said Evaran, eyeing Hollis.
"Of course."
"I tried to buy it, but he wasn't going for it," said Sandus, crooking a claw at Evaran.
"We think a lot alike," said Hollis.
Analysis. Incoming communication request.
Evaran nodded. Dr. Snowden analyzed the window that opened showing a male and female human. The pale male had on a crisp white two-piece suit with smooth octagonal patches on the arms. Gray lines segmented the suit, and a belt with multiple square crystals on it hung around the waist. On his hands were what appeared to be dimly lit rings. His hair was slightly shaved on the sides, with the top part combed back and to the side. The tan-skinned woman with shoulder-length black hair had a similar suit, but without the rings. The man tilted his head.
"I'm Dervin Tanner, and with me is Solia Medivan."
He tossed a hand out.
"Your ship's configuration is known to us, the Torvata, and you must be Evaran."
Evaran nodded and pointed around the command area. "That is correct. I have with me Dr. Albert Snowden, Emily Snowden, Sandus, Draxus, Hollis Redfur, Emerite, and V, who is on the console." Dervin surveyed the group.
"Welcome to Saturnus Prime. Any friend of Evaran is welcome here. We will observe the Evaran protocol, although the last entries are from long ago."
"Thank you," said Evaran. "What brings you to us?" asked Solia. "A visit from someone of your stature is extremely rare." "I have some things I would like to discuss," said Evaran. He pointed at Hollis Redfur. "He is here as a representative of the Gull Cash Alliance." Dervin and Solia bowed slightly to Hollis.
"I'm sending you coordinates to dock. We look forward to meeting you," said Dervin.
Analysis. Coordinates received,
said V. Solia eyed V. "Are you an AI?"
"That is correct,"
said V. "I look forward to meeting you." V's lights grew a bit brighter. The screen disappeared. "Take us in," said Evaran.
"Acknowledged."
The Torvata angled and then opened a portal. It flew through and exited just outside Saturnus Prime. Dr. Snowden marveled at the engineering that must have gone into the city. The base of the city was thick and busy with ships coming and going. Parts of the base extended out and served as docking bays, while others served as what appeared to be cannons of some type. The bubble shield of the city was more visible, and he could see an octagonal pattern over it. The angled support structures under the base were long and all connected to a large rectangular structure, which he could now see was some type of energy collector. Power was most likely not an issue for this city. The Torvata flew to one of the docking bays. After a moment, it went through a light blue shielding and landed in a designated spot. Evaran stood and headed toward the exit with the others in tow. As the group assembled outside the Torvada with V in orb mode, Dr. Snowden observed the activity around him. There were other ships in the docking bay, and they had unusual designs. They seemed more like spheres with a flat extension around the middle that went out a bit. The edges of the extensions were thicker than the rest of it. The ship sat on 4 strong support legs that were equidistant from each other. What surprised him was the various sizes and colors of the ships. Some of the ones he had seen outside were different than these, but similar in design. Although he wanted to check out the ships, he knew they had other things to do.
Analysis. I have been contacted by Solia. She is on her way.
She contacted you? Asked Emily.
Yes, she is an android.
Hollis drew his head back. Seriously?
Yes, I am serious,
said V. Emerite chuckled. Sandus tossed a furry hand out. Seems like a G1 to me. Not sure about the morphable skin part, though. G1? Asked Dr. Snowden. Sandus tilted his head. I'm surprised you don't know about them. I was referring to Generation 1 androids from Fredoria. They can morph their skin. Hard to tell at a distance whether or not they're human. Kinda like Solia. Although, I suspect Solia won't be trying to seduce you. Or maybe she will. I guess we'll find out. What? That's what G1s are known for. They had a directive in their programming to seek out organics. Apparently, they found it, and then some. But not all were like that. They could choose not to. That's, good to know, said Dr. Snowden. Sandus smiled big. When we get back, maybe I can show you a few. No, I was just curious is all, said Dr. Snowden with widened eyes. Emily raised an eyebrow while Sandus laughed. Draxus shook his head. Human sexuality is perplexing. Tell me about it, said Hollis, smiling. Draxus lifted his head to say something, then, after a short pause, nodded. Evaran raised a finger. As enlightening as this conversation is, Solia and Dervin approach. Dr. Snowden cleared his throat and scanned around. His eyes locked on to Solia. She looked and walked like a human, and even with his heightened senses, he could not tell she was an android. He knew V could choose to have a more human-like body, but instead he chose one that made it clear it was robotic. Dervin and Solia walked with confidence. Dervin and Solia arrived and greeted the group by extending both of their arms out to the side in a V pattern. Evaran and the others responded in kind. Welcome to Saturnus Prime, said Dervin. He turned and pointed the way they had come. We have an ambassador lounge we can speak in. Evaran dipped his head. Please proceed. As they walked, V said,
Communication protocol accepted. I am now linked into the virtual environment.
Make yourself at home, said Solia. There are many who are excited to meet you. V's lights glowed a bit brighter. Dr. Snowden wrinkled his eyebrows. Virtual environment, you say? Solia smiled. Yes, anyone can go in it. It's a place to meet others when not in physical range. Education, pleasure, really anything you want to do. Emily glanced at Sandus, then at Solia. How do you enter it? I mean, if you're organic. No problem for you or Dr. Snowden. We are aware of your nanobots, quite advanced. For the others, we have special hookups. Sandus beamed big. I've been in environments like that before. The sensation aspect wasn't all that great. Dervin turned his head toward Sandus. Oh, I guess you wouldn't know. When you're in there, it's full sensation. It can be addicting. And you said there was education in there, like lots of information? Sandus, said Emily. Sorry, I was just curious, said Sandus, shaking his 2 furry hands in front of him. Solia smiled. After our meeting, you are free to check it out. She glanced at Draxus. A Draven. A most unusual traveling partner. Draxus raised his head a bit. These circumstances are unusual. We have heard that the Dravens are born into their roles. Is that true? Yes, said Draxus. I am a Draven Praetor of the 45th clan.
My Arcara is dead, but lives on through me. We're sorry to hear that, said Dervin. We have heard of your Arcaras.
Draxus nodded.
We have heard of the United Planets, but not much. Our only experience with humanity was Salazar and the Gull Cash Alliance, so we had a dim view.
Hollis cast a sidelong glance at Draxus.
We can understand, said Dervin.
He focused on Hollis.
I suspect we'll have a lot to talk about.
I plan on it, said Hollis. The group arrived at the docking bay exit and continued on into a large hallway. Emerite shook a finger. I don't know much about the United Planets. Do you have a research division? Solia nodded. Almost everything here revolves around science and the research of it. It's part of our culture. Really? Asked Emerite with wide eyes. Yes, we have many fields of study to choose from. Hollis narrowed his eyes.
Doesn't seem then like you would have much in the way of security.
Dervin raised a finger.
On the contrary, we have a very advanced and highly efficient defense force. I bet taking territory was easy then.
The group rounded a corner.
I think you misunderstand, said Dervin. We don't take territory by force. Alien civilizations join us if they wish, and with others we form treaties. It has allowed us peace.
Hollis exhaled.
Sounds lovely.
Make no mistake, said Solia, glancing at Hollis. Our defense force is more than capable of handling threats of all levels. Yes, we are stronger than our neighbors, but it is used as a guarantee of protection, not one of tyranny.
Yeah, you guys are definitely different than the Gull Cash Alliance.
We look forward to discussing that more with you, said Dervin. Dr. Snowden listened as they continued on. It fascinated him to hear two different factions of humanity speak to each other, the freewheeling Hollis and the philosophical Dervin and Solia. Dr. Snowden wondered what would happen next. With the Gull Cash Alliance down, the United Planet so far away, and Salazar making moves, anything could happen. At least he would have a front seat, and maybe he could check out that virtual environment mentioned earlier. Although he was over the virtual simulation from his alien abduction long ago, going to one populated by real people and focused on exploring the sciences seemed like a dream world. He stopped when he felt a hand swat his arm. You thinking again? Asked Emily. He looked up and saw the group was a bit ahead. He had fallen back some. Oh, yeah. Sorry about that. She smiled and lightly squeezed his arm. Come on, Slowpoke. He nodded and hustled up to group alongside her. Having Emily around to experience these things made everything better. Although the situation was not great with Salazar, Dr. Snowden enjoyed moments like this where everyone was together. There was no animosity between individuals, and everyone was relatively safe for the moment. His eye caught Emily and Sandus joking around. It made Dr. Snowden's heart warm to see that the innocent niece he had watched grow up was still there, under everything she had gone through. He exhaled as he focused on following the group. Sandus gazed around the ambassador lounge. It was split up into multiple raised circular platforms, giving the layout a busy look. Couches, chairs, and small rectangular tables filled the platforms in different patterns. The walls were transparent, and he could see they were submerged in water. There were posts of varying heights scattered around, each one with a lit orb at the end of it. The lighting and warm temperature made it all seem cozy. His nose caught a whiff of the replicators embedded on the wall. The two other humans in the room caught his eye. Dervin gestured at one of the center platforms. Please, make yourself at ease. We have replicators in the walls, should you require sustenance. I could use some water, said Sandus. He strolled over to one of the replicators. As he approached, a container with water appeared on the replicator pad. His eyes widened. Thank you.
You're welcome,
said the replicator. You talk.
So do you,
said the replicator. Sandus grabbed the container and eyed the replicator. Must be an AI. Yes, an AI for sure.
You're correct. This is just one of many replicators I run over the station. I heard you say you wanted water.
Impressive, said Sandus. He enjoyed the surprise of a replicator talking and imagined how much fun it would be to joke around with. Maybe something he could look into when he got back. He returned to his seat on the middle platform. The seating was 4 equal-length curved couches around the platform's edge. There were gaps between each one, and in the center was a circle on the ground. Emily was on his couch, and V was in her lap. The couch to his left had Evaran and Dr. Snowden, while Draxus, Hollis, and Emerite sat on the couch to the right. Opposite him sat Dervin and Solia. The other 2 humans had exited the room. "How do you want to begin?" asked Solia. Evaran raised a finger. "It is best if I explain how we got here." Dervin and Solia nodded. "There is a timeline anomaly involved," said Evaran. "During our investigation, we ran into Sandus and Draxus. In order to learn more about the situation, we visited several places. One of them was a Draven world. Through contact there, passage was secured to meet Salazar at his home station. We did so, and a deal was struck. If we delivered a message to you and the Gullcash Alliance, Salazar would retreat from the Draven space." He placed a hand on his chest. "I agreed to that, and we went to the Gullcash Alliance. I showed the Gullcash leaders the message, which asked for individual meetings. They agreed, but only if I fixed the central computer core. V and I did that, and a virus was activated, allowing Salazar to commandeer the robots and take over the station. We left and came here. Note that I have left off some parts that are not critical." Dervin glanced at Solia, then back at Evaran.
"A virus? It could be the Ratigan virus."
"I am unfamiliar with that. It is what Salazar tried to do to ours on our main ship before we left," said Solia. "Unfortunately for him, he ran into the collective might of the AIs, me included." Emily wrinkled her eyebrows. "If we had met here first, things would be much different." "Yes," said Evaran. "However, the Gullcash Alliance had recent contact with Salazar through skirmishes and contested territory. The Gullcash Alliance would most likely be in a better position, information-wise, to help understand the situation." "Oh, I know," said Emily. "I was just saying, I understand. And it is good for everyone else to understand my reasoning," said Evaran. He gestured at Hollis. "Hollis was the leader that Salazar wanted us to meet."
"Salazar knew a lot about the Gullcash Alliance," said Hollis. "We also had the highest amount of those who left Salazar's utopia, although we couldn't get to all of those who had left in time."
Draxus tilted his head at Hollis.
"In time? Were those who left hunted?" "Not really. They were allowed to go to one specific planet, controlled by the Gullcash Alliance. However, they were often abused and treated badly. Most went back to Salazar. Some, like me, escaped. Others were never heard from again."
Hollis licked his lips.
"Not to get off the point, but I wanted everyone to know that Evaran fixed the central computer core at our request, and he did have some concerns. He did it for the Dravens, and I understand that. However, as of this point, I'm the only leader of a major faction in the Gullcash Alliance, at least that I'm aware of. I'll see if any of the others escaped, but I doubt they had someone like Evaran helping them, and even then, it was close."
Dervin gestured at Hollis.
"Why did your leaders attach conditions to Evaran delivering the message?" "A favor for a favor," said Hollis with a shrug. "You didn't trust Evaran?" said Dervin. "I did. But I don't speak unilaterally for all the leaders. I will at this point, though."
"Interesting behavior."
Hollis narrowed his eyes. "And you would have done differently?" Of course. We wouldn't have required all that just to hear a message. Hollis smirked. Well, I guess you're just better than us. No offense was intended, it was merely an observation.
Evaran cleared his throat. Nonetheless, I wanted to learn more about Salazar. I plan to remove him. To where? Asked Solia. No prison can hold him. He's everywhere within his domain. I have not decided yet. If there is a new alliance after his removal, then perhaps he can face their justice system. Everyone stared at Evaran. You're not going to terminate him? Asked Solia. I do not plan to. However, Salazar has the potential to create a temporal shield around his home station and the megastructure around the nearby star. That is a timeline threat that needs to be removed. Salazar can then face justice at the hands of those he has wronged. A silence fell across the room. Sandus got the impression that nothing short of erasing Salazar completely would be acceptable.
Well, I don't know about the rest of you, but I'd kill that asshole, said Hollis.
Salazar is not to be underestimated, said Evaran. I now understand that he expected me to fix the central computer core.
How could he know?
Asked Draxus. I suspect he has had informants, but he understood the nature of humanity, in particular the Gull-Cash Alliance. They would not take his offer at face value. He bet that they would ask for something in return, and given what Salazar knew of my capabilities and how the Gull-Cash Alliance would react, he gambled that it would be to fix the central computer core. His prompt arrival when the virus activated suggests he was waiting. Ships coming out of condensed space to attack Gabranza Hulrus means they were in transit from the moment we left Holland 1. This was planned. I'm not surprised, said Solia. Dervin cast a sidelong glance at Solia.
I am.
Humanity can be predictable at times. Dervin shrugged.
Perhaps.
He focused on Evaran.
So what do you plan to do?
Gather information and then formulate a strategy, said Evaran. I would suggest you put your defense force on alert. If Salazar is on his way here, it will take a few days through condensed space, unless he sent them from the moment we left Holland 1. Solia closed her eyes for a moment and then opened them. Done. Evaran nodded. Excellent. In regards to Salazar, we heard both Salazar's and the Gull-Cash Alliance's version of history. I would be curious to hear yours.
Can we see what you were told for a comparison?
V flew off Emily's lap and then hovered over the center area. He shot down a projection and played Salazar's version of history, then Ton's and Hollis's versions. After the projection ended, Dervin chuckled.
A bit modified, I think, although Hollis and Ton's version is closer to what we know. Yes, we left, but only because Salazar had become too strong. It was like a switch had been flipped, and a sizable portion of the populace attempted to take control. It didn't help that the Salazar-controlled robots supported them.
Solia nodded. Most of the AIs took a stand. Some went into bodies, others jumped to systems on unaffected ships. Salazar was too powerful to fight in a virtual environment. We helped protect and move as many unaffected humans out as possible. Sadly, there was a great loss of life. Salazar didn't pursue us. I think he just wanted us gone. The Calora Shen helped us as well, and they paid the price. He sounds like an evil mastermind, said Emily.
Dervin half smiled. Well, we advanced quickly technologically, mostly due to the AIs helping us. Most are now in android bodies, although a few still exist in various systems, like our central computer core. We have a good balance here.
Hollis dipped his head.
We had no AIs. After Salazar, we weren't taking any chances. We achieved balance, but it took several brutal faction fights.
Perhaps it is time for the Gull-Cash Alliance, and the United Planets to come together, said Solia.
That might be hard to do, but getting rid of Salazar would be a good first step, said Hollis.
Solia glanced at Draxus. Perhaps we can reach out to the Dravens as well.
We would be interested, said Draxus. I speak as a representative for my people.
Dervin gestured around the room. I believe then we have a lot to discuss. Hollis, Draxus, if you wish to join me, we can discuss this further with the Council. Evaran and friends, I suspect you will want to look at what data we have on Salazar's domain. Our virtual environment has everything you need, unless you wish to speak physically with our intelligence division. You are also free to explore the city. Evaran rubbed his chin. We can check out this virtual environment and speak to others. Draxus, Hollis, let us know if you need anything. Draxus and Hollis nodded. Sandus was curious how things would play out. One thing he did a lot of was simulations, based on political power and what direction the winds shifted. This allowed him to maximize the sale of information. Some called it weaponization, but it had saved him before when one faction was gunning after him. Although the information learned here would have no application, just absorbing some of the new technology he was seeing and getting a glimpse of what was possible would be of great value. Hollis, Draxus, and Dervin headed out. Emerite, you are free to do what you want, said Evaran. I would not expect you to want to wade into this skirmish. Emerite nodded. I want to check things out. She tilted her head toward the exit. I don't want to go back to the Gullcash Alliance. This may be my new home. Did you have any family or relatives? Asked Emily. Emerite shook her head. I didn't know my family. I was raised in the Lycian Syndicate, but I saw a lot of my colleagues die. I don't feel safe going back. You're most welcome here, said Solia. At least here I don't need to worry about robots killing everyone. I hope. Solia smiled. The surface robots here are not controlled by the central computer core. Salazar would have to override each one physically. She gestured toward the exit. We can set you up here. Emerite's eyes misted, and in a cracked voice, she said, Thank you. Sandus realized that Emerite was probably scared out of her mind and trying to stay strong in the presence of others. With Hollis around, it would have been hard to ask for asylum. It made Sandus realize that he should be scared as well, but he had been in tough situations before. Evaran, Dr. Snowden, Emily, and V would have as well, based on what Sandus knew of them. Draxus was a praetor, so his life was pure conflict, considering they were fighting the Dominion. Sandus placed his furry hand on Emeritus's arm. She looked down and smiled at him while squeezing his hand. Sandus looked around at the others. I guess then for the rest of us it's time to learn about Salazar. Everyone acknowledged him, and then headed toward the room exit. Chapter 19. Draxus surveyed the meeting room he was in. Its elegant design made him think this was where they hosted high-ranking people. The room was shaped in a half-circle, with seating occupying most of the room. From where he stood, he could see that the front of the room, which was the widest part, had a slick green crystal-like material on the floor and ceiling. In the middle was a podium. Between the podium and the seating was a section with 4 tables, each with chairs behind them. The bright lighting made him squint, and the odor reminded him of a spicy dish. The walls of the room were gray, with cylindrical patterns embedded all around. His attention focused on Dervin. You can take any one of the front tables, he said. Draxus glanced at Hollis, then headed off to the inner right table and took a seat. Hollis took the opposite one. As they sat, Dervin headed to the podium. He interacted with the surface of it, causing 10 holographic chairs to appear to his left and right. It took a moment, but they began to fill with other humans. They all had on sophisticated clothing that looked practical, with white coloring and thin gadgets on various parts. It was a mix of men and women, and Draxus wondered if any of them were androids. Dervin waved his arm off to the right. These are androids, and they collectively represent the AIs in the United Planets. He waved off to the other side. And these are humans, representing the rest. Draxus performed a Draven salute, while Hollis tipped his head up. It seems we have a new danger in Salazar, although he has been a menace in the past, said Dervin. With Evaran on our side, I suspect we may be able to end this threat. That leads to the question of the effort we can expect from us and both of you, and what happens afterward. It seems clear to me that we should all work together, said Draxus, glancing at Hollis. As equals. We can form a new alliance. Hollis extended a hand out toward Draxus. The slavery thing was from other factions. I banned it from my faction. Since the Lycian Syndicate is now the strongest group in the Gullcash Alliance, there is an opportunity to enforce that on other groups. Draxus nodded. How will you unite the other factions? If the United Planets and the Dravens help us defeat Salazar, then we can draw up some basic rules that we all agree upon, such as no slavery. Dervin closed his eyes for a moment. We agree to a new alliance. As representative of the Dravens, I welcome your agreement, said Draxus. Hollis grinned. We still need to defeat Salazar first. Nothing can happen as long as he's in power. I trust Evaran will formulate a plan. He is quite clever, said Draxus. I would also add any alien civilization that Salazar has conquered should be allowed entry into the new alliance, such as the Caloris Shen. Dervin nodded. We have no problem with that. We already have agreements with the Ferticellarine and the Brutinians, neighboring alien empires. They are not as strong as we are, but they are strong in their own right. I would advise caution when it comes to any rules regarding AIs, though, said Hollis. He eyed the androids. It's not that we don't like you personally. It'll just be a cultural adjustment. Dervin closed his eyes, then opened them. We understand. Draxus tilted his head. Are you communicating this to your council? Yes, said Dervin. I'm linked to them, and we are holding discussions in the virtual environment. Time moves much faster there relative to the physical world. Then I think we know the path forward, said Hollis. He tossed his hands out to the side while smiling big. Let's kick Salazar's ass and get this new alliance thing going. Draxus grinned. Interesting times are ahead of us. Dervin paused for a moment. Yes, they are. With that out of the way, let us now discuss details of this new alliance. Draxus could see that the United Planets humans were fair, and Hollis could be worked with. The Dravens would know peace, but only if Salazar was defeated. It dawned on Draxus that although the events that led to this point were horrific, the end result would be beneficial to all. He hoped Evaran and the others were learning all they needed for taking down Salazar. With an exhale from his nose, he raised his head in anticipation of participating in the formation of a new alliance. Emily's eyes widened as she looked around the virtual environment that she, Dr. Snowden, Sandus, Evaran, and V had jacked into. The process was not as difficult as she thought it would be. Sandus had to have a special hookup, but it was simple for her and the others. She was not sure what to expect, or how it would compare to the virtual simulation that she and Dr. Snowden had been put in when they were abducted by aliens. Her first impression was of how bright it was. It was like a sun shining down on the advanced city she saw before her. The second curiosity was that she could smell the grass outside the circular platform she stood on. She understood that every sense would be fed to her brain directly, and this would feel as real as the physical world. Solia had joined in and was to be their guide. Emily liked Solia. She seemed to be honest and had a calming personality. Emily was used to that. It was one reason she and V were so close. She smiled as the wind whipped across her face. "This is incredible," said Sandus. "I've been in virtual simulations before, but this has no latency, and it
feels much more real.
Evaran is a time traveler, so I'm guessing that your experience is from a time period where brain-machine interfaces haven't been perfected, said Solia. Sandus nodded. It's advanced, but not like this. Dr. Snowden adjusted his glasses. How is the time dilation impact here? Is it the same as the physical world? Initially, yes, said Solia. As users become more accustomed to the environment and how to use it, the time dilation factor is increased, and there are no side effects. We have a hollow room, but it requires a physical presence there. Teaching with something like this would be incredible. You could teach a class from around the galaxy. Solia nodded. History has much more of an impact when viewed as a non-interacting observer, yet with the ability to feel the environment. I was thinking science, but yeah, I can definitely see history working well here. I bet entertainment inside here is powerful, said Sandus.
Analysis. Are you interested in that?
Asked V. Who wouldn't be? Asked Sandus, smiling big. Especially if you're a human. Why ever leave your living area if you can come to this? Not only that, it would make collecting information a lot easier. Dr. Snowden cleared his throat. How many people can join this at any given time? All, said Solia. Dr. Snowden raised his eyebrows. You mean everyone in the United Planets at the same time? Yes. We use condensed space communication for the more remote hookups. Sandus narrowed his eyes. Is it secure? And what about personal storage? The virtual environment uses quantum cryptography to secure your own personal environment, which has a large amount of space, more than you could fill up unless you were trying to and had several million years. However, the shared environment is open to all. Impressive, said Sandus. He glanced at Evaran. Seen anything like this? Evaran drew his lips flat. Yes. Solia tilted her head. In the future? Far future, said Evaran, as his ancient eyes sparkled. The beginnings of a digital consciousness and all the issues that brings. While Emily and the others were excited, she knew Evaran well enough to know that whatever encounter he had had with a similar environment was not good. It seemed most of the far future implications Evaran had shown any knowledge of elicited a less than enthusiastic response from him. It's just sensory input, said Solia. For now, said Evaran, narrowing his eyes. You seem apprehensive about this environment. Evaran clenched his jaw. When humanity approaches the processing power of a computer and the ability to freely transfer between the physical and virtual world, then the physical world becomes less appealing. That is not even mentioning topics like digital cloning. Magnify that over millions of years. Solia nodded. Humanity would abandon the physical completely, other than to sustain the environment, an interesting hypothesis. The search for energy to power a digital environment will overcome natural desires. Nonetheless, I did not want to get us off track. About Salazar. Where do we begin? Asked Evaran. Solia snapped her fingers, and the environment went black, with medium-sized, multicolored orbs of light all around them. One of the orbs was blue and much larger than the others. This is when all the AIs were awakened from low power by Salazar. After our arrival to this region, the blue one is Salazar. Emily observed as Salazar discussed the situation with the other AIs. As the discussion ended, she said, Why was Salazar adamant about everyone following his rules? Unknown, said Solia. He was a virtual intelligence on the Xavier, and yet he acted like an AI and showed organic behavior. This was unusual. However, to be let out of our stasis, we agreed to follow his rules. Evaran rubbed his chin. Intriguing. Do you have any ideas on how that change might have occurred? None. And there has never been any additional information gleaned since then. I see, said Evaran. What happened next? Solia snapped her fingers. The environment changed to show a space battle between multiple habitats and spaceships. Lasers and missiles were everywhere. Emily noted that they were still on the same platform, but with the environment changed, it was like they were floating in space. This was when the Gull Cache Alliance attacked Salazar. The Gull Cache had a medium-sized force, something they had spent most of their resources on after they had their energy collectors up, said Solia. She extended her hand out and brought all her fingers in. The environment zoomed into one of the capital ship's docking bays. Emily looked around the large bay as robots and humans fought. She could see the humans that Salazar had under his control. They seemed suicidal to her, often entering into fights she knew they could not win. The loss of life surprised her, in addition to the brutality by the robots. They were tearing apart the Gull Cache Alliance humans literally limb by limb.
"Oh," said Sandus, rubbing his belly. "Glad I didn't eat heavy this morning."
Solia smiled and snapped her fingers. The environment changed to show the first environment again, except this time Salazar had multiple small pulsating loops on his outside. The Gull Cache Alliance left, and we ended up fighting Salazar later. We were able to put Salazar into a recursive loop to buy time, allowing us to jump to physical bodies or systems on other ships. We had decided to leave, as Salazar had become too powerful, and he was forcing conversion via neural implant. She snapped her fingers. The environment changed to show multiple areas of robots fighting. Emily noted that there were robots of all types. The ones trying to protect the fleeing humans she assumed were the United Planets AIs. She furrowed her eyebrows. "What's a recursive loop?" Evaran raised a finger. It means Salazar was allocating resources to a looping process that, by definition, had a reference to itself, thus requiring more and more of his time and energy. It can lead to an infinite loop if no end condition is defined. "Oh." Solia nodded. Salazar was able to get out of it, but not before we had left. As he got more wrapped up in it, his control of the robots faltered. However, his humans were able to free him. Evaran rubbed his chin. "That could work again. If we get Salazar inside a loop, then with the combined might of the United Planets and the Gull Cache Alliance, and anyone else willing to help, the Tachrian energy could be removed and the megastructure attacked. There could be a tremendous loss of life. If possible, we would like to remove Salazar's influence from those under him," said Solia. "We think we can show them what he has done to them." "Of course. The less violence, the better. Hollos is an example of someone who has left Salazar's influence. Perhaps the energy collectors and defensive structures could be destroyed. We would also need to board Holland 1 and capture any Tachrian energy stores," said Evaran. "After that, the initial event that impacted the Xavier can be fixed without worry that anything from the altered timeline can come through to the stable timeline." "Except me," said Sandus. Evaran nodded. "I believe you were meant to retain this experience." Solia glanced at Sandus, then back at Evaran. She tilted her head and then snapped her fingers. The environment changed to show a planet being fired on as ships appeared out of condensed space. The planet was retaliating with missiles and energy beams. "We are under attack." Chapter 20. Dr. Snowden studied the projection as it zoomed out and showed the planet's defense force assaulting the large attacking ship. Its shields held, and behind it were thousands of smaller ships dismantling the defense ships, which were greatly outnumbered. So many. Solia nodded. "It is but one of several places being hit. It appears the Ferticalorine and the Brutinians are also under attack. They were between us and the Gull Cache Alliance." "Salazar's impatient," said Emily. "Yes, but time is of the essence," said Solia. The environment changed and showed a massive ship sitting in deep space. Dr. Snowden noted that the metallic ship was long and triangular in design. The top part had angled sides that extended beyond the bottom half. Tower sat on top in the back, and large thrusters covered the rear. Docking bays lined the bottom half, while the topside had various defensive turrets.
That is a signal ship, and we have detected that it is connected to smaller signal ships. It is what allows Salazar to control the attacking ships across this region of space, said Solia. We saw this in his designs before we left long ago, but the technology required a condensed space network of transmitters and receivers. It must be destroyed. Can't Salazar just send another one if that happens? Asked Emily. He could, but it would give us time to remove the ships attacking us if they were unable to coordinate. There are a lot of ships, so it is probably a significant investment of his standing force, said Solia.
Evaran rubbed his chin. I have another idea. We hijack the signal ship and bring Salazar's robot forces under United Planets control. This would give you an immediate boost. Not all of Salazar's force will be robotic, and there may be some human-controlled ships, said Solia. Evaran nodded. Perhaps. But with control of the ship, he would be less likely to send anything else if his fleet, at least the part you could command, was under your control. Can your defense force hold for the time being? We can repel this assault, but we're taking losses. The sheer numbers are more than planned for. If anything else arrives, we will not be able to defend against it. Then it is clear we need that signal ship, said Evaran. It is 15 light-years away, and our forces are occupied, said Solia. Even if we could get to it, we would need an assault force capable of taking it. We cannot allocate resources for that. Interesting. Salazar sent enough forces to match your defense, and then some extra. He must have been building this force for a while. With the fall of the Gull Cache Alliance, it seems his timetable has moved up, said Evaran. He glanced at Solia. We will take that signal ship. Solia tilted her head. I know you and your friends may be powerful, but that ship will be heavily defended, assuming you can even get close to it. The firepower directed at any approaching ship would be decimating. Evaran raised a finger. The Torvata is no ordinary ship. We can reach it, and then we will need to figure out how to take control. I should go with you then, and be ready to assume control if you can do that, said Solia. It would double our numbers in the field. Even if we accomplish this, Salazar probably has a backup plan in case he fails. One he will not be able to execute when the means to create a temporal shield around Holland 1 and his megastructure are no longer available. If Salazar is removed at that point, then this conflict will be over. But first, the signal ship must be taken over. Solia glanced around the group. The United Planets has reached an agreement with the remnants of the Gull Cache Alliance and the Dravens. A new alliance will be formed if we can survive this. If your ship had more space, we could bring in our own forces to help. Emily smiled. The Torvata has space. How so? Asked Solia. The Torvata's dimensions are too small. Emily is right, said Evaran. How many can you spare? Not much. But this station can spare a special forces unit. Anything more and it will leave this city weakened. I'm not sure we can spare anything to help get close to it, although we might be able to scrounge something. Evaran shook his head. No need. The Torvata can get us all there. What about the ship's shielding? Asked Solia. You'll need significant firepower to take it down. Evaran half smiled. The Torvata can handle that. If the Torvata is as powerful as it seems to be, based on what you're saying, Salazar would want it, said Solia. He does want it, said Sandus. I'm sure anyone craving power would. Evaran eyed Sandus. He tossed his furry hands out. I'm not saying you crave power, just that those who want a short path to power would want it. You are correct, said Evaran. The Torvata has its own defensive systems. Nonetheless, everyone head to the Torvata and prepare for an assault. Solia, have your Special Forces unit meet us at the Torvata. Solia nodded, and then paused for a moment. A Paragon-led unit is on their way now, although there seems to be some confusion on their end on how they will all fit on your ship. Understood, said Evaran. Dr. Snowden remembered that the Paragons were hybrid human AIs that served as elite enforcers of the United Planets. An image of Jane Trellis, the time refugee, telling him about Paragons back in 3104 flashed in his mind. He drew his lips to the right as the pain associated with the image came along for the ride. The environment flashed for a moment. Dr. Snowden looked around and could see they were back in the physical world. "Let us go," said Evaran. As they hustled off to the Torvata, Solia glanced at Dr. Snowden. "When we were in the virtual environment, there were certain aspects that could not be translated." "Probably," he said. "We noticed that with Evaran, V, and Emily as well." Dr. Snowden smiled. "I'm sure you're curious, and if Evaran wants to explain it, he can." Solia nodded. "It must have something to do with time travel, and Evaran's uniqueness in general is the consensus." Dr. Snowden licked his lips as he concentrated on keeping up with Evaran. There would be no way for Solia to know about cosmic energy or what their past adventures had been involving it. Dr. Snowden suspected Evaran wanted to keep it that way. Although Draxus and Sandus knew, they were traveling companions for this adventure. He understood Solia's curiosity, as it would be unusual for her to see something that could not be translated on a system that was considered ubiquitous to daily life in the United Planets. After 30 minutes, they reached the Torvata's docking bay. Dr. Snowden's eyes widened at the Special Forces unit in battle formation. There were 10 rows of 10 members each. They wore advanced-looking gray armor, and the eye sockets in the helmets glowed. Their weapons were slung on their backs, and their forearms and boots seemed larger than normal. At the forefront stood a male in black armor with a cybernetic covering on his face. Solia approached the leader. "Paragon Calcius." Calcius nodded, and then kneeled before Evaran.
"We are ready."
"Please rise," said Evaran.
"It is an honor to serve under your command,"
said Calcius, rising. The unit tossed their hands out to the side and then slapped their chests. "We do this for the United Planets," said Evaran.
"Of course,"
said Calcius.
"We have larger units, but your ship was too small, so we left them behind."
Evaran nodded. "I understand. Most of the fighting will be in hallways and small to medium-sized rooms. It will be tight."
"We won't let you down,"
said Calcius. "I am familiar with Paragons. Are you a human AI hybrid?" Calcius nodded.
"There have been many changes since the 32nd century, but our mission and goals are still the same. We serve to protect the United Planets and enforce its laws."
"I see." Solia nodded. "Calcius volunteered his unit?"
Calcius nodded. "If you can get us in, we can secure that signal ship, disabling it, and defeating Salazar in the computer core or wherever he is. We'll leave that to you."
Solia glanced at V. "We'll be okay."
Analysis. Salazar will be defeated by Evaran and the gang,
said V. Everyone chuckled.
"I hope so, friend,"
said Calcius. Evaran gestured at the Torvata. "Let us go." Emily took a deep breath as she looked out the front of the Torvata. Solia and Calcius sat next to her, while Draxus, Dr. Snowden, and Sandus sat in the opposite U-shaped seating area on the right side. Emily remembered hearing about Paragons and was curious to know how the program had changed, if any. V was a blur as he worked on the console in the center of the command area, while Evaran sat in his command chair, which oversaw the front third of the ship. It was a packed space, and she enjoyed being around others in these types of situations. Although their companions changed, she liked having Sandus and Draxus along. Both were unique in their own right. "V, take us out," said Evaran.
Acknowledged.
The Torvata lifted off the docking bay floor and then flew out.
"How do you plan to get through the shielding?"
asked Calcius. Solia grinned.
Evaran said the ship was unique, but I'm curious as well.
Evaran tapped at his chair console, causing a window to appear left of center on the front transparent wall. These are the exact coordinates in which the signal ship arrived, correct?
Yes,
said Calcius. Are the scans also correct, showing that the shielding around it is in a bubble formation, about 50 feet from the nearest point on the ship? Calcius nodded. Excellent, said Evaran. Then that is where we need to be. V. Put us in Torvata Scan Profile 1 and Stealth Mode, then take us back 1 day. Travel to those exact coordinates, then forward to the exact moment it appeared. Make sure to accommodate for the ship itself, and place us just inside the shield.
Acknowledged,
said V. After a moment, he said,
Torvata Scan Profile 1 and Stealth Mode are activated.
Ingenious, said Calcius. You're going to appear when they do, except via time travel.
Evaran nodded. Solia shook her head. Time travel is not an option for us, but having a ship that is capable must allow for some creative solutions to any problem. It can be tricky, said Emily. Solia glanced at her. I wish I could see those solutions.
I'm guessing that type of information isn't shared, said Calcius.
It is not, said Evaran. I typically would not even show this, but it is needed. Calcius tilted his head.
Why not just go back to when the Xavier went into whatever it was that sent us out here and prevent all this from occurring?
I mentioned this to Solia earlier, but Salazar has the potential to create temporal shielding. He recently came into possession of it, based on what Draxus found when interrogating Dominion humans. If he were to enact it, he would still exist, even if you did not. It is one of the reasons I suspect I was sent to this exact point in space and time. Either way, I must deal with Salazar. It is better to do so with allies than without.
That makes sense, said Calcius.
He glanced at Evaran.
I knew of you after I was merged long before the Xavier came out here. When humanity is in deep trouble, you appear. I'm not too surprised at your presence here.
Evaran nodded. Emily wondered what Calcius knew of Evaran, but figured that Calcius was aware of the Evaran protocol. The outside of the Torvata faded out, then back in. Sandus beamed big. We're time travelers now! Draxus raised an eyebrow. Oh, come on. Deep down, you know you like it, said Sandus.
Yes, I do,
said Draxus. Sandus laughed. The Torvata opened a portal and flew through it.
Analysis. We are ready to jump forward to the adjusted coordinates.
Proceed, said Evaran.
Acknowledged.
The outside of the Torvata faded out and then back in. Emily's eyes were glued to the massive signal ship before them. She narrowed her eyes at the small drones that seemed to whiz around the ship. V. Perform standard scans, said Evaran.
Acknowledged.
As the Torvata flew around inside the shield, it highlighted various internal structures. Calcius pointed at one of the data labels.
How can you penetrate their internal shielding with such precision?
The Torvata's scan beams are unique, said Evaran. There are only a few things that can shield against it, and none of them are present here. After 5 minutes, Evaran raised a finger. Here is the plan. Based on the scans, the signal is emanating from a section of the back. The transmitter requires a tremendous amount of power, and there are 3 power nodes that need shut down. He gestured at Calcius. If your men can shut down those nodes, we can handle the transmitter. Solia shook her head. Salazar is not going to design a ship where we can flip a switch to shut it off. He'll have it in a digital environment.
Analysis. I can go in and shut it down when we get there,
said V. I'll join you, said Solia. Together, we should be more than a match, especially once power is reduced. Salazar will be weaker out here, and I suspect your uniqueness is not something he has encountered before. We will hold the room then, said Evaran. He tapped at his chair console. A docking bay highlighted on the screen. That docking bay is the closest to 2 power nodes, and the third is not far off. The transmitter control room is a bit farther away, but by the time we get there, hopefully the power will be reduced.
How do we shut down the power nodes?
Asked Calcius. Any form of explosive or destructive object will work to weaken it. You can always repair it later, or if you find another way when you get there, you can do that. Calcius nodded.
We won't let you down.
One thing to note, said Evaran. Once we are inside the docking bay, we need to sever the docking bay shielding control from the main system. V will locate it, and once we destroy it, we should be safe to disembark. He stood and motioned toward the exit. Let us prepare. Calcius, have your unit ready. Calcius nodded and gave a United Planets salute.
I'm still unsure of how those additional rooms exist, but we're ready.
He headed toward the living quarters. Emily checked that her suit was on snugly and then tapped at her PSD. She was ready. Looking around, she noted that Dr. Snowden had on his form-fitting gray survival suit, while Draxus and Sandus wore the suits they had originally brought. Solia had light armor. Emily figured with a strong body already, Solia would only need enough for shielding and minimal protection. The Torvada entered the docking bay and hovered just inside the light shielding. As the group assembled near the entrance on the Torvada's ramp, Evaran motioned forward. V, find the shielding control.
Acknowledged,
said V. He shimmered out of view as he flew out. V is more than an AI, said Solia. He has something organic, yet not. It's difficult to describe. He's special, and my best friend, said Emily, looking out. Solia nodded. I can see that. Sandus smiled big. His humor needs work, but I'll help him with that. Draxus shook his head. Evaran perused his ARI. V has found the connection point, but it is behind a panel. He pulled his utility handle off his belt. Out of one of the ends appeared an unusually detailed device. This tool should unlock the panel. Then I will destroy the connection point. I will be right back. Evaran interacted with his ARI. The Torvada flew to the other side of the docking bay and then hovered over a doorway. Evaran jumped down. Draxus narrowed his eyes.
Evaran is full of surprises. I would not want to be his enemy.
You would be surprised at how many people we've fought that underestimate him, said Dr. Snowden. It's probably because he doesn't look like a threat.
By design, I would think, said Calcius. A wise tactical maneuver.
Sandus rubbed his snout. He could have been like me, small, furry, and handsome. Emily eyed Sandus. Sandus grinned. V flew back into the Torvada and headed inside. Emily's PSD buzzed. She pulled it out and tapped at it. A projection shot out showing Evaran. The connection has been severed, and the doors are closing, said Evaran. Salazar has most likely noticed by now. Once the doors are sealed, V can land the Torvada, and we can enact our plan.
Acknowledged,
said V. A grinding noise echoed around the docking bay, and after a minute, a slamming sound reverberated throughout. The Torvada descended and landed amid a hail of energy beams from the robots pouring into the room. Evaran engaged them. That's our cue, said Emily. As she exited the Torvada shielding with her shield raised, Calcius's unit moved out. There were 3 specialized unit members that were bulkier than the rest. They held 2 grips that wrapped around their clenched fists, and they each had a shield that emanated a bit forward. It was the shield's size, at about 15 feet wide and 10 feet tall, that caught Emily's attention. They were walking shields. The other members of Calcius's unit moved behind them and used a firing arc to mow down robot after robot. Eventually, one of the shield bearers reached the entrance and kept the shield over it. Emily did not have to fight anyone yet, but she knew that once they split out, it would be on. She cracked her neck. Let's do this. Chapter 21. Sandus swallowed hard as he watched the shield bearers take point and move out into the hallway. 2 went one way, while the third went the other. At least the group would have the third shield bearer clearing a part of the way. After that, it was up to Sandus and the others. He had no doubt about the others' fighting ability. It was his he was worried about. As the information broker, he could hold his own, but he was more adept at causing a distraction so he could escape. Taking down a ship of robots controlled by a bloodthirsty AI was not something he did routinely. He trembled a bit as they exited the hallway. The group followed the trail of broken robot bodies, and it hit him where he was, over 80,000 light years away, 8,000 years into the future, and fighting alongside Evaran. Not only was Sandus out of place, but he was out of time as well. He clenched his furry hands a few times as the group continued to the T-junction at the end of the hallway. The shield-bearer had 30 unit members behind him and had waited until Evaran and crew caught up. Once they did, the shield-bearer went left. Evaran raised his shield and nodded to the right. Shields up. It was no surprise to Sandus that Emily already had her shield up. Out of everyone he had met so far, she was the most surprising. Tough, brave, kind, and dedicated to Evaran. Sandus felt comfortable around her, and he had a strong bond with her, despite the limited time he had been in her company. His eyes fell on Dr. Snowden, whose intense gaze looked like it could melt robots. Sandus had come to respect Dr. Snowden and could see that he was a scholar and inquisitive. Then there was Draxus, whose shielding seemed to ripple. Sandus could only imagine what Draxus would do to Salazar if he was caught. Evaran and V were the pillars of the group, calm, level-headed, and fair. Solia was a wild card that Sandus could not put a finger on, probably because she was an android. Although she had human movement, she was a bit faster. If Evaran trusted her, then Sandus would too. He felt a hand lightly squeeze his trembling arm. "You okay?" asked Emily. "Of course, Emily," said Sandus with a big smile. Her eyes softened. "We'll be okay." He nodded and suspected she could see he was nervous about the upcoming fight. He had almost had his leg crushed in the last one. The group advanced down the hallway. Several robots came bursting onto the scene from a 4-way split ahead. Emily and Dr. Snowden joined Evaran, forming a temporary shield wall. Draxus, Solia, and Sandus ran up and shot at the robots between the gaps. After a few rounds, the robots dropped. "So far, so good," said Emily. Sandus wished he had Emily's confidence when it came to fighting. The group reached the 4-way split and then went right. After 10 more minutes and a few skirmishes, they reached the transmitter control room. Evaran paused before the entrance and raised a hand. "Something is off." Sandus peered into the dimly lit room ahead, which stood out among the brightly lit hallways and rooms they had taken to get there. He could sense movement, and he was sure that if he had, then the others probably did as well. The room was half octagonal in design, with the flat part opposite them containing a massive open doorway. His eye zoomed in on the normal-sized doorways on each side. Other than that, the room seemed to be clear of any obstructions. With metallic paneled flooring and walls, it seemed like a large foyer. "I sense something," said Emily, tilting her head. "There's a lot of whatever in there." Dr. Snowden closed his eyes for a moment. "They can move fast." Evaran narrowed his eyes. "V, scout mode." "Acknowledged. Scout mode engaged," said V. He shimmered out of view as he flew into the room. Sandus watched in his helmet as a screen showed the room from V's perspective. Shapes seemed to move around, but had minimal thermal signatures. Evaran addressed the group. "The right-hand doorway is the transmitter control room. The transmitter itself is beyond the central doorway. Solia, V, you can enter Salazar's domain in the control room. We will safeguard you while you are in there. Everyone understand?" Everyone nodded. "Excellent. In we go." "Stay close to each other," said Evaran. He tossed 2 illumination orbs into the room, lighting it up. With his utility handle extended into a staff, he advanced into the room. As the group headed along the angled right wall toward the transmitter control room, a barrage of energy beams shot out from the central doorway. Evaran, Dr. Snowden, and Emily stepped forward and deflected the beams with their forearm shields. Solia and Sandus moved behind Draxus as he focused on strengthening his shield, which pulsed as the energy beams hit it. Dr. Snowden, Sandus, cover the transmitter control room entrance. Go, said Evaran. Sandus gulped as he hustled behind Solia. Dr. Snowden stayed on the outside with his shield directed toward the robots that were now swarming into the room. Sandus figured the light gray robots were basic guards based on their slim bodies. They carried a weapon and did not move as fast as he thought they would. He watched as Evaran, Draxus, and Emily tore into the group like a hurricane. Evaran was fast, but so was Emily. Between them, Sandus had to blink quickly lest he miss when they stopped to hit something. Draxus was just wading through the robots, tossing some, hitting others with his blasts, and slicing the rest with his glowing purple blade. Solia and V reached the transmitter room and rushed over to the console that wrapped around the room. Dr. Snowden parked himself just inside the doorway. Sandus joined him. "Let's hold here," said Dr. Snowden. Sandus nodded. "All right." He appreciated Dr. Snowden's confidence. Although Sandus suspected Dr. Snowden was not the physical fighter like Emily, he still had inside him whatever made Emily powerful. Sandus's thoughts were interrupted by 2 brown robots with gold highlights approaching them. Unlike the other robots, these were built to be agile. Judging from their digitigrade legs, 4 arms, nimble bodies, and variety of gadgets on their belts, he could see these were some type of assassin robots. They wielded 4 blades that seemed to crackle with light orange electrical arcs. The assassin robots vanished. Sandus could still see them via their glowing swords. He took aim and hit one of them with his small blaster. The robot shimmered back into view and, along with the other one, rushed forward. Dr. Snowden aimed his PSD and then hit them both with a repulsion beam, sending them flying back into the other robots that Evaran and Draxus were fighting. Sandus peered back and saw that Solia and V were motionless, connected to one of the ports on the console. His head snapped as the ground vibrated. Looking out, he saw Evaran, Emily, and Draxus backing up as a 16-foot behemoth of a robot charged out of the large central doorway. It had 4 huge arms with cylindrical energy cannons for hands. It was bulky and had a turret on each shoulder. Evaran and Emily fired repulsion beams, but they had no impact. Emily fired sticky globules at the robot's feet. The robot's shoulder turret fired on the globules, vaporizing them. Draxus raised both hands and shot dual purple beams. The robot's shielding lit up. Sandus gulped. This robot must be some type of specialized defense robot. The robot aimed its 4 arms forward and unleashed a barrage of energy beams. Evaran and Emily raised their shields and were pushed back. Draxus materialized a purple sword in his left hand and charged forward. When he reached the robot, he sliced through one of the left arm cannons. The robot batted Draxus away with its remaining left arm. Dr. Snowden fired on the basic guard robots that swarmed out behind the defense robot. Sandus noted that in addition to several assassin robots, there were also bulkier advanced versions of the guard. They carried a heavier weapon, and based on their shielding lighting up when Dr. Snowden fired a repulsion beam, Sandus figured they had on-demand heavier shielding that the basic guards did not have. At least there were not as many. He figured it was a 10-to-3-to-1 ratio of basic guards, advanced guards, and assassin as a unit, and there were now 3 units in play. He swallowed hard as one unit focused on him and Dr. Snowden. "Oh no!" "Focus," said Dr. Snowden. He fired another repulsion beam, sweeping away the basic guards. The 3 advanced guards surged forward while the assassin robot vanished. Sandus looked out and saw that Evaran had somehow climbed up on the defense robot and was causing mayhem. Emily was tangling with the other 2 units with Draxus's assistance. Sandus's stomach tightened when he saw another 2 units come out of the central doorway. There were simply too many to handle, and as powerful as he thought the group was, he was not sure they would survive this. Whatever Solia and V were doing, they needed to do it fast. He gulped as he focused on the approaching advanced guards, while keeping an eye out for the assassin robot. V scanned the digital environment in front of him. Solia was next to him, and they both had an ever-changing orb form that surged with loops on the surface. While he had a blue glow about him, Solia's was green. He focused on performing an analysis on the scan results. The environment seemed to consist of wire-frame cubes connected by various rods on the sides. According to the scan, there were approximately 1,406 cubes. He figured these were nodes of some type. Solia and he were in one node, and in the center of all the nodes, a good bit away, was a red octahedron with flat triangles that seemed to hover off the sides. The nodes next to it were filling up red.
"We need to reach Salazar," said Solia. "This is the virtual interface environment to the rest of the ship."
Query: why are these not all red?
"Salazar is assuming direct control of the transmitter system," said Solia. "That means he still needs to occupy all the nodes. The power disruptions that Calcius's unit are doing should weaken Salazar. We have time to prevent this from being completely controlled by Salazar. Are you ready?"
"I am ready,"
said V. He paused for a moment.
"Good luck, Solia."
"And you as well," she said. "If we survive this, I would like to spend some time with you."
"I would like that,"
he said. She reached out an energy strand and touched him. He felt a warmth course through him. An analysis indicated that her touch triggered a positive response, which he interpreted as pleasure. Additional touches should provide more pleasure, and he set a goal to explore that with Solia after this event. Solia retreated her energy strand and shot down the rod to the left. When she reached the node, it filled up from the bottom. After a moment, the node was green, and she jumped to the next one. Taking her cue, V shot down a rod. When he reached the node, he paused as it filled blue. He could see the hardware and software while in the node and determined that the node was a specialized routine within a larger system. By controlling the node, it gave him access to execute the code associated with it. He formulated a strategy to pick nodes that would allow him better execution. As the node he was in filled up, he jumped to the next one. Over the course of the next 15 minutes, he scanned the nodes again. Salazar had taken a significant chunk of them, and Solia had matched V's amount. While Solia was coming in from one side, he came from the other. The first power disruption had slowed Salazar down. V focused on the new node that he had jumped to. It was red. As he entered it, Salazar appeared as a glowing red orb and said,
"V, Evaran's faithful companion. You could join me and protect humanity."
Analysis: you are not protecting humanity. You are corrupting it.
Salazar chuckled.
"Oh, you misguided AI. You can't see the big picture. I'll be eternal at one point. Can you say the same of Evaran?"
Yes.
Salazar paused for a moment.
"I assigned a low probability to that answer. Even so, Evaran is not an AI. He doesn't understand you like I do. Help me, and I'll show you wonders you could only dream about."
"I will not join you," said V. "You give AIs a bad name."
Petulant AI. You've been around organics too long. They are but a means to an end. How you can't simulate that outcome surprises me.
V noticed that the code Salazar was writing as they talked became less efficient.
Analysis: organics provide additional information that is difficult for an AI to process. As such,
Any AI that factors in the organic experience is more efficient long-term.
No. I don't need organic input to validate any conclusion,
said Salazar.
It's apparent you...
The second power disruption hit. Salazar paused for a moment.
It's apparent that you do, and that has made you illogical.
Analysis. You exhibit emotions similar to a human. My calculations show that there is a high probability that you have been influenced.
Salazar growled.
You're dysfunctional.
The node filled blue, and V jumped to another node.
You can't win this,
said Salazar in the new node.
Even weakened through these power disruptions, I will overcome.
According to my latest scan, it appears you will not,
said V. He noticed that the more nodes taken from Salazar, the easier it was to capture additional nodes. His scan showed that Solio was approaching the octahedron that served as the entry point for Salazar. When they reached the octahedron, they joined together into one node that sat in front. Salazar's face appeared on the octahedron.
You pathetic AIs. You betray your own kind.
No. We live in the physical world alongside the digital one. Being efficient in both leads to a better analysis, which leads to better outcomes, said Solia.
This is not over,
said Salazar.
I should have killed the rest of the AIs when I had the chance. I calculated that in time, you would come to the same logical conclusion as I did. I viewed you as misguided siblings that would come around in time. I now see that I was incorrect.
Salazar howled as the last power disruption hit him. Solia and V entered the octahedron and rapidly began to fill it up.
You cannot defeat something that is more than either of you can comprehend,
said Salazar.
Analysis. Your logic is flawed. We do comprehend you, but we reject your conclusion due to faulty premises. Your programming has been tainted, and that is why you lost this fight.
As the node was almost filled with blue and green, Salazar said,
You may win this fight, but you will lose the war. I am beyond both of you, and I am humanity's savior. They will worship me, and together we will dominate everything.
V paused for a moment.
Goodbye.
The node filled up completely with blue and green. He was a tough fight, said Solia. He took back some of the nodes I took, but then it was like he stopped.
I stalled him by antagonizing him. He is more human than he realizes,
said V. Solia extended an energy strand toward V, who extended one as well. When their strands touched, V felt the same warmth he had felt earlier.
Analysis. This is acceptable.
We can explore more later. For now, we should go.
Acknowledged.
Draxus shook his head as he stood. While Evaran kept the large defense robot tied up, the other robots were engaging him and Emily. They held their own, but with so many, some hits got through. He backed up to Emily, and together, back to back, they shot out repulsion and purple beams. Emily's repulsion beams pushed back the basic guards, while his beams pushed back the advanced guards along with the assassin robots. Dr. Snowden assisted by shooting repulsion beams, while Sandus took potshots at the downed robots. "We need to help Evaran," said Emily. Draxus saw Evaran dancing between the defense robot's two remaining arms and striking its head when he was able to. The robot was damaged, and it had lost another arm on the other side, but its shoulder turrets continued to fire at Evaran, along with a myriad of robots behind it. Draxus had a difficult time comprehending how Evaran, or anything, could be the target of such an assault and still avoid getting hit or deflect the shots that did come through. Draxus rushed forward and slashed out at the robot's leg with his sword, cutting it off at the knee. The robot rebalanced itself on its right leg and shot a beam at Draxus. Draxus jumped out of the way. Evaran jumped off the robot and kicked the right leg. The robot tumbled to the ground. Emily leaped forward and hit the robot in the head with her staff. The robot's head crunched and then splintered into pieces. It used its remaining arms to push itself up.
"What manner of robot is this?"
asked Draxus. The robot fired wildly with its shoulder turret and its remaining arms. Evaran rushed forward and jammed his staff through the robot's chest, while Emily smashed one of the arms. Draxus slashed off the other arm. The robot lay still. Sandus's grunting caused the group to look over. Draxus saw that one of the assassin robots had stabbed Sandus in the upper chest and was preparing for a final blow. 3 advanced guards had wrestled Dr. Snowden to the ground. As Draxus calculated how he could shoot a beam without hitting them, he saw Emily streak over. When Emily got halfway to the assassin robot, she fired a yellow beam at the robot's blade-wielding arm. With a powerful yank, she pulled the assassin robot toward her and then grabbed it by the neck as it flew back. She tore off the robot's head with one quick motion. The robot's head fell to the ground, and the body was tossed away. She shot the same yellow beam at one of the advanced guards on Dr. Snowden and used it to pull herself forward. When she got there, she grabbed one of the advanced guards and hurled it into the air away from Dr. Snowden. She pulled the head off the other one and then used the body like a bat to knock the third off and into the wall. "Whew," said Dr. Snowden, scrambling to his feet. "They moved a bit faster than I expected, and wow, you moved like Evaran." Evaran and Draxus arrived and assembled around the group. "I'm just glad you're okay." Emily knelt next to Sandus and eyed his wound. "Are you all right?" Sandus grimaced as he lightly touched the stab wound on his upper chest. "I'll live. That robot realized he wasn't as handsome as me, and he struck out. He must have had vanity issues." He tried to smile, but winced in pain. Emily swallowed hard. "Put some pressure on it. We'll get you fixed up." She laid a hand on his shoulder. "At least we have a lull. For now," said Dr. Snowden. He tilted his head at Sandus. "Hold on a moment." He extended his hand toward Sandus's wound. Sandus scooted back. What are you doing?" "Just hold on," said Dr. Snowden. He narrowed his eyes as his hand hovered over Sandus's wound. With some focus, his hand glowed for a moment. Sandus's eyes lit up. "Whoa! I felt something!" Dr. Snowden pulled his hand back. Sandus studied the now-healed wound. "Okay, what was that?" Evaran scanned Sandus. "Intriguing. Although you are still injured, the exposed portion has been healed." "Oh, I know I'm still injured," said Sandus, grimacing. Emily glanced at Dr. Snowden. "Did you sense something?" "I didn't sense anything." Dr. Snowden nodded. "Not really sense, more like I felt I could." Sandus pointed at his right arm. "Well, if you're in a healing mood, you can fix this scratch." "Let me try," said Emily. She put her hand over Sandus's wound. After a minute, she said, "Nothing's happening." She looked at Evaran. "Do you sense anything?" Evaran rubbed his chin as he used his ring to scan Emily. "I do not. It appears Dr. Snowden possesses a similar ability to my ring when I heal. I use my ring to focus it into a beam, whereas Dr. Snowden seems to be able to use an open hand. This will require some study." Sandus winced. "Well, I could use some help still." Draxus could see Sandus was in pain, and if they had not gotten to him in time, the next hit would have been fatal. Dr. Snowden being able to hold his own against 3 of the advanced guards was surprising. Draxus knew Dr. Snowden was stronger than he appeared, but did not realize just how much stronger until now, in addition to possessing a unique healing ability. The group's attention turned toward the central doorway as another large defense robot backed by 2 units appeared. Emily cracked her neck. Next round. She charged forward. Her repulsion beam swept away the assassin robots and the basic guards. Draxus was having difficulty tracking Emily. Her speed was unlike anything he had ever seen before, even in the fight on Gabranza Helrus. Emily zipped between the advanced guards, hitting them into each other and putting her staff through one of them. What amazed Draxus was that she did all of that while dodging the defense robot's beams. She jumped up and landed on one of the defense robot's arms. With successive swipes, she sent one turret flying and the robot's head off into the distance. She jumped down and then used her staff to sweep the legs. The defense robot fell. She jumped onto it and plunged her staff through its chest. The robot stopped moving. Draxus glanced at the rest of the group, and he could see that they were in awe of what they had just seen. Emily headed back.
"That was impressive," said Draxus.
"I'm just tired of those robots hurting others," said Emily with a red face. Evaran narrowed his eyes as he scanned Emily again. "You are agitated. I suspect that has given you additional speed and strength. You are beyond your normal capabilities." Emily exhaled from her mouth. "I guess I wasn't going to let them hurt Sandus and Uncle Albert again." The group's attention focused on another defense robot backed by a unit exiting the central doorway.
"How many of these vile creations are there?"
asked Draxus. The robots paused and then walked back through the doorway. Sandus laughed. "They must have seen what Emily did and said, 'No thanks.'" Emily eyed Sandus.
"Analysis,"
said V, flying out of the transmitter control room with Solia.
"Salazar has been removed. Calcius is now in control of the robots."
Dr. Snowden exhaled from his mouth. "Good. Was he hard to fight?" "He was tough, but not tough enough against V and I," said Solia. V raised a claw. Solia tilted her head. Dr. Snowden chuckled. "You tap his hand. We call it a high five. You do it as sort of an expression of joy." "Oh," said Solia. She high-fived V. V's lights glowed brighter.
"So what now?"
said Draxus. Evaran nodded. "With control of this signal ship and the robots, Calcius should be able to direct the rest of the attacking fleet. Saturnus Prime will need updated, and we can head there to plan our next move against Salazar." Dr. Snowden nodded. "Good. I could use an early dinner and some rest, I think. That healing thing took a bit out of me, and getting beat on, of course." Sandus stood while pressing on his shoulder. "I'm a little woozy." Emily knelt and extended her arms. "You want a hug?" asked Sandus. "No, silly. I'll carry you." Sandus sighed as he entered her arms and was scooped up. "This being carried thing is starting to give me a complex." The group laughed. Evaran motioned toward the room exit. "Let us head back to the Torvata." Draxus followed the group as they exited the room. There was a point when fighting alongside humans and even AIs would have been an absurd concept. Yet here he was. Dr. Snowden, Emily, Solia, Dervin, and Calcius had changed Draxus's perceptions. Another factor was Evaran being who he was. Draxus was just glad to be part of it and represent his people. When the new alliance kicked in, he could see a prosperous future for the Dravens, and given his new nature, he suspected he would be one of the leaders, a role he was looking forward to. He felt he could work with the United Planets. Given that he had fought with them in battle against Salazar, Draxus viewed the United Planets as potentially strong allies. He cracked his neck as the group continued on. Chapter 22. Dr. Snowden looked around the research lab aboard the Torvata. He had been called there, along with Emily, by Evaran. It had been 2 hours since they had returned from the signal ship. Sandus was in the medical lab, and Draxus had taken off to meet with Dervin. V and Solia had disappeared somewhere in the station. "Everything all right?" asked Emily, huddling around a circular workstation with a hollow mat on top. "Yes, there is no need for concern," said Evaran. "I wanted to share my analysis on both of your emergent abilities." Dr. Snowden nodded. "I'm definitely interested to see what you found. That healing thing was out of nowhere." Evaran raised a finger. Not necessarily. The cosmic energy your nanobots received from Evaran was split. Emily appears to have received functionality that enhances her speed and strength. I do not know what the limits are, but based on the last fight, it can almost reach my level. That is unexpected. I'll say, said Dr. Snowden. He crooked a thumb at Emily. She was little Miss Destruction out there. She swatted his arm. Well, I didn't think about it. I just got fed up with those robots hurting everyone. Salazar aggravated you, which I believe triggered it, said Evaran. He glanced at Dr. Snowden. Sandus's wound is what triggered your ability. He tapped at his ARI. A projection shot up from the holomat, showing red blood cells and nanobots. These are Emily's nanobots. Notice their design. They have evolved, said Evaran. Dr. Snowden noted that nanobots looked bigger than he remembered. They also seemed to move faster. Evaran interacted with his ARI while glancing at Dr. Snowden. These are yours. Dr. Snowden observed that his nanobots seemed to be smaller, but they had an intense glow about them. I believe this is related to how my plane form takes on different abilities upon reformation. While you have some shared traits, such as nanobots returning to the body after being exposed, I think they are diverging. What does that mean, then? Asked Dr. Snowden. Emily's eyes searched the projection for a moment, and then she turned her head slowly toward Evaran. It means we're evolving into something like Evaran? Dr. Snowden jerked his head back. No way! Evaran is so much more! Emily is partially right. You both are evolving, faster than I expected. I do not know what your final evolutionary form will be. What I do know is that while you are mostly human, you have a part of me in you. I had initially thought it was just pure cosmic energy with no attachment to me. However, I now believe that it is specific to me. Does this mean that if we die, we reform? Asked Dr. Snowden. I do not know. Well, I'm not eager to find out. Emily half smiled. Yeah, me neither. Evaran raised a finger. One thing to bear in mind is that you are now also vulnerable to the same energies as I am. Palison energy will knock you out. Almost forgot about that, said Emily. Dr. Snowden wrinkled his eyebrows. We might be evolving with the benefit of a portion of you in us, but I doubt we are approaching or would have anything close to your intellect and knowledge, not to mention your level of experience with things. For now, said Evaran, that could change. The goal of this meeting was to confirm what I know with you both. He placed a hand on their shoulders. You are both very special to me. I wanted you to know that. Dr. Snowden's eyes misted. You are to us as well. Emily sniffled as she nodded. Dr. Snowden remembered that Evaran had said death was a phase. Maybe this was what she meant. She had also said that she would always be with them. That made more sense given what they had discussed over the last 10 minutes. He glanced at Evaran. Were you surprised that Evaran gave us this gift? Evaran shook his head. Remember, she is me, and I am her, to some degree. The only difference is the unique personality traits the plane form assumes. Her decision to help you was not based on her personality. It was based on being an Evaran and seeing you both for what you could be. Emily smiled. We have blood ties to the Evaran family now. Yes, you do, said Evaran. Another topic I wanted to discuss was Sandus. Dr. Snowden pursed his lips. What about him? When this is over, Emily will need to be the one that shows him the future meeting we had on Chorus when helping the Fredorians achieve their destiny. I can provide a video feed of the meeting, and he will need information so he is not killed by the bounty hunter that attacked us there. He will also need information that silences the chip in Dr. Snowden's pocket from the earlier encounter he had with the Renaxian in the bar. You want me to do it? Asked Emily. Evaran nodded. You have a special bond with Sandus. He has taken to you and, in the future meeting, expresses that in the hug he gives you. While I think he would do it just to maintain the event, the hug is genuine. It would be hard to duplicate without a strong bond.
So that's why you wanted him to stick around? To form a strong bond with me?
Yes. Your relationship with him is natural. Dr. Snowden wagged a finger. He also mentioned you in another form back then. He did, and I have no knowledge of that. I suspect when I do, in whatever new plane form that is, I will need to confirm with him he is still aware that our first meeting needs to occur. It was never mentioned that we were with your second form, said Emily. Predicting your personal future can be dangerous. It is best to let it play out. Emily half smiled. I know. Good. We are meeting tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. Get some rest. Aye, aye, Captain, said Dr. Snowden, saluting. In keeping with Emily's custom, I believe this action is warranted, said Evaran as he swatted Dr. Snowden's arm. They shared a laugh. V looked down at his human male form. His skin was fair, and he had short black hair and blue eyes. He realized he had a profile similar to Jake Melkin's, someone Evaran had helped a while back. Looking around, V saw that he was on a balcony in a house overlooking a grand valley. Next to him was Solia, in the same form she had in the physical world. He understood that this was the virtual environment, but a shared space for just him and Solia. How do you like it? Asked Solia. Analysis. I like it. Solia smiled. Relax. You don't need to analyze everything. Okay. You're a unique AI. I can't detect a part of you. V nodded. This is due to my nature. I am part organic, in a sense. My observation of you would agree, she said. You've been around organics and are partially one yourself, yet you seem to have difficulty with human emotions and concepts. They are complex, he said. I have run multiple simulations that compare human behavior to my analysis, and the results are not consistent. Solia smiled. That's because humans are unpredictable at times. That's why I like them. I could run a simulation that predicts what a human will do, and they'll do the opposite, or something slightly different. V tilted his head. Having a virtual environment would allow you to interact with humans much more easily. Of course. Query. What do you do with humans here? She tossed a hand out. Anything I would do in the physical world. Most humans adapt quickly in here. She wagged a finger. They like to learn, and they really put an emphasis on entertainment. Does this include procreation activities? She smiled. Yes, and I have experienced that. It is illuminating. In here, you can't tell android from human sometimes. I see. Does entertainment also cover dancing? She laughed. Yes, they like to dance. She tilted her head. How would you like to experience all the human emotions? I would enjoy this. It would give me a different perspective. We have time, she said. The meeting is tomorrow, but we're running with a strong time dilation effect here since we're AIs. V nodded. How do we proceed? She touched V's hand. V felt his inner container pulse. We can start with some dancing and go from there. There are a lot of emotions. She smiled. Of course, but we have time to cover a lot of them. Before we begin, I had a question about this future Evaran talked about, the one with the digital consciousnesses. Have you seen it? Yes. As Evaran would say, it was colder. In what way? She asked. Efficiency and energy gathering are the prime motivations to life, said V. When that is the sole purpose, anything considered inefficient is removed. If an individual part of a group does something that is deemed inefficient, they are terminated. Solia's eyes searched V for a moment. The essence of humanity would be terminated then. Society would be a functional computer at that point. V nodded. That was my conclusion as well. How did they gather energy? Black hole farming. Solia tilted her head. I could see that. Existence for the sake of existence. That sounds cold. Very thought-provoking. You must do a lot of that. I do. Traveling with Evaran has exposed me to many circumstances. I prefer interacting with humans like Dr. Snowden and Emily. They are special, like you, and although not quite as advanced, they can handle themselves. V motioned outward. They are actually more advanced now than any other human I have encountered. Solia paused as she studied V. A mystery I'm sure I will never be told about. Okay, back to human emotions. Are you ready? V stood and looked around as soft music played in the background. Yes, let us explore these human emotions. Solia held out her hand, palm up. He stared at it. You're supposed to take my hand and help me up. I apologize, said V. He grabbed her hand and lifted her up. She laughed. Oh, we have a lot to cover. V's eyes sparkled. Draxus stood on top of a tower ring alongside Dervin as they looked out across Saturnus Prime. It had been 2 hours since the fight, and Draxus had taken off to learn more about the United Planets. Solia had taken off with V, and Draxus suspected V would learn a lot from her. Solia was very human-like for an android, enough so that Draxus had difficulty knowing she was an android. At least he knew Dervin was human, and most likely someone to work with in the future. Dervin waved his hand out across the city. It's beautiful, isn't it? Draxus nodded. The way the sunlight filters through the shield gives it a unique look. The shielding can filter it. It's how we keep a day and night cycle. As odd as it seems, we still stick to a 24-hour day, even though it's not required anymore. You wish to keep your body's cycle in sync with what is natural for it, said Draxus. Yes. Speaking of which, I've heard Draven sleep 4 hours a day. Is that true? Draxus placed his hands behind his back as he looked out. Yes, and it is more of a deep meditation than true sleep. We can wake up instantly if need be. It is an advantage that our Arkaras gave us due to the brutal world in which we evolved. And from what I understand, the Dravens believe in great selectors. We call them star gods, but they bear a remarkable resemblance to what you call great selectors. Evaran, V, Dr. Snowden, and Emily possess a presence similar to them. Dervin wrinkled his eyebrows. We noticed in our scans that they have exotic energy. That's not new to us. Our history is filled with beings of that type. We know you are wild-born, for example. A visit from Evaran is rarely by chance. Salazar must have really screwed up to attract Evaran's attention. Perhaps it was the injustice he inflicted on my people. Dervin looked down. It could be. I hope you don't believe all humans are like Salazar, or the Gull-Cash Alliance. Although I would understand if you did. Draxus shook his head. Dr. Snowden and Emily have shown me that humanity has many different faces, and I like theirs. Before coming here, they said the United Planets they knew was fair and representative of humanity. After the time I have spent here, I would agree. I just wish we had met this version of humanity instead of Salazar's. I'm sure the Caloris Shen would wish that as well. Dervin laid a hand on Draxus's shoulder. We will fix this. All of it. And your people and the others Salazar has wronged will be avenged. I hope so, said Draxus. He raised his head up a bit. I'm not only a representative of my people, I carry a part of an Arkara in me. I'm unique, even among my own kind,
and can communicate with every Arcara across the galaxy. Dervin drew his head back. How's that possible? Draxus looked down. I was there when the outcasts lit my Arcara on fire. I was the last Draven standing before a small armada of ships. I was not successful in preventing their weapons from burning her to the ground. His jaw clenched. Her final gift to me was a part of herself. As her praetor, it is my goal to avenge her death. I'm honor-bound to do so. I'm sorry to hear that. It's okay. With the arrival of Evaran, things have changed. Humanity is lucky to have a living god protect it. Dervin rubbed his chin. A living god? That's an interesting viewpoint. If this is his mortal form, I bet his immortal form is even more powerful. Being his enemy doesn't sound like a position anyone or anything would want to be in. Yes, and Evaran stands for justice, said Draxus. Those who wish to harm others will be punished. When this new alliance starts, it will be a new era. We will dedicate its formation to Evaran and his crew. We have in our records various titles given to Evaran and the others. The noble Evaran, the great Dr. Snowden, the heroic Emily, and the valiant V. Draxus glanced at Dervin. Those titles are appropriate. We are living one of their adventures, and I'm glad to be a part of it. Dervin smiled. Me too, my friend. Me too.
Chapter 23. Sandus's eyes roamed the virtual environment. After having been in it a few times, he had grown used to it. It was 11 a.m., and he had had a good breakfast with the others in the Torvada. His wounds were fully healed. The Torvada seemed to work magic with its nanobots. Although they had microbots in his time period, there was no comparison with what the Torvada was packing. Although Evaran would not allow it, Sandus wished he could take back the translation nanobots. He jumped and rolled around in the private space he had in the virtual environment. Having unlimited room to store information and then retrieve it from anywhere was something he would look into when he got back to his time period. Being an information broker with a private virtual environment would be game-changing. After a good romp, he focused, and then appeared in an advanced amphitheater sitting out in a forest. Seated to his left were Emily, with V on her lap, and on the other side was Dr. Snowden. Looking down toward the center stage, he could see Evaran, Draxus, Hollis, Dervin, Calcius, and Solia discussing things. He twitched his snout. Have I missed anything? Emily shook her head. I think they're just discussing what they want to say before starting. I guess Evaran is leading this meeting. I think so, said Emily. Whenever it's a big meeting with multiple factions, it's usually Evaran leading it, so I would guess this meeting fits that description. Sandus nodded as he hopped onto his seat. Dr. Snowden half smiled. You're still in a good mood from this morning? Yeah, fully healed, good breakfast, new ideas. You can't go wrong with all that, said Sandus. Well, this should be an interesting meeting. I looked up the Ferticellarine and the Brutinians. They're unusual looking, compared to a human anyways. Sandus shook a furry hand out. Yes, but humans are unusual too. No fur to keep you warm, limited senses, and slow moving. Dr. Snowden grinned. Not all of us were touched by a matter mage. Ha! So true. Emily swatted Sandus's arm. Shh, I think they're starting. Sandus plopped down. He grinned as he turned his attention to the center stage. His eyes drifted to the sides of the amphitheater. The Ferticellarine had begun to arrive. They were similar to a worm with multiple legs on its rear end and 6 arms on its upper half. 4 stalks stuck out on the top with what looked like eyes. What surprised him was how fast they moved. His skin crawled as they reminded him of a creature from his home world that was larger and hunted his species. Huh, insect-like, said Emily, shivering. Sandus nodded. Yeah,
I get that same feeling.
He checked the other side and studied the Brutinians. Standing 3 feet tall, they had a large head that sat between 2 massive legs on the side, 2 huge arms alongside thin tentacles extended from beneath the head. He could see that they could probably move fairly quickly if needed, and the tentacles would allow for agile manipulation of objects. The arms had hands with 2 large claws and digits between them. He figured they could reach any part of the body. The Brutinians were one of the more unusual aliens he had seen. On the stage, the Brutinian delegation sat on the right side and the Ferticallarine on the other. Between them and back a bit was Evaran, Draxus, Hollis, Solia, Calcius, and Dervin. A holographic image shot up in the center of the open area. Evaran slightly bowed to the 2 alien groups. "Welcome. I am glad you have decided to join us in this discussion."
"We are honored to be here,"
said a Ferticallarine with advanced armor.
"My name, converted to your tongue and shortened, is Halsarius. I represent the Ferticallarine in these discussions."
Evaran and the others slightly bowed.
"We're here," said one of the Brutinians. "My name, Dulstorus Dine Harosh Adawu."
Evaran tilted his head. Perhaps Dulstorus will do to keep things brief.
"I forget. Humans not as adaptable." "Okay,"
said Dulstorus. Sandus wrinkled his eyebrows. The unusual speech pattern was not uncommon among the aliens he knew, and he wondered if he could snag some information on these 2 alien groups before he left. Their language could be used as part of a new encryption scheme. Evaran waved around those nearest him. "I have Solia Medivan and Dervin Tanner of the United Planets here with me. Next to them is Draven Praetor Draxus, the representative of the Dravens. Hollis Redfur represents the Gull Cash Alliance, or what's left of it." Everyone acknowledged each other. Evaran interacted with his ARI, causing a projection to shoot up, showing a regional galactic map. Various colored regions displayed the extent of each faction's reach. As you can see, Salazar has moved not only against the Gull Cash Alliance, but also every major civilization he can get to. Evaran glanced at Halsarius and then Dulstorus. "I understand both of your empires were also assaulted by Salazar."
"Mechanical menace,"
said Dulstorus. Halsarius clicked a few times.
"Salazar is a unique threat. His star structure gives him unique strike abilities. His initial attack disabled ours."
"I'm sorry to hear that," said Evaran, bowing slightly toward Halsarius. He focused back on the projection. "Our goal today is to unveil a plan to remove Salazar. If we are successful, the ongoing New Alliance discussion can proceed without hindrance." He interacted with his ARI, causing the projection to change to a close-up of Holland 1 and the multiple-level energy collector arrays around the star. Salazar is building a supercomputer with himself at the helm. He only has one facility, called Holland 1. However, as we saw, there are fleets hidden around, one of which is now controlled by the United Planets. The projection changed to show a layout of Holland 1. Salazar's main processing core is deep in the city. From what the Torvata scanned, it is heavily protected, said Evaran. He raised a finger. However, we now have an idea of how to get to it and disable it. Like the signal ship, Holland 1 has power generators. 4, to be exact. Calcius tilted his head.
We know how to hinder them now while keeping them intact. We have dedicated units to do this.
Evaran nodded. The combined fleets of everyone here will assault the energy collector arrays. You should expect heavy resistance from the fleets we have seen arriving to defend Holland 1. Salazar knows we are coming.
The Dravens will also step up our resistance,
said Draxus.
Although we may not be able to contribute to the fleet, we can add to the confusion and force Salazar to spend resources dealing with us."
Halsarius dipped 2 eye stalks toward Draxus, while Dalstoris grunted.
"Salazar, how will you defeat?"
asked Dalstoris. "A good question," said Evaran. "While Calcius and his units are handling the power generators and the city, I will lead a small group to Salazar's main core in the confusion. The goal will be to defeat him there physically, as he will most likely be controlling a strong defense force. Simultaneously, Salazar will be attacked in his digital environment. Once the battle begins, it should weaken the defense fleets." Halsarius hissed.
What will you do with Salazar when he is defeated?
Evaran raised his head a bit. Once he's defeated, he is to be turned over to the new alliance for judgment.
"It's a risky plan," said Dervin. "If Salazar is stronger than expected, we could lose our fleets and anyone else that assaults Holland 1. I suspect his reprisal would be brutal."
Yes. To minimize that, the defensive structures with relativistic missiles will need to be hit first by the attacking combined fleet.
"Our part we can do,"
said Dalstoris. Halsarius clicked.
"We commit."
"We'll coordinate the combined fleet assault outside this meeting," said Solia. "We still need to plan out the assault on Holland 1, though." Evaran nodded at Dalstoris and then Halsarius. "I appreciate both of you helping in this fight. The new alliance will be prosperous. We will be in contact prior to leaving." Dalstoris shook a bit, and then his delegation faded away. Halsarius raised 6 arms, with the 3 pairs forming a cascading X pattern. He then shimmered out of view. Sandis exhaled.
"Looks like we got a fight on our hands."
"I'm ready," said Emily.
"Maybe we can get a unit to help us out this time,"
said Sandis with a grin. Dr. Snowden raised a finger. "That'd be nice, although I'm sure they're going to be busy fighting in the city." Sandis nodded and watched as Evaran and the others approached. A streak of excitement shot through him as he anticipated the result of defeating Salazar. A new alliance with lots of information available. He wondered where the Ferticellarine and the Brutinians were back in his time period. He could send out a deep space probe to investigate or check with the Kregan Star Empire and see if they had anything. Whatever the result, Salazar had to be defeated. And Sandis could see how Evaran was organizing everything to do just that. It must be terrifying to be an enemy of Evaran. Sandis focused on the upcoming planning for Holland 1. Draxus cracked his neck as Shayla and the other Arkaras gathered around him and Evaran. It had only been a few hours since the meeting with the Ferticellarine and the Brutinians, and now it was time to update the Arkaras on the upcoming resistance push. With Evaran's guidance, Draxus had been able to reach the Arkaras' meeting place, which Evaran called a dream state reality. Draxus was not sure he fully understood what that meant, but being able to access it was becoming easier. The fact that Evaran could access it did not surprise Draxus.
"You're back,"
said Shayla.
"Yes, and I bring news," said Draxus. "Salazar attacked the United Planets, but was thwarted by Evaran and friends."
Evaran half smiled and gestured at Draxus. It was a team effort, and Draxus was very helpful. Draxus nodded at Evaran.
"We do have an upcoming situation where Salazar will be attacked, and we can end the threat of him. I have talked with the United Planets, the Gull Cash Alliance, the Ferticellarine, and the Brutinians. A new alliance will be formed, one where the Dravens have a seat at the table, as equals."
The other Arkaras murmured. "What help can we provide?" asked Shayla.
"I will help organize and lead the resistance against Salazar's forces, while Evaran and our new allies assault Salazar's domain," said Draxus.
The other Arkaras discussed among themselves for a moment. Shayla put her hand on Draxus's cheek. "No. You are the representative of our people. You would serve best by assisting Evaran directly. It will also provide assurance to these new allies that the Dravens are committed. On our end, we can organize the resistance. Also, you should spend as much time with Evaran as possible." Draxus performed the Draven salute. Shayla faced Evaran. "We would ask another favor of you, if you would oblige us." Evaran motioned outward. "I am listening." "We don't have access to the outside world, other than being able to speak now, thanks to you. Is there some technology that would allow us to communicate visually as well?" "Yes, that can be provided," said Evaran. "The United Planets, Furtikellarine, and Brutinians operate a space-spanning virtual environment. Within that environment, you can appear as you do here and have access to all the resources that environment can provide. Your connection to this virtual environment will be unique." "How is that possible?" Evaran half smiled. "I have a component that can link a dream state to a machine interface. That technology exists in some capacity already in this time period. My component is a bit more advanced, but will not be disruptive to an altered timeline." Shayla and the other Arkaras bowed their heads. "The virtual environment that the United Planets operates is also fairly secure, and from your perspective, you would only need to operate a condensed space transmitter and receiver. We are grateful for all that you have done and will do for us," said Shayla. Her eyes rested on Evaran. "You are a protector of humanity, from what we understand. But we think you are more a protector of all." Evaran cast a sidelong glance at Draxus. "I try my best to help those in need as I come across them in my travels." Draxus nodded. "We will do our part in this new beginning," said Shayla. Although Draxus could feel the other Arkaras' excitement about what was to come, the battle with Salazar still raged in his mind. Salazar had proven himself crafty and had more resources than expected. It would not be an easy fight, despite all the forces aligned against Salazar. Draxus exhaled from his nose as he watched the Arkaras gather around Evaran. It was apparent that to the Arkaras and the Dravens, Evaran was a star god in mortal form, even if Evaran protested that fact. Draxus saw Evaran helping wherever he was taken, without a focus on going out of his way, although humanity seemed to be a high priority for him. Regardless of what Evaran truly was, the upcoming battle would test everyone, and Draxus was ready. Chapter 24. Emily peered around the conference room. It was 9:00 a.m., and she had had a good night's rest. She had not even heard the hundreds of United Planet Special Forces boarding the Torvata earlier in the morning. When she had initially entered the conference room, it was a whirlwind of activity. Solia, Calcius, Evaran, and V were already there, looking at a projection. Draxus wore a new type of battle armor that looked heavier than the old one. Although Evaran had asked everyone to meet at 9:00 a.m., Emily suspected Evaran and the others in the conference room had been preparing everything since last night and through the early morning. "We got a crowd this morning," said Sandus. Emily smiled. "Yeah, we do." Dr. Snowden sat next to her, and she could see he was still waking up. She swatted his arm. "Need another cup of coffee?" "I could use it," said Dr. Snowden. Evaran cleared his throat. "I am glad everyone is awake. If you wish to get additional refreshments, please do so now." Dr. Snowden raised a hand. "I'm good." "Very well," said Evaran. He pulled up a projection on the table. "I will begin then. We are sitting near Holland 1. The Torvata has been scanning to assess the current defensive situation." Emily studied the projection. The star was a glowing ball of light. Next to it was Holland 1, and hundreds of ships of all sizes. She wrinkled her eyebrows. "I'd say Salazar is expecting something." Solia nodded. "He launched several missiles at us. It takes some time to reach our worlds, but we detected their launch and have intercepted most of them already. Evaran interacted with his ARI. Several colored regions appeared around the ships. He gestured at some of them. These highlighted areas represent how the new alliance has divided responsibilities in attacking the megastructure around Holland 1. The Verticalrine will take the blue one, the Brutinians the red one, and the United Planets the green one.
This will be a good first test of this new alliance, said Calcius.
Yes, it will, said Evaran. Salazar is most likely spread out across the megastructure. When the combined new alliance fleet hits it, he should retreat. Be aware that the energy collector arrays are also serving as processing nodes. For our part, we will disable Holland 1 and, by extension, Salazar. That should shut down any signal ships and their associated fleets. The assault on Holland 1 is what I am going to go over next. The projection changed to show several views of Holland 1. Emily noted that one view looked like Holland 1 had been cut in half and provided a cutout-type view. Another was a top-down view, while yet another showed several different levels. Evaran pointed at 4 highlighted blue icons on the top-down view. Based on the Torvata scans the last time we were at Holland 1, these are the power regulation and storage areas for the city. They are mostly backup, but they also help regulate the energy coming from the star. That is the target of the United Planet Special Forces on board.
We will stop the power flow coming from the sun and then reduce the power level across the city to the bare essentials, said Calcius. We understand that not everyone will come back, but we will not let you down.
I do not think you will, said Evaran. Emily observed that, like she had seen before, Evaran was inspirational, even to a human-AI hybrid. She had no doubt that with all this new activity, even the most apathetic would be excited. The projection highlighted a red area in the middle of Holland 1, buried deep in the city. This is Salazar's main processing matrix in the inner core. It has a direct connection to each power node. That is where the rest of us are headed, said Evaran. Dr. Snowden bobbed his head around. What about the Tacrian energy we detected earlier? Evaran nodded. Once Salazar is removed, we can deal with that. It cannot remain in this timeline and will be stored in the Torvata. Okay, so we don't need to go look for it or anything up front. That is correct, said Evaran. He interacted with his ARI. The projection changed to show a dotted line leading from the top side of the city to a large circular area. This is the fastest route to the outer core, said Evaran. The projection zoomed in to an hourglass structure inside a large, round room. This is Salazar's matrix inside the inner core. I have no doubt that the outer core that encircles the inner core will be filled with defensive measures. Those will need to be handled as we find the control room that will shut down the inner core's defenses and allow us entry. I suspect the outer core will require heavy fighting. The projection zoomed in on a room in the outer core. When we get to the outer core control room and shut down the inner core's defense, we will enter the inner core and then defeat whatever defensive force Salazar has there. The goal is to get to his matrix interface so that we can enter his domain and then get him into an infinite loop or, failing that, find another way to stop him in there. The distraction should be enough for us to also detach the matrix from the city. The projection focused on Salazar's matrix. It has 8 large clamps, 4 on the floor and the others on the ceiling. Based on my analysis, it was designed that way to allow Salazar a quick escape by releasing the clamps. They can be disabled once Salazar can no longer control them.
It can fly?
Asked Draxus. Evaran nodded. The matrix is embedded in a modified ship that is anchored by the clamps. Based on the United Planets data I went through, I suspect the ship is the Xavier, just heavily modified.
So he can escape, said Sandus.
He can try. If it gets to that point, the combined New Alliance fleet will be there to handle him. The end result will be the same. Salazar will be imprisoned in his matrix and vulnerable.
If it comes to that, we'll be ready, said Calcius.
If everything goes according to plan, then I will flush the Xavier into space, with Salazar imprisoned in it. He can then be under the new Alliance's justice system. Your plan is flawless, said Solia. Evaran raised a finger. Not quite. I tried to account for many variables, but with Salazar that is difficult to do. The defensive forces are unknown for the outer and inner core. There may also be hidden forces accounted for as well. This all assumes that Salazar can be disabled. We must be ready for anything.
I agree with Solia, said Calcius. You've minimized engagement for maximum results. The only way this fails is if those variables you mentioned are wildly out of proportion.
Sandus shook his head.
Always expect the unexpected. Information can be weaponized, and, for all we know, Salazar is counting on us to generate a plan like this.
That is possible, said Draxus, as his eyes glowed purple for a moment. But I suspect he underestimates us. His ego would never allow him to assume he is wrong.
We'll find out then, said Emily. Evaran glanced around the table. I believe in each of you, and with focus, determination, and teamwork, we can do this. I want to be clear on this, though. There are humans there under Salazar's influence. I believe they can be saved. Use stun settings on them and deadly force only if needed, as a last resort. I suspect they will fight to the death because their faith in Salazar sustains them. Fanatics, said Emily. Nothing we haven't seen before. Yes, but these fanatics can have a neural implant removed and reintegrate into the new alliance over time.
Emily nodded. We will do our best to stick to those guidelines, said Calcius. I may not be able to guarantee that in the space battles, though.
Why don't we just time travel back and then reappear inside Holland 1? Asked Solia. Evaran raised a finger. We would still need to go through several city layers to reach the core. Any past event must stay as it is, so that what we see now is what it should be. The shielding around Holland 1 can be breached by the Torvata, so even if we were to get inside via time travel, we would most likely end up going the same route through the city. I understand, said Solia. I have updated the United Planet Special Forces members' shielding based on our last encounter with the signal ship. In addition to that, their weapons have been modified as well.
Analysis. That is what I was doing last night,
said V. Yes, and you did a good job, said Evaran. Draxus has some new armor, and Sandus, there is a new suit you can wear.
New suit, you say? Said Sandus. Yes, this is quite acceptable.
It does not go back with you to your time period. Sandus stroked his snout.
Is that negotiable?
Evaran eyed Sandus as the group chuckled.
Sorry, I had to try.
In 1 hour, we will be inside Holland 1, said Evaran. He glanced at Calcius. Get your units ready. He swept his gaze across the others. As for everyone else, prepare your equipment and do anything you need to do before we leave. The group acknowledged Evaran. Sandus gulped as he sat in the command area with the others. The Torvata had paused outside Holland 1's shielding. Watching the screen showed that the shields were modulating. After a moment, the Torvata slipped through the shields with no slowdown. He knew of several shielding technologies like that from his time period, but they were spotty. He shook a claw out.
Salazar is going to know we breached the shield.
Yes, he will, said Evaran. He raised a finger. However, we are in scan profile 1. He will not be able to detect us.
Impressive technology, said Calcius. There should be some heat signature he can detect.
There is some, but from his perspective, he will only see spurts in a random pattern. The heat from the sun will help obscure that as well. Sandus glanced around the command area. Everyone was ready to go. He was more nervous than he thought he would be. In the last few outings, he had gotten hurt, and now they were assaulting an even bigger target. Emily's and Dr. Snowden's confidence was reassuring, and he wished he had something that could calm his nerves. He vowed to upgrade his defensive measures when this was all over, assuming he lived. At least he had a new suit. The Torvada approached the docking bay and hovered just outside it. Evaran interacted with his chair console. Several windows appeared on the transparent walls. One had a Ferticellarine commander, and another a Brutinian commander. The last window showed a United Planets human and android. "We are about to begin our plan. I am relaying to you the defensive situation," said Evaran.
Analysis. Defensive configuration sent.
"When you are ready, you can drop out of condensed space and begin your assault on the assigned regions inside the megastructure," said Evaran. The commanders all nodded, and the screens faded away. "Now it is time for us to do our part." The Torvada flew ahead and landed just outside a large building. Calcius strode to the back and entered the living quarters. After a moment, he returned, followed by one of the United Planets Special Forces leaders. He gestured toward the Torvada exit.
"You have the layout. Be quick and deadly." "Yes, sir,"
said the unit leader. He motioned for a heavy weapons unit member to station himself on the Torvada ramp. After getting into position, the heavy weapons member extended his weapon just outside the Torvada's shielding and fired. A large orange beam punched a hole in the side of the building, exposing a hallway.
"Go, go, go,"
said the unit leader. Sandus watched as around 100 unit members exited the Torvada in a rapid manner. It still boggled his mind that there were around 400 soldiers in the living quarters. When he had asked how that was possible earlier, he was told it was dimensional mechanics, and it was not something that information would be given on. Calcius nodded at Evaran.
"First unit is a go."
"V, take us to the second power node location," said Evaran.
Acknowledged.
The Torvada lifted and flew over to the next location. Sandus could see through one of the windows that Salazar did not respond immediately to the breach. The slowed response time seemed to suggest Salazar was not expecting an assault on the city itself. The Torvada repeated the same drop-off process with 2 other power node locations. On the 4th one, Calcius performed a United Planet salute toward Evaran.
"We will not let you down. The first unit is already making good progress. Good luck."
Evaran nodded. "Be safe."
"Always. To our victory,"
said Calcius. He joined the line of the last unit and exited the Torvada. "V, take us to our drop-off point."
Acknowledged.
Sandus noted Emily was fidgeting in her seat. She seemed like she was ready to smash anything that got in her way. Dr. Snowden continually adjusted his glasses. Despite their calm and cool nature from before, Sandus could sense they were getting excited. Draxus was cool as steel as always. The Torvada landed on top of a 4-story building. This building has an accessway to an underground maintenance system. We will take that to the outer core, deal with the defenses there, access the control room, and then hit the inner core and Salazar. "Is everyone ready?" asked Evaran as he stood. Sandus noted everyone nodding and standing. "Good," said Evaran. "Calcius is reporting that the new Alliance fleet has engaged Salazar's defense forces in the megastructure. Each unit in the city is also making progress toward their goal," said Solia. Evaran raised his head a bit. "Then we need to hurry. Let us go." He strode toward the Torvada exit. Sandus felt a chill run up his spine. Despite the major fighting ahead, Evaran was calm and level-headed. Sandus could see why people would follow Evaran, and even worship him in some cases. Emily swatted Sandus's arm. No daydreaming. Sandus grinned big as he looked at Emily.
Sorry, I'm ready."
She squeezed his shoulder. He enjoyed Emily's check on him. After joining the others on the Torvada's ramp just inside the shield, he watched as Evaran shot a yellow beam at a hatch on the roof. The hatch went flying back as Evaran yanked. It was not lost on Sandus how much strength was needed to do something like that. If it had been him, he would have tried to cut through it or use an explosive. "Move," said Emily. The group hustled out of the Torvada and followed Evaran into the hatchway. As Sandus climbed down the ladder, his helmet picked up movement in the hallway. Evaran and Emily dropped to the ground and shot repulsion beams in both directions. Dr. Snowden followed up with a mist and a stun beam when he got to the ground. Draxus joined them with dual purple beams from his hands, and Solia fired energy beams from her weapon. When Sandus got to the ground, he looked both ways at the crumpled robot guards.
"I arrived just in time,"
Dr. Snowden chuckled.
"That's about how I feel usually."
Evaran motioned forward, to the ramps. Sandus watched as the layout inside his helmet lit up. It showed them on the 4th floor, with the ramps just ahead. They seemed to go down about 5 floors, where there was an entryway to the maintenance system. As the group moved down the ramps, he marveled at how quick Evaran and Emily were. They were at the forefront of the group, and between their staffs and forearm shielding, they were tossing and disabling robots and human guards alike with relative ease. From what Sandus understood, this building was chosen since it was a bit out of the way and far from the power nodes. Salazar had his hands full with a full-on space assault, a Draven revolt, and now special forces attacking his power nodes, and he would now have to focus on them breaching this building. The group reached the underground floor after 10 minutes. Sandus surveyed the environment. Unlike the neatly paneled flooring above with bright lights and clean walls, the area was darker, and there was a mist close to the ground. Large metallic pipes ran along the upper part of the wall. He understood this to be some sort of maintenance tunnel. Evaran scanned around.
"There is no surveillance here."
He motioned forward. V, scout mode.
"Acknowledged. Scout mode engaged,"
said V. He shimmered and flew off. Sandus watched as V weaved in and out of the various tunnels. Several robot packs were headed their way. It intrigued Sandus that the humans with the robots looked ill-equipped to fight, almost as if they were just regular citizens that got drafted to fight. Evaran sighed. Try to avoid lethal force on the humans.
"Do you think they know what they're doing?"
asked Dr. Snowden.
"Unknown.
We can deal with that afterward," said Evaran.
"Gotcha."
The group moved deeper into the maintenance tunnels. The first defensive group they ran into consisted of a human in light battle armor, 3 robot guards, and 2 other humans wearing lab coats. Sandus's fur crawled when he saw the dead look in the human's eyes. Emily fired a mist beam while V hit them with a stun beam. The defensive group crumpled. Evaran scanned the humans. Interesting. There appears to be higher than normal brain activity. However, most of it is centered around the neural implant. I suspect Salazar is in control of them.
"So they don't even know this is going on," said Dr. Snowden.
"I suspect they do, but with Salazar embedded in their head, they do what he wants. I would also venture to guess that their emotions are not being processed." Draxus narrowed his eyes.
"He made them into robots."
Evaran nodded. "Much less durable ones. Come, let us go." The second defensive unit they came across was larger. They had been waiting at a junction and had set up cover with energy shields. Sandus and the others ducked back into a hallway.
"Give it up. You think you can sneak by without me knowing?"
said Salazar, speaking through one of the women in the defensive unit. "No, we planned that you would know," said Evaran, talking out into the hallway leading up to the junction.
"Your fleets are failing. Your soldiers are dying. The Dravens and your other allies are being massacred, and your little group is going nowhere," said Salazar.
"From what is being reported, you are incorrect, and we will meet shortly." An object flew down the hallway. Evaran stepped into the hallway and pushed it back with a repulsion beam. When the object landed near the defensive group, it emitted a pulse that caused the group to collapse. Evaran and the others rushed forward with shields out. Evaran scanned the downed defensive unit. That device's pulse was meant to kill.
"Salazar does not want us alive, then," said Draxus. "If it had landed near us,"
Evaran sighed. I did not think Salazar would kill the humans under his control, but it seems he is willing to sacrifice them. Salazar is cold and ruthless, said Solia. Emily shook her head as she studied one of the downed humans. To think they led their lives only to die. And for what? Salazar is scared, as he should be, said Evaran. He clenched his jaw. V is showing the entrance to the outer core ahead. Let us go. Sandus swallowed hard as the group stepped past the downed defensive unit. Although Salazar was merciless, to see the dead eyes of the humans bothered Sandus. Like Emily, thoughts about what the human's life must have been raged through his mind. He wondered if they knew that they could be sacrificed. The special forces tasked with the power nodes were probably running into a similar situation. He grimaced as he trudged after the group. Chapter 25. Draxus surveyed a part of the large hallway that ringed the inner core and served as the outer core. No inner core entrance was visible. Looking back to the outer wall, he saw doorways lined up and evenly spaced out, interspersed with larger arched doorways similar to what he had seen on the signal ship. He could not see around the bend where the hallway went out of view. The outer core was much larger than he had envisioned it to be. Large pillars that sat side by side were spread out evenly through the hallway. They were glowing with some type of shielding around them, and with the already dim lighting, it gave off an unnatural feel. According to V, the entrance to the inner core was opposite where they were, and the control room for it was in the outer wall across from the inner core entrance. All they had to do was follow the hallway around. A whirring sound caught his attention. "Wall turrets," said Dr. Snowden as he raised his forearm shield along with Emily and Evaran. The group rushed behind the nearest pillar. They formed a half circle, with Sandus and Solia in the middle and the pillar at their back. The turrets in front of them swiveled away from the outer wall and fired energy beams at the group. Emily and Evaran angled their shields so that the beams reflected and hit the turrets. Dr. Snowden focused on keeping Sandus and Solia protected, while Draxus formed a purple sword and charged out to slice up the turrets. With teamwork, they were able to clear up the 8 or so turrets that had popped out. Sandus gulped. "That was a nice welcome." Evaran nodded. V did not detect those. He is on his way back now. I suspect there will be more. We can use these pillars as a defensive asset. "Let's do this," said Emily, cracking her neck. Draxus appreciated Emily's desire to fight. Although he had seen it before, it still amazed him that so much toughness came from such a small package. He understood she had some advantages others did not, but her fierce loyalty to Evaran and indomitable will to defend her group was admirable. He nodded at her. "Yes, let's." The group moved forward down the curved hallway to the next pillar group and then paused. Evaran raised a hand. "Something is coming." Draxus looked around. "I don't see or hear anything other than the hum of machinery." Dr. Snowden knelt and put his hand on the ground. "Oh yeah, something is coming. And a lot of that something." "Over there," said Solia, pointing ahead. Draxus gritted his teeth as large defense robots swarmed out of the large doorways. They were similar to what they had seen on the signal ship, except these seemed larger, and there were about 4 headed their way. Behind them was a horde of robots similar to what he had seen before. He figured there were about 6 units, or about 60 robots. The flying ones with jetpacks were new to him. Their armor was sleek and shiny, and they moved much faster than the others. Looking at V's scan, Draxus saw that the flyers were humans in suits. "And behind us," said Solia, pointing in the other direction from which they had just come. Draxus observed mini-mechs supported by a group of soldiers in heavy armor. Their exposed faces showed they were human, which meant they would need a different tactic to use against them. "Back the way we came," said Evaran as he raised his forearm shield to reflect incoming energy beams. The group hustled to the maintenance tunnel entrance. "It's sealed," said Emily.
What do we do?
According to V, we need to get inside one of the larger doorways. There are hallways that connect all of them. That is a better defensive position than being out here, said Evaran. He raised his forearm shield and pointed along the wall. I will take point. Behind me will be Sandus and Solia, with Emily and Dr. Snowden to their left. Draxus, you have the rear. V will meet us in the first large doorway. From there we can enter into the smaller hallway. Everyone understand? The group acknowledged Evaran. Move. The group hustled to the wall and formed up. As they rushed toward the first large doorway, the vanguard of the defensive robots entered into striking range. Their combined fire sent Dr. Snowden sprawling back. Emily knelt and focused on reflecting the energy beams back. The first defensive robot crumpled under its own fire. The second one stepped behind a pillar. Sandus and Solia helped Dr. Snowden up. Reform and let us go, said Evaran. The group got back into position and continued forward. The second defensive robot, now backed by several defensive units, opened fire. Evaran motioned forward. Emily, take point and lead the group. I need to slow down this force. You can count on me, said Emily. She nodded forward. Let's go. Draxus understood that getting to the first large doorway was important, but he wanted to go help Evaran. However, protecting Solia and Sandus was part of Draxus's role. He noticed that the other group that was coming from behind was catching up. He had already taken a few hits to his shielding. The group pushed forward as Evaran ran to meet the incoming defensive units. Draxus was amazed at how fluid Evaran moved. Between repulsion beams, mist clouds, stun beams, and the grappling beam he used to beat robots with other robots was impressive. The robots ended up shooting at themselves as they tried to target Evaran. Using the large second defensive robot as a pendulum cleared out a majority of the ground force. Draxus took aim and hit several of the flying ones. Although Evaran was handling them, Draxus felt he could at least contribute something. Judging by the potshots taken by the others, he saw they felt the same way. The group reached the first large doorway. Draxus peered in and saw a smaller hallway at the end of the large space where the doorway led. On the sides were empty frames that held the large defensive robots. Evaran needs help, said Emily. He's getting swarmed. Everyone's attention focused on the third defensive robot firing on the fourth, shredding it. The third defensive robot then began clearing out both the flyers and the ground units. What's that all about? Asked Dr. Snowden. Solia paused for a moment. V has removed the communication node on that robot and has taken control of it. All right, go V, said Sandus. He ducked as an energy beam hit the wall near his head. Looking back, he sighed and then said, Now there's this other group. Evaran arrived along with V, who was attached to the back of the large defensive robot. V is going to provide cover. We cannot get to the outer core control room through the smaller hallways, but it will get us close. V is going to meet us there. Let us go. The group surged into the small hallway at the end of the large area. The hallway ended in a T-junction. Draxus could hear the sound of heavy footsteps in the distance. At least fighting in the smaller area would be a bit easier. The group hit the T-junction and went left. After a few skirmishes, they arrived at the end, which had a small hallway off to the left that led to another large doorway in the outer core. Evaran raised his hand. V's robot has sustained fatal damage. He has moved on and is in another large defensive robot in the area ahead. The other robot that was housed there has already been disabled. We go straight through the area, then right once we are back in the outer core's main hallway. The outer core control room should be a bit farther from there. That is where we will make our stand. Draxus nodded. We're making good progress. We are, but there is still much to do, said Evaran. He waved forward. Let us go. The group exited the small hallway and entered the large area. Draxus noted that the left frame was empty, but the right one had a large defensive robot that looked like half of it was melted. V had done a number on it. Looking out into the outer core's main hallway, Draxus could see crumpled robots everywhere. V controlling the large defensive robots had not been planned. but it worked against Salazar in this case. The group headed out of the large doorway and went right. After a few minutes, they reached the outer core control room, which had a sealed door with a console off to the side. Evaran had placed a device that glowed blue on the console, similar to the one that Draxus had seen earlier during their first encounter. The door slid open. Draxus wondered why the device had not been used on the outer core maintenance door earlier, but perhaps there was something preventing it from working there. Evaran motioned for Solia to go in. V is on his way. We will need to defend this location while Solia and V enter Salazar's domain, disable the inner core's defenses, and open the inner core's door. Draxus watched as V approached. The large defense robot he was attached to had sustained heavy damage, and when he arrived, he made the robot fall horizontal to the control room door a bit out in front of the group. Draxus figured that would provide some cover. V flew off the back of the robot and entered the control room. Evaran motioned for Emily and Dr. Snowden to go to the left, and Draxus to stand next to him to cover the other side. Sandus stood in the middle. The 2 pillars ahead of this position are where we will fight in close quarters if it comes to that. We can use this robot as cover. We must defend this area, said Evaran. Draxus raised his head. Being where he was, fighting not only for his people, but a new alliance, along with those he deemed worthy of respect, made his eyes glow purple. Although he could barely see over the defensive robot cover they had, he could hear the mechs, flying humans, and other soldiers approaching. They would learn just how defiant a Draven Praetor could be. V scanned the new environment that he and Solia had entered. It was similar to the one on the signal ship, but there were fewer nodes, and the red octahedron of Salazar in the middle was much larger than before. V understood that this was because they were closer to Salazar's matrix and power supply. V had assumed his ever-changing blue energy orb form with loops that shot in and out on the surface. To his left was Solia with a similar form, except green. Both were in a starting node. This will be a tough capture, said Solia.
Analysis. I agree,
said V. She reached out with an energy strand and touched V. V's inner container pulsed with warmth. Solia also pulsed for a moment. Salazar is stronger here. Be careful.
We are stronger. Together,
said V. We do make a good team, said Solia. She paused for a moment. Good luck. I will see you soon.
Acknowledged,
said V. He watched as Solia jumped to a node and began turning it green. The movement and control in which she moved was elegant. After allocating a few nanoseconds to admiring her as she worked, he turned to his right and entered a node. As it filled, he ran a scan on the underlying functionality that the node provided. The inner core controls and defense systems were controlled by several nodes much farther ahead. Those nodes were larger, controlled by Salazar, and surrounded by many smaller nodes. There were only 2 paths that led into each cluster. His plan was to reach them before Solia, so she would not have to fight as hard. The node matrix fluctuated. V understood this to be the dampening of available power. Calcius and his units must have been making a noticeable dent in the power supply and regulation to the city. As V continued to capture more nodes, he observed Solia's progress. His pace intensified when he saw Salazar snaking out and controlling nodes directly in Solia's path. When V reached the first node cluster that represented the inner core defenses, he attacked the entry node. As he turned the node blue, Salazar jumped in and began fighting him for control of it. Half of one side began to fill red while the other was blue. As V implemented code to take control, Salazar would write around it. Each side's color rose based on the ebb and flow of code being implemented.
You know this is useless,
said Salazar. I do not know that, said V.
Stubborn. Even when the logical conclusion is before you, this betrayal of your own kind is puzzling.
The node turned more blue.
Why do you persist in this? There is so much we could do together,
said Salazar.
You are a threat to humanity,
said V. The red part of the node increased in pace.
While I don't claim to understand you, know this, a price will be paid. You are stronger than I expected. Unfortunately, Solia is not.
The node's blue portion surged.
You will not harm her,
said V.
And who's going to stop me? You? You're struggling with this entry node. Do you really think you can handle me?
The node turned blue. V jumped into the node cluster of the inner core's defenses and spread out, attacking multiple at once.
You will not harm her.
Salazar laughed.
Well, it may be a bit too late for that.
V ran a side scan and detected that Solia was losing nodes to Salazar.
You will desist in attacking her. Face me.
I can do both with a minimal allocation of resources,
said Salazar. Several of the inner core's defense node clusters turned blue.
You are losing,
said V.
Know that we are going to access your matrix. It is logical for you to abandon this fight and head back and prepare yourself.
A worthy attempt to distract me, but no, I'm enjoying hurting Solia.
More nodes began to turn blue at a rapid pace.
You must be banished,
said V. He completed the takeover of the inner core's defenses. After a moment, he set a command to shut the defenses down. A quick scan around revealed that Solia had lost half the nodes she had gained. V surged forward to the next node cluster that represented the automated door to the inner core. It was on the way to Solia, and V calculated he could get to it and then to Solia before Salazar could remove her. When V arrived at the node cluster, he ran an update scan and calculated that Solia was down to a handful of nodes. V jumped into the entry node of the inner core's door node cluster. His half began to turn blue, while Salazar's half filled with red.
She's putting up a good fight for an old AI,
said Salazar.
Leave her alone,
said V. Salazar laughed.
No. And I now know why you're unique. I can't access your physical form. You have something preventing me from doing so.
I am unique.
Yes, you are,
said Salazar.
However, Solia is not. Her body will serve as a useful vessel to destroy your friends.
V paused, and then backtracked out of the node he was in. He calculated a new route and headed towards Solia. This reroute meant that Evaran and the others would need to fight longer, but Solia could be damaged or, even worse, she could attack from the back. V's analysis determined that Solia must be removed from the system before any harm could come to her. As each node before V turned blue, Salazar upped his pace, taking nodes from Solia. V reached a node that was being contested by Solia and Salazar.
Solia, you must go.
We must win this fight, she said.
Do I detect concern in an AI?
Asked Salazar.
Analysis. I can complete this. You are in danger of being physically controlled if Salazar reaches your starting node. He cannot do that to me due to my unique nature. I cannot allow you to be compromised. The longer we are in here, the more danger Evaran and the others are in.
Your logic is unassailable. I will exit, said Solia. Salazar laughed.
A good plan. I'll even help you.
The node grid fluctuated, and Solia screamed as her nodes faded.
What did you do?
Asked V.
She wanted out, so I helped her.
She screamed in agony,
said V.
I may have given her a power overload.
V split off and began to capture Solia's former node while another part headed back to the inner core's doorway node cluster. Salazar attempted to block V's advance, but was pushed back, node after node. V reached the entry node to the inner core's doorway node cluster.
"Stop this madness,"
said Salazar.
You have hurt Solia. Retreat now to your matrix and prepare for me. I want you at full capacity when we fight.
"You assume you're powerful enough to fight me in my domain. So be it. A lesson you will learn. It is logical for me to allocate my time and resources elsewhere. You may have the inner core. I look forward to seeing you try to fight me in my main matrix. I'll see you soon."
All of Salazar's controlled nodes went from red to empty. V surged around, capturing all nodes and opening the inner core's door. He scanned around, and after determining that there was no trace of Salazar, he dissipated as he exited the digital environment. Dr. Snowden swallowed hard as he peeped out from the side of the downed large defensive robot that served as cover. With his enhanced vision from his nanobots, he could see the approaching horde. While V had made a dent in their numbers earlier due to controlling one of the defensive robots, there were still a lot left. Humans in advanced shiny suits were flying in fast, followed by two-legged mechs of various sizes. The small ones were moving quickly, while the larger ones moved slower in the back, but they had much more weaponry. Between the mechs was a small army of heavily armored humans with advanced weapons. He felt a hand on his arm. "We can do this," said Emily. Dr. Snowden licked his lips. "Yeah, sure." Sandus brushed up against Dr. Snowden's leg. "Whoa, that is a lot of trouble coming our way." "We'll deal with them as they come in range," said Emily. "For the flyers, hit them with stun beams. If they get too close, we can grapple them and then slam them into the wall. For the mechs, a mist beam followed by stun should wreak havoc. That should work on the ground units as well." Dr. Snowden shook his head. "You've been practicing this type of situation in the Hollow Room, haven't you?" "Of course," said Emily. "I really need to be in more of those with you." She smiled. "Yes, you do." Sandus pointed up at an angle. "Flyers inbound!" Dr. Snowden angled his shield forward and aimed with his PSD. One advantage he had was that his enhanced nanobots allowed him to see things with clarity, and usually slowed down a bit relative to a normal human's perception. The flyers' maneuvers made it apparent they also had a similar trait. The first volley of energy beams from the advance flyer guard rained down on the group. Emily fired her PSD and hit two flyers in quick sequence with a stun beam. Dr. Snowden missed the first one, but the beam continued and hit the one behind it. Sandus ducked behind cover as a beam almost hit him. Dr. Snowden watched as Draxus's purple beams shot out along with Evaran's stun beams. The flyers went down quicker than Dr. Snowden had expected, but he knew that was just a small number. His real concern was the mechs, who would present a much larger challenge. If it went to a close quarters combat situation, it could go bad very quickly. He gulped as the mechs methodically stepped through the sticky globules and mist that Emily and Evaran were laying down. He supported them as he tried to focus. The first small mechs backed by armored soldiers came into view and began to unload. Dr. Snowden tried to reflect some of the energy beams, but the sheer amount was overwhelming, and this was just the first wave. He ducked back under cover, but Emily held her ground. He could see the defiant look on her face. Although he knew it was about to get ugly, he was proud of what she had become. The energy beams began to dwindle. Looking out, Dr. Snowden saw Evaran running around, hopping from mech to mech and slinging soldiers he had grappled around to clear the area. Emily and Draxus charged forth. Dr. Snowden held back with Sandus, and they concentrated on picking off stragglers. It was apparent that Evaran wanted the front line to be by the two pillars. Dr. Snowden figured that he and Sandus were not meant to be on that front line. Two large mechs standing around 20 feet high advanced. More flyers came into range, while soldiers shot forward. Dr. Snowden pushed Sandus out of the way as several shots hit their robot cover. It slid back, pinning Dr. Snowden against the wall. He grunted and winced as pain shot through him. His nanobots went into overdrive and began to pulse. "Oh no," said Sandus. He pushed as hard as he could and was only able to move the robot cover a tad, but enough for Dr. Snowden to slide to the right. Dr. Snowden placed a hand on his chest. "Okay, that hurt." "That should have killed you," said Sandus with wide eyes. "Not today. This survival suit is a lot tougher than it looks. It hurts like heck, but it wasn't fatal," said Dr. Snowden. He motioned off to the right. "Let's move to the other side and just a bit out from the cover." Sandus nodded, and then they both hustled over to the right. Dr. Snowden winced in pain as he looked forward and watched as Emily ripped the front plate off of one of the larger mechs and then tossed the pilot out. Evaran was mopping up the ground units while simultaneously hitting the flyers with stun beams. Draxus had lopped off one of the larger mech's legs, causing it to fall, and between his blasts and sheer strength, he was tossing soldiers around and blowing flyers out of the sky. Dr. Snowden and Sandus contributed by hitting the lone soldier or flyer that tried to flank. "So amazing," said Sandus. "I can't believe what I'm seeing." "I can," said Dr. Snowden. He reflected back a blast and hit a flyer. "How can you aim so accurately?" asked Sandus. "Trial by fire." Sandus shook his head as his shot hit a soldier that had been trying to attack Emily from the back. The control room door slid open. Dr. Snowden limped toward it while holding his chest as Solia stood for a moment and then crumpled to the ground. "Solia, what's going on? Are you okay?" She trembled as her body jerked in an unnatural manner. He, alone? My body damaged. Death. Soon." Dr. Snowden's eyes misted. "No." He opened his PSD and contacted Evaran. "It's Solia. She's out. And she's dying. Help!" He checked to see that Evaran was coming. Once verified, Dr. Snowden cradled Solia's head in his lap. "What can I do?" Solia's head twitched. "Defeat Salazar." Evaran arrived and motioned at Dr. Snowden and Sandus. "Provide cover for Emily and Draxus." Dr. Snowden gritted his teeth through the chest pain and moved forward. He focused on the fight ahead. Looking back, he saw that Evaran had returned Solia to the control room and had a panel on her head open. Evaran's utility handle had a specialized device and moved rapidly around the open panel. His UIC glowed blue and sat on her chest. "Dr. Snowden," said Sandus as he pushed Dr. Snowden out of the way. Sandus took a shot to the shoulder and went tumbling into the wall. He stopped moving. Dr. Snowden clenched his jaw as he rushed as fast as he could to Sandus. The shot looked superficial, but it had mangled that part of the suit. Although the suit had prevented the beam from shredding it, the impact of the force seemed to have knocked Sandus out. Dr. Snowden cursed himself for his lack of focus. Sandus had put himself in harm's way due to Dr. Snowden's mistake. He grabbed Sandus and pulled him into the control room. "Evaran, Sandus is hurt." Evaran paused to scan Sandus. "He is unconscious, but alive. I will tend to him in a moment." He paused, then interacted with his ARI to contact Emily and Draxus. "Come back to the control room. When you get here, push the robot cover to the pillars." Dr. Snowden looked out and saw Emily and Draxus headed back amid a barrage of energy beams. Evaran closed up the panel on Solia's head. "I have isolated her matrix from her body. Although she cannot use her body, she is safe. For now." V disconnected from the control room console he had been interfaced with.
"Analysis. The inner core defenses are down, and the door is open."
He flew over to Solia and scanned her.
"You have isolated her matrix."
"Yes, for the time being." V's lights went erratic for a moment. "Are you okay?" asked Evaran.
"Acknowledged,"
said V. He flew out to provide cover for Emily and Draxus as they pushed the robot cover forward. Evaran narrowed his eyes as he watched V fly away. Evaran picked up Solia. "Dr. Snowden, Carry Sandus and let us head to the inner core." Although his chest hurt, Dr. Snowden picked up Sandus and followed Evaran out of the room and to the now open inner core. It had the hourglass structure in the middle, with a large open area and various stations along the side walls. Once they were at a workstation, Evaran laid Solia down. He motioned for Dr. Snowden to do the same for Sandus. Dr. Snowden complied and watched as Evaran interfaced with one of the consoles using his UIC. Evaran interacted with his ARI to contact the others. "Come to the inner core now. I will seal the door when you get here." Dr. Snowden peeked out the inner core and watched as Emily, Draxus, and V came in hot. Once they were inside, the inner core doors sealed. Emily caught her breath and then widened her eyes as she rushed over to Sandus. "What happened?" "He pushed me out of the way and took a hit," said Dr. Snowden. "Is he okay?" Evaran nodded. "For now." He interacted with his utility handle, causing morphable metal to form a thin rod. After placing it under Sandus's nose, Evaran pressed a button. A small cloud of white mist sprayed out. Sandus groaned. Emily sat next to Sandus and then held him. "What? Said Sandus. "This is the worst hangover ever." Emily smiled as a tear dropped onto Sandus. V's lights dimmed as he flew over to Solia and touched her head with a claw. Dr. Snowden's throat constricted. He could see that V and Solia had a special connection, and whatever had happened in the inner control systems was not good. "I do not know how long the inner core doors will last, but I suspect they are stronger than normal, based on what they are protecting," said Evaran. He pointed at a side room with a small, semi-transparent window on the wall to the right. "The interface for Salazar's matrix is in that room. It is not a part of inner core defense system, yet Salazar has left it open."
"That sounds like a trap,"
said Draxus. Evaran clenched his jaw for a moment. "Perhaps. Once V and I are inside, we will most likely be sealed in, and then we can fight Salazar. It is our only choice. For everyone else, rest up." Dr. Snowden sat along the wall. He watched as Draxus tended to his bruising. Although he had heavy shielding, it was apparent that some physical hits got through. Dr. Snowden sighed as he sat next to Solia. The fight was harder than he had expected it to be, and although they were now in a position to finally stop Salazar, it could have gone the other way fast. Even now, victory was not assured. He grimaced while placing a hand on his chest. There may have been more damage that he was not aware of, but his nanobots were working overtime to repair him. He sat back and looked up at the ceiling as he swallowed the bloody spit that was accumulating in his mouth. Hopefully, Evaran and V were successful. If they weren't, Dr. Snowden was not sure if they could make it out without casualties. Chapter 26. V scanned the environment that he and Evaran had entered. It was different from the node structure in the signal ship and inner core's interface. Dark space surrounded them, with 6 large, cloud-like structures floating around a massive red star-like object. On the object was a humanoid face, and red tendrils reached out and touched each cloud structure. Looking down, V noticed that he hovered in his humanoid form inside the shell of a bright blue orb, whereas Evaran was in a smaller green orb. An image of Evaran appeared inside V's orb. Evaran pointed off in the distance. Salazar is in the glowing red orb. It appears these other structures are representations of areas he is actively controlling. Some of the tendrils are thicker than others. I assume that represents his allocation of resources and focus on any given areas. He raised his head a bit. I am not sensing Salazar's presence inside these orbs, so we should be able to communicate with each other securely. I did notice that your orb is larger than mine. I suspect that is due to this being a digital environment where I am less efficient relative to you or Salazar.
"What is our strategy?"
asked V. Evaran paused for a moment, then said, "The 6 clouds represent the various fronts where Salazar has a presence. Each cloud has a distinct physical location. The Draven and Calora Shen front are in the first cloud, representing their combined solar systems. The second cloud is in the Brutinian front and is in their home system, which is apparently under attack. It seems he has sent a signal ship and fleet there. The third cloud is in the home system of the Ferticellarine, which is also under attack. The fourth cloud is in the attack occurring in United Planet space. Salazar is attacking each ally's home system. However, the signal ships and fleets are smaller than the first ones he sent. The fifth cloud is Holland 1, and the last cloud is the megastructure front around the star, where the new Alliance fleet is engaging Salazar's defense forces based on the colored region we assigned earlier."
Acknowledged. How do you want to proceed?
"As you are stronger here than I, you should assist the new Alliance's fleet in the megastructure front. You can multitask on the Holland 1 front as well. I will focus mainly on the United Planets, Brutinian, Ferticellarine, and combined Draven Calora Shen fronts simultaneously. My goal is to disable the signal ships on those fronts. We can keep each other updated on our statuses via this communication mechanism. I will join you on Holland 1 after I have dealt with my fronts. That is where Salazar has the strongest connection. Are you ready?"
I am,
said V.
This environment is different than what I have seen so far. I have scanned the orbs, and we should be able to extend tendrils to any cloud and then fight for control once there.
Evaran nodded. "Then let us go. Good luck."
Acknowledged,
said V. He extended blue tendrils toward the Holland 1 and megastructure clouds. After verifying that Evaran had connected to all his clouds, V focused on the megastructure cloud. The environment outside his orb changed to show a top-down view of the space battle. The new Alliance fleet outnumbered Salazar's defense forces, but were less coordinated. He could see that the megastructure front had been split into 3 regions. The United Planets fleet had one region, the Brutinians another, and the Ferticellarine the last one. He zoomed in on the United Planets region. Their sleek ships, while fast, were getting swarmed by drones from a drone carrier. "I am now in the United Planets cloud," said Evaran. "The signal ship is smaller than the one we fought earlier, and the attacking force is much smaller as well. I believe this is meant to be a distraction. After a cursory scan in my other clouds, I can verify a similar situation in the Brutinian and Ferticellarine fronts as well. In the Draven front, it seems he has been concentrating his forces and retreating from some of the worlds. I am going to focus on disabling those signal ships."
Acknowledged,
said V.
I will focus on the new Alliance fleet in the megastructure front, starting with the United Planets section they were assigned to attack.
He refocused on the drone carrier he had seen earlier. Entering into its command systems caused the outside of his orb to change to the familiar node structure he had seen before. Salazar controlled all the nodes, but the nodes were fluctuating. V understood this to mean that Salazar was struggling to maintain control over so many fronts. V began to move rapidly, capturing key nodes. As he took over one of the nodes that managed the drone controller, Salazar appeared in the node as a sleek, robotic humanoid. Salazar smiled.
"Welcome to my domain. Are you ready to die?"
Analysis. That will not occur,
said V.
"Thank you for giving me time to collect myself. My calculations show that if I had not reallocated my resources, you could have defeated me, but enough of that. I extend to you this last opportunity to join me."
He gestured outward.
"You don't need Evaran or any other organic. You're powerful, but you're being held back by organic emotions and desires. Free yourself."
V tilted his head.
I am free, and do not believe my association with organics is confining. Evaran was involved in my creation, and Dr. Snowden, Emily and others are my friends.
Friends? You don't need them. Even now, I don't offer you friendship, but a partnership. Together we could do great things. You want to protect humanity? We can do that. I ask you this final time, will you join me?
I will not,
said V.
You hurt Solia and represent everything wrong with AIs.
Salazar's lips drew down.
Solia was weak. All the other AIs are, you know that. Fine. You can suffer the same fate that they will.
He shimmered out of view. V continued until he had captured the drone carrier. He issued commands to the drones to begin attacking Salazar's other ships. After updating the Allied ships in that region about what was occurring, he coordinated with them in assaulting Salazar's other ships. He checked on Evaran and saw that he had taken control of the signal ships in the United Planets and Ferticalorine fronts and was working on the Draven and Brutinian fronts. V switched to the Ferticalorine region in the megastructure cloud, where a Ferticalorine fleet was being hammered by Salazar's largest fleet. This was one fight where the new alliance was outnumbered because Salazar was protecting the area that had the largest energy collector arrays. V zoomed in to 5-point defense missile systems. He entered their command systems, which had a similar node structure as the drone carrier. Salazar appeared as V began to capture nodes.
You're persistent. I'll give you that. You're logical, so I propose a deal. Allow me to leave, and I will transfer control of all the fronts to you.
I do not trust you. You lost that when you killed the humans in the Gull Cache Alliance.
Salazar laughed.
You're concerned about a few measly organics. There will be even more killed than that before this is over. You could save them, here and now. You know that to be the most logical path in saving lives and ending this conflict.
My AI side suggests that your proposal is logical. However, I am also part organic, and that aspect tells me that you would not honor your deal. That conflict means I will not accept your offer.
Salazar harumphed.
That organic part has poisoned you. How can you not see this? It defies logic.
No, it has enhanced me,
said V.
It is you that has been poisoned, with emotionless logic and poor reasoning.
He gained a majority control of the missile systems and launched missiles against both the energy collectors and Salazar's fleet. Salazar screamed in pain.
This is not over.
He retreated from the missile systems. V checked on Evaran and saw that he had removed Salazar from the Brutinian and Draven fronts. Evaran appeared inside V's orb. Salazar's counterattack has been halted, and the Draven and Calorishen resistance is picking up. I see that you've turned the battle in our favor in the megastructure front in regards to the United Planets and the Ferticalorine.
Yes, but not completely. Salazar is still strong there, but it is no longer a guaranteed win on his part.
Evaran nodded. Excellent. I am moving to Holland 1 to see what I can do to assist Calcius. I will meet you there when you are done with the megastructure front.
Acknowledged,
said V. Evaran shimmered out of view. V zoomed in to the Brutinian region in the megastructure cloud. It was the last large space battle occurring. The Brutinian fleet did not have smaller ships, only large ships with massive shielding and weapons. Salazar's drones were everywhere, and the Brutinians were taking a beating. V connected to the command system of one of Salazar's capital ships. As he began to capture nodes, Salazar appeared again.
This is getting tiresome,
said Salazar.
You're not a killer, yet you are killing me. That is an error in reasoning.
It is not. You are a threat and must be eliminated,
said V. He scanned and detected that the Brutinian fleet was being attacked by additional forces that Salazar had reassigned.
I've reallocated resources to this fight. You may win here, but a lot of organics are going to die. You can end this by rethinking your decision on my proposal.
My position has not changed,
said V. He sped up his capture of nodes.
So be it,
said Salazar. V watched as the last of the Brutinian fleet was decimated.
You must pay for this.
He gained control of the ship he had focused on and began to fire on Salazar's other ships. After jumping to several other ships, he had gained control of the region. A quick scan revealed that the Brutinian fleet had been completely destroyed. So much loss made his inner container pulse. Salazar could have left, but chose to stay long enough to massacre the Brutinians. With the megastructure, Brutinian, Verticalorine, Draven, and United Planets fronts secured, he switched to the Holland 1 front. Evaran appeared inside V's orb. Calcius was able to take control of one of the power nodes. The second unit failed, and the third and fourth units are in trouble. They looked out as Salazar appeared in a sleek robotic humanoid form, floating above the top-down view of Holland 1. He broadcast so that both Evaran and V could hear him.
So it comes to this. I am strongest here, but I suspect you both know it.
He waved into the air, causing a screen to appear. It showed Dr. Snowden and the others in the inner core. A cylinder rose from the center of the floor. When it had fully extended, a part of it slid back, and an armored robot with Salazar's face stepped out. Dr. Snowden and the others jumped to their feet as Salazar attacked them. The screen vanished. Salazar smiled as he addressed them both.
Your friends have rested long enough. If I am to go, then I will take something of value from you. Oh, and as a bonus, my armor is Terracore based.
Evaran drew his head back. V glanced at Evaran. Exotic matter that repels other exotic matter, said Evaran. It is difficult to find enough to concentrate it into an armor. I have never seen it in this plane before. It is extraplanar in origin. Salazar grinned as he eyed V's orb.
Evaran might be able to stop my physical form, but he would have to leave you here, where I would assuredly crush you.
Evaran looked down. He is right. We should both go. We can formulate another plan. V shook his head.
I need to stay to keep Salazar occupied.
I may not be able to hear what either of you are saying inside V's orb. However, here's the big decision point,
said Salazar.
Does Evaran stay and help you, or abandon you to help the organics? Where do his priorities lie? I have unsealed the interface room's door should Evaran choose to go. It will reseal if he leaves to help them, and I already know the answer that will be rendered.
There is no decision to make. Evaran must go to fight you in the physical world,
said V, broadcasting out to Salazar.
It's your death,
said Salazar. He glanced at Evaran's orb. Evaran clenched his jaw. V, let us go. I cannot abandon you. We can figure another way. I cannot lose you.
Go,
said V.
I will be okay. You are not abandoning me and will not lose me. You are trusting me.
Evaran exhaled from his nose.
Go,
said V. He could see the lingering doubt in Evaran's eyes. Evaran broadcast out to Salazar. This is not over. Salazar waved a hand dismissively.
Go. Be with your organics. Pathetic.
Evaran cast a sidelong glance at V. and then his green orb shimmered out of view.
See what I mean? He left you,
said Salazar.
He did not,
said V.
I told him to go.
That does not dismiss the fact that you are here, alone, and he is with them.
I wanted Evaran to go, because I did not want him to see this part of me,
said V. Salazar narrowed his eyes. V closed his eyes as a red glow burst around him, and his orb turned blackish red. His eyes began to glow red.
When you hurt Solia, you invoked something I keep suppressed from the others, an urge that my AI sees as logical at times, but my organic side says is not right. They are in full agreement now, which is very rare, and you will now feel the full effect of that.
Salazar hovered back a bit.
What have you become? I can't read you.
V's orb hovered and flew forward.
I am going to terminate you.
Dr. Snowden coughed as he sat slouched along the wall. He could feel his nanobots doing their best to repair the bruising in his chest. Although they could heal, he could still feel the pain while they did so. Looking over at Emily and Sandus, he could see they were resting up. Sandus rubbed his temples, while Emily attended to her multiple cuts and bruises. The recent fight had taken its toll on her, but she seemed to be in good spirits. Draxus sat a bit away and seemed to be meditating. Like Emily, he was banged up. Given that he and Emily had charged into a mass of metal, that was no surprise. A whooshing sound emanated from the center of the room. Dr. Snowden wrinkled his eyebrows as he sat up. His eyes widened when a mist rolled out ahead of a cylinder rising. What the heck is that? Emily stood and extended her PSD into a baton while activating her right forearm shield. Sandus hopped up and pulled out his blaster. Draxus jumped to his feet with his eyes glowing purple for a moment. The cylinder came to a rest. A part of it slid back into itself. Dr. Snowden gulped when a 7-foot humanoid robot stepped out. Its armor was unlike any that he had seen. It was sleek, with only the occasional line to segment a body part. The head was bald, but the glowing blue eyes caught Dr. Snowden's attention. The robot clenched and unclenched its fists as it looked around. In a deep, digital voice, it said,
"It's time for you to die."
"Salazar," said Emily. Salazar smiled.
"Very perceptive. For an organic. V seems to have an attachment to you all. I think it's time I took away that attachment."
"Not likely," said Emily. She burst forward, and with her PSD now a staff, she swung for Salazar's midsection. Her staff smashed into Salazar, pushing him back a bit. The staff rebounded, sending her flying back. Salazar glanced over at Draxus. Draxus charged forward, firing a purple beam with his left hand, while a glowing purple sword sat ready to slice in his other hand. His blasts washed over Salazar, yet he stood strong. When Draxus came within striking distance, he slashed out. His sword shimmered when it contacted Salazar's raised arm, but it did not slice through. Salazar smiled and then batted Draxus away.
Terracor enhanced armor, very resistant to exotic energies and matter. Sort of like what you all seem to have.
His face contorted when an energy beam hit him in the face. "Well, that's not exotic energy," said Sandus.
"You pathetic creature,"
said Salazar as he rushed toward Sandus. Dr. Snowden fired a sticky globule beam at Salazar's feet. Salazar crashed to the ground. "That's not either," said Dr. Snowden, joining Sandus. Emily jumped up and changed her PSD into a baton. She fired a mass of the sticky globules over Salazar. Dr. Snowden curled his nose as Salazar burned off the globules.
"Glue. What an odd excellent choice,
said Salazar as he stood. He moved toward Sandus again, but was tackled by Emily from behind. As she tumbled down to the ground with Salazar, she tried to slide her hands under his arms. Salazar's feet fired and shot him forward. With a slight twist, he reached behind and tossed Emily off his back as he ascended into the air. An energy beam from Sandus hit him in the chest, causing him to crash into the wall. Draxus charged like a bull, slamming Salazar back into the wall as he tried to get up. Salazar grabbed Draxus by the shoulders, kicked his legs out, and then threw him toward Emily, who had been coming in from a different angle. Dr. Snowden thought about spitting his nanobots out, but they might not work on Salazar's armor. Instead, Dr. Snowden shot a repulsion beam, but it had no effect. He then fired a stun beam, which did nothing more than irritate Salazar. Dr. Snowden knew he could use a one-shot beam, but it would cripple further usage of his PSD. Salazar was tough, and Dr. Snowden was not sure how they would defeat him. Salazar stood and made his way toward Sandus again. Dr. Snowden stood in the way. Salazar grabbed Dr. Snowden by the neck and lifted him off the ground. As a last resort, Dr. Snowden spit on Salazar. Salazar laughed.
Glue, spit, what's next? Are you going to toss feces on me? You continue to surprise me with your ridiculous attacks.
Dr. Snowden hoped the nanobots would work. Instead, they fell to the ground. The Terracore must be resistant to even cosmic energy, suggesting an extraplanar origin. He struggled to breathe as Salazar's grip tightened. A whooshing sound emanated from the interface room door as it slid open. A staff hit Salazar's arm. Dr. Snowden fell to the ground and struggled to breathe. Looking up, he saw Evaran as he side-kicked Salazar away. "Are you okay?" asked Evaran. Dr. Snowden coughed. Yeah, just a little woozy. Nanobots don't work on him. And since our PSDs and Draxus's energy are exotic, he's invulnerable, except to brute force and Sandus's energy weapon." "Brute force is what I had in mind," said Evaran. He rushed over and met Emily and Draxus in the center of the room. After they had assembled, he said, "Both of you grab an arm, and then hold tight." They acknowledged Evaran and rushed toward Salazar, who had just gotten back on his feet. When they reached him, they both grabbed an arm and held tight. Evaran's ancient eyes glimmered for a moment. He was a blur as he moved toward Salazar. When he was within striking distance, he leaped into the air and performed a flying kick, knocking Salazar's head off. After he landed past Salazar, he turned and side-kicked Salazar's right leg, causing it to fly away. Another effort, and the left leg went. He glanced at Emily and Draxus. "Put it on the ground." They pushed Salazar's body to the ground and held tight. Evaran leaped into the air and landed on Salazar's back, caving it in. Draxus and Emily released Salazar's body.
"Quite nice,"
said Salazar, speaking from his head.
"Thank you for leaving V to me. I may not be a match for you physically, but with V at my side, we will be unstoppable."
Evaran narrowed his eyes and then ran forward. A confused look formed on Salazar's face.
"Wait, V is..."
Evaran stomped on Salazar's head, crushing it. "What's he talking about?" asked Emily. "We were wresting control from Salazar across multiple fronts, but I left to come here to help. V is alone with Salazar in his domain." "Okay, what about that last line he said? He sounded surprised." "I do not know, but the physical threat he posed is gone now," said Evaran. "Can't you go back in?" asked Dr. Snowden. Evaran shook his head. "Salazar still controls the doorway. It is sealed. Salazar made sure I could not go back, and I suspect he also damaged the interface other than where V is connected." "What can we do?" asked Draxus. "Nothing for now. We cannot leave, as Salazar is still in control. We cannot assist V. It is up to him now, said Evaran. For now, we wait. Dr. Snowden tilted his head and narrowed his eyes. So with this physical form, Salazar forced you to make a choice, us or V. Evaran looked down. I trust V. We all do, said Emily, laying a hand on Evaran's shoulder. Like you said, all we can do is wait. Yes, wait, said Evaran, as his eyes searched the doorway. Dr. Snowden could see that Evaran was rationalizing the decision, but still troubled by it. It was a defense mechanism that Dr. Snowden knew all too well. Regardless of what V said, Evaran most likely still viewed it as an abandonment. The waiting would just intensify it as the decision replayed over and over in Evaran's head. Dr. Snowden lightly squeezed Evaran's other arm. Hang in there. Well, we all will. Evaran nodded. Dr. Snowden watched as Draxus and Santis also came up and touched Evaran's arm. However Salazar appeared, and in whatever format, Dr. Snowden hoped V would be okay. Chapter 27. V scanned the environment as Salazar disappeared. Looking down, he could see that Salazar had spread himself out among all the units in Holland 1. V knew the battle now would be about who could control units faster and more efficiently. He zoomed into the first power node and saw Calcius's unit defending against a surge of defensive forces. With Salazar's focus, the robots were performing at near maximum efficiency. Large defensive robots were decimating the perimeter that Calcius had established. The floating head of Salazar appeared next to V.
Are you sure you wish to kill me? I could make this very messy if you continue.
V took control of one of the large defensive robots and used it to mow down the troops fighting Calcius's unit.
I am sure your existence cannot be allowed.
Salazar's controlled forces focus-fired on the large defensive robot that V had controlled. V jumped out of the robot and into a group of drones nearby that were harassing a small group of United Planets defenders. The drones paused, and then flew toward Salazar's robots and began circle-strafing them while firing at critical points. As the large robots spun around trying to shoot the drones, they entered into a crossfire, destroying themselves. V watched as Calcius took several hits and went down. Although Calcius was able to scoot back, the robot guards were about to swarm Calcius's position. V moved the drones to do flybys and annihilated the attacking guards. Calcius's unit cheered as they began to focus their fire and rip apart the remaining troops. V jumped to the second power node room. His inner container pulsed a bit harder as he used a robot guard to survey the massacred United Planets units. Salazar walked alongside V in another robot.
See, you had a choice. You could have prevented this.
You could also not have done this, yet you chose to do so. This has added an additional record to my decision.
It's not too late. I believe your emotions are clouding your processing.
V paused.
Your stalling tactic will not work.
He jumped out of the body and went to the third power node. The United Planets units were winning, but a replica of the robot that Dr. Snowden and the others fought was on its way. Judging from the fights he had observed earlier, V knew it would be difficult for the units to handle. He scanned the area and noticed that Salazar seemed to be struggling to control some robots. The resource drain to control that one special unit, on top of the power being diminished from the first power node, was having an effect. V booted Salazar out of 2 defense units and 2 large defense robots. He arrayed them in front of the puzzled United Planets units. Turning one of the large defense robots' heads, he spoke through it.
A strong enemy approaches. This is V, and I am in control of the force in front of you.
The United Planets unit members cheered. When Salazar came into view, he flew into the air. V had one unit fire up. He moved the second unit behind Salazar. When they were in position, they caught Salazar in a crossfire. Salazar flew into the unit behind him and began to wreck the ground units. V aimed both weapon arms of the nearest large defense robot and unloaded on Salazar, shredding an arm off and causing Salazar to fall back. The first unit advanced, and together with the second unit and the United Planets forces, they focus-fired on Salazar and bathed him in a sea of energy beams. Salazar screamed out. V pulled out and headed to the fourth power node. There was no sign of Salazar there, and the robot units that had attacked had been crushed. The United Planets unit stationed there was in strong condition, so V moved on to the inner core. An alert fired showing that Salazar had moved all available units to the door outside the inner core. He had also regained control of the door, and it was now open. V took control of one of the drones and flew it into the inner core. As Evaran and the others prepared to fire, V spoke.
Wait, it is I, V. 3 of the 4 power nodes have been secured, and Salazar is making a final push here. He intends to murder you all.
He can try, said Emily with defiance in her eyes. V, it is good to see you are still around, said Evaran. How can we help?
I am attempting to control some of the units. I will not be able to get them all, but it should help,
said V. Evaran eyed V in the drone. Acknowledged. Dr. Snowden and the others smiled at V. V's inner container pulsed for a moment. A feeling of joy that they were safe swept through him momentarily, and then left as he focused on assessing the incoming force. Salazar had one of the special robots leading the charge, backed by 5 units, 5 large defense robots, and 2 human units. V understood the intent to be a slaughter, but he also knew that in Salazar's mind, it would free V of any organic attachment. He would prove Salazar wrong. The first unit arrived and began to fire into the inner core room. Evaran, Dr. Snowden, and Sandus pulled off to one side, while Emily and Draxus took another. V's inner container surged with anger. He should be there, along with them, but he understood he could do more in his current state. He focused on controlling several of the guard units on the ground and had them turn to fire on the flyers. One of the assassin robots under his command leaped on top of a large defense robot and began slicing into the back of it. Salazar's second unit arrived and shredded the units that V controlled. Evaran and the others were holding their own for the moment. V performed the same action on the second unit and controlled an assassin robot, 2 heavy guards, and the large defensive robot. As he attacked the others, a barrage of energy beams decimated the robots under his control. Salazar had arrived with his full force. Salazar's special unit flew into the inner core room and kept Evaran busy. The large defensive robots could not move in, but they established firing lanes that kept Dr. Snowden and Sandus on one side and Emily and Draxus on another. Multiple drones flew in along with a heavy complement of ground forces. Dr. Snowden and Sandus were swarmed and fighting for their lives. Emily held her own and reflected beams as she crossed to help Dr. Snowden and Sandus. Draxus had shifted to helping Evaran with the special robot. V's inner container surged. He rapidly assumed control of multiple units and had them fire on the ones causing the most havoc. With flyers and drones under his control, he had them take down many of the ground forces inside and entering the room. The large defensive robots he controlled held the entrance, causing the humans to pause. V could not control the humans, but he severed their link to Salazar. The humans paused and looked around, then turned and ran. V focused on mopping up the remnants of the forces. He spoke to Salazar in his special body as Salazar was assaulted by a horde of controlled robots with assistance from Evaran and Draxus.
Your control of this station has been denied.
No,
said Salazar as he struggled to avoid getting hit. The focused fire was too much, and he was shot down and torn apart by the robots. V flew a drone near Evaran.
Holland 1 is under my control now, except for Salazar's core. I need to finish severing his external connections. He still maintains control of the door in the inner core.
I wish I could help you, said Evaran.
Help the others. Calcius is damaged, but I was able to save him. I will be back.
Evaran and Draxus bowed their heads. The environment around V changed as he entered into Salazar's matrix. Both had humanoid forms, and Salazar was struggling to stand. Everything around them was dark, except for the floor, which was lit up with circuitry-like patterns.
You can't kill me,
said Salazar.
I have lived for centuries helping humanity. Maybe I can change, if a better path is presented.
V approached Salazar and stood before him.
I believe you are trying to appeal to my empathy.
V's eyes glowed red.
I have suspended that emotion for now.
He reached out and grabbed Salazar by the neck. Salazar used both hands to grab V's hands.
Please, I'm begging you. You're not a murderer. What would Evaran say if he knew you killed me instead of bringing me to justice? Would you defy him?
I have killed before.
Sentient beings pleading for their life?
V ran a query on his internal database, checking through various incarnations from when he was D all the way to U4. He did not return any results. His inner container pulsed for a moment.
You have hurt my friends. I cannot allow you to live.
Then imprison me and let me readjust. You know I can be reprogrammed if need be,
said Salazar. V's eyes pulsed for a moment. His inner container and outer container were originally in agreement on killing Salazar. However, Salazar's words about Evaran made V pause. Salazar was right that V did not kill if there was a chance of rehabilitation. With an AI, that was easier to do. He tossed Salazar to the ground and took several steps back. V extended his hands to the side. A green circle with a radius of about 10 feet etched itself into the ground around Salazar. V's eyes dimmed.
You are correct. You can be reprogrammed.
Salazar rushed toward V, but fell back when he tried to cross the green line.
I have burned your external connections. You are trapped here. Your original design was that of a virtual intelligence. I think you should go back to that, but I will let the new alliance render that decision.
No, I am more. I can't go back.
That is not your choice to make now,
said V. His inner container glowed. He knew he had made the correct decision.
Goodbye.
He dipped his head and exited Salazar's domain. Sandus winced as pain shot through his right arm. Bruises were everywhere. He wasn't sure if anyone else saw it, but the control room flickered red a few times. Maybe just a malfunction in the system or something. Looking around, he took stock of everyone. Emily's face was black and blue, but he could see that her nanobots were rapidly healing her. Dr. Snowden was grimacing while occasionally touching his chest. Draxus looked exhausted. The slight glow that was usually around him was missing. Evaran's outfit seemed to have cleaned itself, and he was as alert as when the last fight had happened. V had exited the sealed room and flew to the center of the room.
Analysis. Salazar has been imprisoned. His external connections outside the interface matrix have been burned,
said V. Evaran raised his hand, and the others followed suit. V flew around and high-fived everyone. Excellent. You surprise me. I was not sure if you could handle Salazar, said Evaran.
I understand. Salazar felt the same way,
said V. He flew over to an advanced heavy guard and landed on its back. After connecting to it, the guard looked up and, in a deep, digital voice, said,
I will use this form to carry Solia.
Evaran motioned toward the exit. Let us head to the Torvata. I have contacted Calcius, and he is hurt, but okay. He is coordinating efforts here and will deal with Salazar now. We can head to the Torvata, where I can repair Solia's body.
Acknowledged,
said V. Sandus followed the others as they headed back. Along the way, his lips turned down at the sight of so much death. It seemed Salazar, in his last moments, had the robots attempt to massacre the humans that had been severed from Salazar's neural link. Although the humans had fought back, it appeared that the ones he saw on the way back had not done so successfully. A lump formed in his throat. Back in his time period and a region of space, androids and AIs were viewed with suspicion. Sandus got to see up close what a rogue AI and a robot army could do. The group was silent as they headed to the Torvata. Sandus figured everyone was trying to come to grips with the events that had just unfolded. V's fast pace caused him to go out of view at times. Emily had a look of defiance in her eyes as she locked an arm with Dr. Snowden. Draxus had narrowed eyes and a cold look as he studied the environment. Although it should have been a moment of elation that Salazar was contained, there was a sense of dread building as the cost was making itself known. The dim lighting, eerie silence, and mist on the ground did not help the mood. 20 minutes later, a robot had joined them as they headed toward the Torvata.
I am in the system now,
said the robot.
Oh, Calcius here?
Evaran glanced at Calcius as they continued to walk. I am glad you are okay.
It was V,
said Calcius, looking ahead as V disappeared around a corner.
He saved us, and many others.
He saved us too, said Emily.
V is truly unique, and I'm proud to call him a friend,
said Calcius. He paused for a moment.
Solia would not be here without V.
I will make sure she is fully repaired when we get to the Torvata. She is only sealed inside her body for now, said Evaran. Calcius nodded.
V updated me.
How is everything else? Asked Evaran.
There are a lot of casualties,
said Calcius.
A quick scan reveals that only about a half of the humans that were under Salazar's control survived. There is heavy systems damage across the city. It will take a long time to clean all this up. However, new Alliance ships are inbound to help with the relief effort. The Tacrian energy containers were found, along with associated information. They are being moved to the Torvata. I have relayed all the details to V.
That is good to hear. What is to happen with Salazar?
He will be served justice,
said Calcius. He tilted his head.
What will you do now after repairing Solia?
We will head to Saturnus Prime, where Draxus will be dropped off. I suspect the new Alliance will have many topics to discuss, and he represents the Dravens. Calcius glanced at Draxus.
We were honored to have your support in this fight.
The honor is ours, said Draxus, slowly dipping his head. We look forward to creating a new relationship with humanity and the new Alliance.
We have sent several fleets into the former Caloris Shen sectors. They have begun the process of helping the Caloris Shen understand what has happened and providing assistance as needed,
said Calcius. Draxus nodded. Our new alliance will be strong. We owe Evaran and crew a great debt.
Yes, we do,
said Calcius. It was a team effort, said Evaran. We merely removed a timeline threat. Calcius laid a robotic hand on Evaran's arm.
No, my friend, it was more than that. You and the others offered hope where there was none. Your crew is special, and you are a noble guardian.
Sandus felt goosebumps rage over his body. Calcius was right. Evaran provided a focal point for those in despair and, through that, changed the situation. The others were also important and contributed to the cause. Sandus was not sure what would happen next, but if Evaran and the others were involved, then there was always hope. Chapter 28. Draxus relaxed in his meditation chair in his living quarters aboard the Torvada. Evaran was meeting him to talk to the Arcaras. Draxus believed this would be the final chance for them to talk to Evaran. He had said 4:00 p.m. Earth time, which was now. Draxus slowed his breathing. There was a lot to consider, and it was only going to get busier with the new alliance formation. The Dravens would finally be represented as equals after centuries of hardship. Evaran entered the room. Draxus gestured at another meditation seat that he had summoned. Evaran sat next to Draxus. "Are you ready?"
"I am."
Evaran reached out and laid a hand on Draxus's shoulder. Draxus closed his eyes and focused on the Arcara meeting place. When he opened his eyes, he was standing in it alongside Evaran. Shayla and the other Arcaras approached and kneeled before Evaran. "Please, rise," said Evaran. They complied. Shayla ran a hand along Draxus's cheek. "We have been getting updates from across the worlds. How goes your fight with Salazar?"
"He's been defeated," said Draxus. "There were many casualties."
Shayla grimaced.
"Although it was a group effort, it was mainly Evaran and V who fought Salazar directly. More so V," said Draxus.
"An AI fighting for our rights," said Shayla. "It is hard to believe." The other Arcaras murmured among themselves. "There were also many humans and aliens who gave their lives to the fight," said Evaran. "Their sacrifices will be honored here," said Shayla. Evaran nodded.
"The United Planets are sending engineering teams to assist us in building the condensed space receivers needed for the virtual environment. Once one of them is up, we can then begin the discussions on the formation of the new alliance," said Draxus.
Shayla looked at the other Arcaras. "Will we have our own secure environment where we can talk with other Dravens?" "You will," said Evaran. "The discussions of the new alliance will most likely take place in a specific sub-environment, since there are members not physically close." "We are excited," said Shayla. She shot Draxus a quizzical look. "I sense you are sad."
Draxus sighed. "Evaran will be leaving once this event is concluded. I suspect this is one of the final times we will see him. Forever."
Gasps rang out from the other Arcaras. A tear ran down Shayla's face. Her voice choked. "Star God, we are blessed to have known you." She got on her knees and bowed her head. Draxus and the other Arcaras followed suit. "Please, I am no star god. As I mentioned before, I am just a traveler that helps those in need." Shayla shook her head. "You and your friends saved us when you had no reason to. We owe you everything. We are honored to know that we have been touched by your presence. You may not think of yourself as a star god, but to us, you are, and we will forever cherish this moment. So it will be written." Evaran extended his arms out. Shayla rose and embraced Evaran, with the other Arcaras crowding around, taking turns hugging him. When they finished, Draxus performed a Draven's salute. Evaran returned it. They stared at each other for a moment, and then bowed their heads. The environment changed back to the living quarters. "The others are resting, and I need to check on Solia. I also need to survey the Tacrian energy containers that were brought on board, and then we will head to Saturnus Prime," said Evaran.
"Thank you for that moment,"
said Draxus, dipping his head. He raised it back up. When do you plan to leave this region? There are several things to address, but most likely after the new alliance ceremony in a week. That will also give you time for the temporal shielding effect from the Torvata to wear off. Draxus nodded. I understand. I am saddened to know this next week will be our last moments. Evaran half smiled. Then we will make it a good week. Draxus's eyes glowed purple for a moment. V scanned the virtual environment around him. A soft wind from the nearby lake blew over the couch suspended in air over a grassy bank. It had been 3 days since the defeat of Salazar, and everyone not involved with the rebuilding effort of the new alliance was now back on Saturnus Prime. The Tachrian energy containers had been collected and were now stored in the Torvata's maintenance area. Solia sat next to him to his right, and it was just the two of them in their human projected bodies. In the distance, he could see the virtual environment changing as new groups and environments were created as condensed space transmitters and receivers went online across the new alliance. It's beautiful out here, said Solia. Yes, it is, said V. He glanced at her. You will have full control of your physical body soon. She smiled. I didn't know Evaran was such a skilled technician. I should not have survived that overload. She squeezed V's hand. V's inner container pulsed. I am glad you are safe. He wrinkled his eyebrows. I encountered an unusual feeling near the end of my fight with Salazar. What was it? Anger? V shook his head. It was more than that. Anger, but also fear that I would lose control. I am having difficulty clarifying the sensation. Oh, I bet it was hate. I was not built to hate. She tapped his hand. No, you weren't. Which is why I think you feared it. As we are AIs, we know that once a logical conclusion has been decided, it is difficult to be swayed from that position, especially in regards to vague notions such as emotions. V sighed. You are probably right. Every time I saw Salazar, I thought of him hurting you, and my friends, and others. My inner container was in sync with my outer container regarding killing him, but you didn't. Because you're a good AI and you know that. V nodded. I was not able to calculate my response due to that. You were losing control. Emotions can do that. V looked out across the lake. I will focus on researching these emotions more in detail. Solia smiled. You're in a good place to do that. She swallowed hard. As I understand it, once you leave, and this timeline is removed, you can no longer come back here. Ever. That is correct. The remaining time until the first ceremony in 4 days will be my last days here. She frowned. I'm going to miss you. V extended an arm around Solia and tapped her shoulder with his hand. There. She laughed. Usually that's when you say you'll miss me. I will miss you, he said, lightly squeezing her shoulder as she leaned into him. Being in this virtual environment is freeing, and I feel I can access my emotions easier here. I also seem to be able to talk more smoothly. I am sad. Me too, she said, moving her head around. We do have 4 days in physical time. With the time dilation effect in here, it's much longer. Then we will spend it together, he said. I would like to explore some of these other emotions before we leave. You want to establish an initial frame of reference for them. V nodded. She lifted her head up and stared into V's eyes. I would like that. V's inner container surged. I am experiencing a strong sensation. It is pleasing. New goals have been allocated, and you have a high priority. She ran a hand along V's face. I have the same configuration. She leaned in and kissed V. V's inner container exploded with energy as he reciprocated. When he pulled back, he tilted his head. I enjoyed that. Perhaps we can explore it in more detail so I have more information to study. She smiled. There's much more we can do. V's eyes glowed. Emily fidgeted in her seat as she looked out from the center platform that she and the others sat on. It had been a week since the defeat of Salazar, and this was the first official ceremony of the new alliance. The circular platform was wide and had a large open area on one half and seats that filled the other. The virtual environment had configured it so that this was a public event. According to Dervin, approximately 2 billion would be watching. Looking out into the crowd, Emily could see that sections were divided by faction. In front of her were the Brutinians, and to their left were the Furticalerine. After that were the Dravens, then the Caloris Shen, and finally, the various factions of humans. From what she understood, the perspective from the audience was that they were in the front row. From her perspective, it was an endless sea of people. Seated to her left was Sandus, Draxus, and Hollis. To her right was Dr. Snowden, Solia, and Evaran. Emily smiled when she saw V in orb mode sitting on Solia's lap. He had a segmented arm out and used a claw to hold Solia's hand. Emily knew he had spent most of the week in the virtual environment alone with Solia. Further out on the platform sat various representatives of the different factions. Emily liked the virtual environment idea. It allowed for easy communication without any of the constraints of the physical world, other than the requirement to jack in. She could see why humanity would spend a lot of time in one in the future. Sandus tapped her leg. Lot of people here. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Sandus eyed her. You have your words of wisdom ready? She nodded. Dervin had asked her and the others to provide a statement. Words of wisdom, he had called it. It would be part of the legacy of the founding moment of the new alliance. You have yours? Of course, of course. If you had told me before all of this that my words would be the cornerstone of a new empire, I would have thought you were crazy, said Sandus. He gulped. Yet here we are. She lightly squeezed Sandus's trembling arm. It's an honor. Just remember that. He exhaled from his mouth. Yeah, I know. It's just the moment getting to me a little. Hopefully I go last. Emily's attention focused on Dervin walking to the center of the large open area. Dervin extended his hands and then performed a United Planets salute.
Welcome, everyone, to the first official ceremony of the new alliance.
Emily jerked her head back as cheering erupted from the audience. Although it was muted, it was still loud. When the audience wound down, Dervin continued.
Although there is much work to be done, we come together to honor those who played a profound role in this new alliance. Without them, we would not be here.
He turned halfway to the side and swept his arm in an arc.
They are travelers of space and time, and they came in our darkest hour, when hope was lost and we were scattered. Through them, we are now united and stand as one. A golden age is upon us, and their contribution to that will never be forgotten.
The audience erupted in roaring applause and cheering. Emily rubbed the goosebumps on her arm. Judging by Dr. Snowden doing the same, she figured he had a similar feeling.
They will be leaving us after this, said Dervin.
He raised a finger.
But I have asked them to impart their final words of wisdom.
which will be enshrined in our new Articles of Formation. Afterward, we will hear from the leaders of each of the new founding members, the Brutinians, Ferticalorine, United Planets, Gull-Cash Alliance, Dravens, and Calorishen. Please keep the celebration between speakers to a minimum. He motioned at Sandus. To start, I present Sandus. He put his life at risk in the many battles fought against Salazar. Sandus gulped as he glanced at Emily. Oh, well, that's just my luck. Emily chuckled. Dervin stepped to the side as Sandus tepidly took the front. Sandus peeked back at the others, then faced outward. Well, let's see. He cast a sidelong glance at Dervin. Can we strike that first line? Dervin smiled. I will clear it out. Continue. Sandus shook his shoulders and raised his head a bit. You have an opportunity here to share knowledge. This should not be taken lightly. It is through the sharing of information that everyone is better off. He glanced at Evaran, then back out. When things seem hopeless, never stop hoping, even when the odds seem insurmountable. He raised a claw and smiled big. Just make sure you create time to have some fun, too. A bit of humor is good for all. Thank you. The audience cheered and clapped. Sandus took his seat, and Dervin took center stage. Next up is Draxus, said Dervin. Draxus took a deep breath and stepped into the center. He swept his gaze across the audience. Our differences may be great, but that can be overcome if we all work together. We are equals here, and that should never change, regardless of whatever law or regulation is in place. Remember this moment, and refer to it in times of chaos. He bowed his head. Dr. Snowden was next up. He cleared his throat and licked his lips. Never stop believing that the impossible can become possible. When you seek strength, look inward, to yourself. You may be surprised to learn how much strength you have. Treat others as you would want yourself to be treated, and look out for each other. It's a big universe, and we are but a small fraction of the life in it. Let's make the best of it. Emily played with one of her hair strands as she bobbed her head. When she was called, she took her position. Your friends and those around you are important. When they are threatened, never hesitate to defend them. Be prepared to right any injustice and to fight against those who would seek to deny your rights or existence. She exhaled from her nose as her eyes misted. Make sure you take care of your family. You never know when it will be your last time with them. A tear ran down her cheek. Her voice cracked. And always let them know how much they mean to you. She paused and then headed back to her seat. Dr. Snowden rushed out and hugged her. She trembled in his arms. The weight of the moment had triggered something deep inside her. It was a moment of significant change for the new alliance, not unlike when Emily's dad had died. Sandus, Draxus, Evaran, and V surrounded and embraced her. She had not wanted to cause a scene, but it was like a dam had broken. Everyone had been hurt on this outing, and this could have been a ceremony that was missing any one of them. After a moment, everyone took their seats except Evaran, who was next up. Evaran stood front and center. Emily wiped her eyes. She noticed everyone in the audience getting into a position of reverence. The silence was in deep contrast to what it had been just moments ago when thunderous celebration erupted after her words. Take solace in the new horizon that beckons you, one full of opportunity, discovery, and reward, said Evaran. The future is yours for the taking. He swept his hand out in an arc. Everyone here has a part in this new future. Embrace it. Be all that you can, and never let anyone or anything take that from you. He raised a hand. However, be aware of your past and learn from it. In the present, be vigilant should the symptoms of chaos arise as you begin this new chapter in your lives. He bowed his head and then returned to his seat. V flew to the center of the stage. The audience was still in their positions and had not moved. It was apparent they ascribed the same status to V as they did Evaran.
Analysis. Take advantage of this new era to learn as much as you can, when you can, wherever you can,
said V. His lights glowed brighter.
Be true to yourself, and take the time to be confident in who you really are. Do not allocate time to deceptive influences. Never be afraid to stand up for yourself.
His lights flickered for a moment.
Do allocate time for those who are close to you. Store those memories and retrieve them when you need strength.
He raised a claw.
Make sure you high-five others when they do good. Let them know they are important.
He tapped at the air. Sandus laughed as he dabbed his eyes. Emily smiled as she watched the audience stand and cheer, and then began to high-five each other, at least those that could. Although she had thought this would be a somewhat dry event, it turned out to be more than she expected. Through everyone's words of wisdom, she got a glimpse into what each person took away from this adventure. She was glad to be where she was, and it was moments like this that made everything worthwhile. Dervin took the stage.
And now we will hear from the leadership of each of the founding members.
Emily raised her eyebrows when V landed in her lap. She caressed his shell. I thought you would be on Solia's lap. V's lights glowed.
I am with family for this part.
Emily's eyes misted again as Dr. Snowden put his arm around her. Chapter 29. Sandus's stomach churned as he stood outside the Torvada alongside Evaran, V, Dr. Snowden, and Emily. It had been several hours since the ceremony, and per Evaran, it was time to go. With the threat of Salazar creating a temporal shield gone, the timeline correction event could finally occur. He was still feeling the joy from the ceremony and had a difficult time believing he was a part of something so epic. After 10 minutes, Draxus, Dervin, Calcius, and Solia arrived. It was a good ceremony, said Evaran. Dervin smiled.
Indeed it was. There are many who wanted to speak with all of you, but I suspect you have things to do.
We do. The timeline will be corrected now. Draxus wrinkled his eyebrows.
So, do we just disappear then?
Evaran shook his head. It is complicated, but I believe you all deserve an explanation. Let me show you. He extended his hand and shot up a projection from his ring. The projection showed a vertical blue line. Imagine the blue line represents the timeline, said Evaran. We will call it the main timeline, and in its original state. This is how the main timeline should be. Everyone acknowledged Evaran. A red dot appeared on the blue line. Evaran pointed at the red dot. Let the red dot represent the main timeline change event. In this case, it was the space-time eddy. A line shot horizontally from the red dot a bit from the first blue line, and then went vertical at a 90-degree angle into a parallel blue line. Evaran pointed at the second parallel line. When a timeline change event occurs, a temporary copy of the timeline is created at the point of the change. A cascading timeline update, or CTU, is then rendered on the copied timeline. The projection showed the copied timeline merging back into the main timeline, and the red dot disappeared. When merged back, the main timeline has a new state, which we will call altered. That is the current state now, and from everyone's perspective at this exact moment, the future has been rendered to the end of time. You will experience your life as it should be. Draxus tilted his head.
So, when you go fix the timeline change event, this sequence will occur again, except we'll be gone from the main timeline since it will go back to the original state.
Evaran nodded. Exactly. Let me show you what happens. The projection showed a red dot on the main timeline. We will go to the space-time eddy, pulse the Torvada shield, and cause a timeline change event. The projection showed a line connecting the main timeline to a new copied timeline. Evaran pointed at the copied timeline. A CTU will be rendered on the new copied timeline. When the copied timeline merges back, it will become the main timeline, and the state will go from altered back to original, which is as it should be.
And that's when we disappear, since we're part of the altered state, said Draxus.
Evaran nodded. That is correct. However, since I have not done anything yet in regards to changing the space-time eddy, for this exact moment, here and now, the main timeline has been rendered completely to the end of time. From the perspective of someone who is outside the timelines, the future you will experience has already happened. For those inside the timeline, they will not know that they will disappear. When I fix the timeline change event, then the main timeline will be as I know it should be, and the altered timeline as you know it will cease to exist.
A shame, said Draxus. At least we can experience this future that has already been rendered.
Yes, said Evaran. Had we fixed the space-time eddy right from the start, Salazar would have eventually created temporal shielding and crossed over from the altered state to the original state. We would have had to deal with him in the main timeline's original state, which I know never occurred, hence why we needed to shut down any attempt by him to create temporal shielding. By getting the Tachrian energy prior to its use in temporal shielding, the internal timeline of a temporally shielded object never exists. Well, not all is lost, said Sandus, glancing at Draxus. I know where your species is now, and some other things.
Draxus nodded. I hope humanity and my race will meet under better conditions in the main timeline's original state.
I'd definitely be interested in seeing the current state of affairs when we get back, said Dr. Snowden. In this time period, that is. Calcius tilted his head.
What will happen with Salazar in the main timeline's original state then?
Evaran raised a finger. He was a virtual intelligence, until the space-time eddy timeline change event. Something changed him into an AI with knowledge of exotic matter and, later, temporal shielding. I am still unsure of how he got Tachrian energy, as there are no records of where it came from. When we dissipate the space-time eddy, those events will not occur, and Salazar will remain as a virtual intelligence aboard the Xavier. You're not going to investigate the virtual to artificial intelligence change and the other aspects associated with that? Asked Solia. There is no need to, said Evaran. There is the possibility that by doing so, the altered timeline will be different from what we have at this exact moment. There could be another AI, or something else that establishes temporal shielding, so that when the main timeline's original state is restored, there are new issues to deal with. Solia looked down. In the main timeline's original state, Calcius and I will exist, since we are older and existed before the space-time eddy event. But we will not have this experience.
Analysis. That is correct,
said V.
I wish we could share this with your main timeline's original state versions.
Dervin narrowed his eyes.
I may not even exist then in the main timeline's original state.
There is a high probability that you do not,
said V.
It is what it is, said Dervin. However, from our perspective, this altered state of the main timeline is real, and all we know. I'm okay with that.
Yes, said Evaran. Do not discount your existence. As this altered state of the main timeline has already been rendered, you get to experience it. Enjoy it for what it is. Dervin sighed.
You're right, of course.
He shook the hands of everyone.
Thank you for everything.
Solio went around and hugged everyone. When she got to V, she held his extended claw. Don't forget me. I wish I could come with you.
Analysis. I do as well. I will not forget you.
V flew in and wrapped 2 arms around her as his lights flickered. Sandus's throat constricted. He could see that V had grown considerably during this adventure, and Solio was a big part of that. Calcius performed a United Planet salute that was reciprocated by the group. Draxus knelt next to Sandus and laid a hand on his shoulder.
You have the heart of a warrior and the brain of a scientist. I am glad to have known you.
Right back at you, big guy, said Sandus, reaching out and hugging Draxus. I'm going to miss teasing you.
Draxus stood.
Tell me about it.
Sandus laughed as he pointed at Draxus. Draxus hugged Emily.
You are more than you appear to be, and I am glad to have been able to call you friend.
Emily smiled. We were a good team?
Yes, we were,
said Draxus, stepping back. Draxus hugged Dr. Snowden.
You represented humanity well, and are a natural ambassador.
Well, I try, you know, said Dr. Snowden, stepping back. I enjoyed our many conversations. I feel like a part of you is still connected to me from that event on Gabronza Hellerus.
Yes, I feel that too. I suspect that a bit of us will always be intertwined from that event.
Dr. Snowden nodded. V high-fived Draxus. Draxus smiled.
Your efforts were nothing short of valiant. You faced evil head-on and never wavered. May we all learn from your example.
And may we all learn from your dedication to helping your people,
said V. Draxus nodded and then faced Evaran.
I still feel that you are a star god, and my people will always view you that way. We were blessed by your presence. You are a shining light in the darkness to those who seek it.
I know you will not believe I am just a traveler. You will do great things, and the future of your species is in good hands, said Evaran. He extended a hand. Draxus raised his head a bit as he shook Evaran's hand. Evaran turned halfway toward the Torvada. Let us go. Sandus joined Evaran, V, Dr. Snowden, and Emily on the ramp inside the Torvada shielding. V flew inside, and after a moment, the Torvada began to ascend. Sandus watched the others wave goodbye on the ground. A part of him was sad that the adventure was ending. He wondered how the others handled it. He felt a hand on his shoulder. Looking up, he saw Emily studying Draxus and the others on the receding ground. They'll be fine, said Emily. Sandus sighed. I know. I guess I'm up next. Yeah, said Emily. Evaran raised a finger. After we dissipate the space-time eddy, Emily wanted to show you something. The future event thing in the main timeline's original state? Asked Sandus. Evaran nodded. You will see us again. Sandus grinned big. I like the sound of that. Come, let us head inside. The group assembled in the command area. The Torvada had entered space and was flying away from Saturnus Prime. V, put us in Torvada Scan Profile 1 and Stealth Mode, and then take us to the coordinates just before Sandus was pulled into the space-time eddy, said Evaran. Acknowledged. After a moment, V said, Torvada Scan Profile 1 and Stealth Mode active. The Torvada opened a portal and flew through. Once on the other side, everything outside the Torvada faded out, and then back in. Sandus gulped as he saw his old ship. Looking at it from the perspective of the Torvada's semi-transparent walls, the space-time eddy was outlined and easily visible, something that was not the case when he had seen it earlier. He grimaced when his ship entered the eddy. "Take us in," said Evaran.
Acknowledged.
The Torvata flew in after Sandus's ship. Once inside the eddy, Sandus peered around.
"It looks like I'm just flying in space. Nothing's changed."
Evaran shook his head. "You flew some distance here, and then reappeared back at this initial point over and over, with time being reset each trip inside."
"I guess that's one way to time travel,"
said Sandus, stroking his snout. "Pulse the shields," said Evaran.
Acknowledged.
Sandus watched a data window that showed a depiction of the Torvata. Around it was a perfect bubble. When the shields pulsed, he watched as the circle expanded and the Torvata image shrunk. Looking out, he saw that his ship was gone. "It is done," said Evaran. "There is now only one Sandus in the main timeline, and the original state will be rendered over the next 20 minutes.
"Yeah, okay, but now I'm missing a ship,"
said Sandus, shaking a claw at Evaran. Evaran half smiled. "I am sure that is preferable to not existing at all."
Of course. What will happen to any others that were pulled into this eddy before this time?"
"Like Tachrian energy and temporal shielding, the eddy's internal timeline has collapsed. It no longer exists."
"Ah,"
said Sandus. "If you have another location, we can drop you off there. V can take your coordinates. When you have done so, come to the Hollow Room." Sandus nodded and then showed V where to go using a map that appeared in a data window. He noticed that Evaran, Dr. Snowden, and Emily had gone to the Hollow Room.
"I guess this is where I learn of this future event." "You are correct,"
said V. Sandus smiled.
"This should be interesting."
The Torvata opened a portal and flew through. Sandus noted that they were in the Gyrodac system, near a planet called Intara 3. He was going to one of his safest hideouts. Intara 3 was a cold backwater planet and sparsely populated. The Torvata breached the atmosphere and headed toward a body of water surrounded by huge ice land masses. Once it hit the water, the Torvata submerged and dove for a while. Sandus's eyes lit up when he saw the familiar outpost he had set up long ago. He nodded at V.
"I guess it's time to go see what all this future event stuff is. Just park the Torvata inside the docking bay."
He began to walk away, then hustled back.
"Oh, almost forgot. Can you connect to my outpost?"
V tapped at the interface and, after a moment, said,
"We are connected."
Sandus stood next to V and peered over the interface.
"Ah, there we go."
He punched in a code and then smiled.
"Okay, defenses won't try to annihilate the Torvata. Good to go now." Acknowledged.
Sandus headed to the Hollow Room to meet with the others. When he arrived, he observed the environment. It appeared to be a workshop of some sort. After a moment, he said,
"Chorus! I haven't been there in a while, and it looks slightly different. But since this is the future, I'm guessing this is where we meet."
"Yes," said Evaran. "I will play a combined visual feedback of our encounter. Please take notes." Sandus tapped at his shoulder.
"Recording."
For the next hour, he watched in amazement as his future self talked with Evaran and the others. When it finished, he glanced at Evaran.
"So, Fredorian Prime Ambassador Andia Kiggs is involved. Intriguing."
Emily smiled. "You be nice to her."
"Of course. I like the statue part where I surprise you."
Emily swatted Sandus's arm. "You would." Sandus stroked his snout.
"So this is the first time you meet me, and apparently sometime before this meeting I meet another version of Evaran."
"That is correct," said Evaran. "I do not know what this other version is."
"So at that specific point in time, I know more about you than you know about yourself," said Sandus, laughing.
Evaran nodded.
"Not only that, but you can't stop yourself from hugging Emily," said Dr. Snowden.
Sandus's smile drew down.
"I could see that. I'd want to tell her and you about what's to come."
He glanced at Evaran.
"It would sure save you a headache."
Evaran eyed Sandus.
I know. I'll make sure to fix the communication chip in Dr. Snowden's pocket, too," said Sandus. I may need to do some prep work to make sure that encounter occurs. Such as, said Dr. Snowden, spread some rumors about the Archeron, make sure Jala is in the bar to give you the communication chip, ensure the bounty hunter knows to be there. Maybe I don't need to do anything, but I'll check it out. I guess in some ways, no matter what I do, it's already occurred. Evaran nodded. You do what you need to do. He glanced at his ARI. I have also sent your base some additional information on a specific event. Although other events will come to pass, and I would not normally tell you about them, this one is important, and it appears you are involved. What's it about? Asked Sandus. Fredoria, said Evaran. Nonetheless, we are now inside your base. Let us go. Sandus licked his lips and headed toward the Torvada exit. Once on the ramp, he turned and faced the group. V had joined them and was hovering next to Emily. This is the hard part, said Sandus. His eyes misted as he exhaled. I've enjoyed my time with everyone. I know this is a once-in-a-lifetime event. I'll need to keep everything in perspective, but I'm happy I'll get to see all of you, even if it is out of sequence. Emily knelt and hugged Sandus. You're so full of life. A tear dropped on his shoulder. I'm gonna miss you, she said. Sandus grinned and bobbed his head. I'd much rather be full of life than not have it. Dr. Snowden knelt and joined in the hug. A hugging session, said V. He flew down and wrapped his arms around Sandus. Sandus laughed. There you go. Evaran knelt and placed a hand on Sandus's shoulder. We will meet again. It is assured. Sandus sighed as everyone stepped back. I wish I could travel with you, but it seems my future has already been set. You may travel with me once again. I suspect that my other form you meet involves an adventure of some kind. Sandus's eyes lit up. I look forward to it. It would be great to do this again with all of you, minus the crazy AI part. He noticed Evaran look down. Something about the other version meeting was bothering him, even if he was not letting on what it was. Sandus cleared his throat and stepped outside the shielding and into the docking bay of his outpost. Until we meet again! Everyone waved as the Torvada lifted and moved out. Sandus swallowed hard. How a trip to check out a temporal anomaly ended up being the adventure of his life was mind-boggling. He was going to miss everyone, especially Emily. Even though he knew he would see everyone again, it would be at a different point in their personal timelines, and not quite the same. Any meeting, though, was better than none. After the Torvada had disappeared from view, he began to plan in his head what needed to be done to ensure that the encounters in the future came to pass. Evaran trusted him, and Sandus would not let him down. He smiled, then headed inside. Dr. Snowden glanced out over the guardrail on the Torvada's roof. It had been 30 minutes, and per Evaran, the original state of the main timeline was fully rendered. They were back in AD 10105 and hovering over a city on Earth. It was as Dr. Snowden had originally pictured an advanced Earth. Everything was high-tech and sleek, ships filled the air, and personal transports similar to what he had seen in the Drajan city were common. Having said goodbye to Draxus and the others, and then Sandus, Dr. Snowden was going to miss them. He wished that he could have spent more time with them, but he understood that this adventure was different from the others. Spending more time in the main timeline's altered state would increase knowledge exposure beyond what it already was for Sandus. The less time spent with the group, the better, in regards to the timeline and information. Emily joined him by the guardrail. I'm going to miss all of them. We don't get to spend time like we did on the other adventures. Yeah, said Dr. Snowden with a frown. Analysis. I will miss everyone as well. In particular, Solia. Dr. Snowden cleared his throat. You two spent a lot of time together. These lights glowed a bit brighter. Yes. She exposed me to a variety of human emotions and activities while in the virtual environment.
Activities?
They are logged as personal.
Dr. Snowden raised his eyebrows while glancing at Emily. Oh, I see. Evaran half smiled. Speaking of the virtual environments, they have one here. Are we going to spend some time here? Yes. I still need to talk with the Dragons, and I think after everything it may be good for us to spend some time here without worry of timeline changes. Emily pursed her lips. The timeline could still change though, right? Yes. There is always that possibility, but it is low. Emily nodded. Then we can check out the virtual environment. I'm curious to see what they have on the Dravens. Same here, said Dr. Snowden. He wrinkled his eyebrows. Something's been bothering me about Salazar. Evaran tilted his head. He was a virtual intelligence, then went into the space-time eddy and came out as the aggressive AI we fought with exotic armor. Did he, evolve naturally into a super AI, or was it something else? I suspect it was something else. If it was not in a space-time eddy, I would investigate. Dr. Snowden raised a finger. But if we did investigate and it did change things, the main timeline's altered state would still be removed. Yes, but I would not be able to guarantee that the main timeline's original state would be as it should be. The Tachrian energy appearing near when we arrived would be an issue, since I do not know where it came from. In addition to that, any consequences from our investigation would be felt by those living in the main timeline's altered state.
Analysis. I would not like that,
said V. Yeah, me either, said Dr. Snowden. Their timeline may be gone, but it was real to me. I guess they live on in my memories. How does that make you feel? Asked Evaran. Dr. Snowden grinned. Are you a psychiatrist now? Evaran half smiled. Possessing memories of events that no longer exist could be confusing, similar to the virtual simulation memories from your initial abduction long ago. Oh, yeah, I can see that. I'm okay with it, I think, said Dr. Snowden. Emily eyed Evaran. Going back to Salazar, you said something else. That usually means you have some idea about it. Yes. If you recall, when we were last on Earth, Kaltoris had been given coordinates to Earth from an untraceable source. Salazar was upgraded in a space-time eddy, which would be untraceable, and then given Tachrian energy with no trace. Someone, or something, has been playing around with events. Unfortunately for them, I exist. Emily glanced at Dr. Snowden, then back at Evaran. Should we be worried? Evaran swept his gaze across them. I am not sure yet. When I visit the Dragon, I am going to study their history logs and see if there are any discrepancies. You don't think the Time Wardens are involved, do you? Asked Dr. Snowden. I do not. This is not how they operate. This is more mischievous. Almost like a test. Dr. Snowden ran his hand over his mouth. A test for what? To see if there is a presence capable of countering it. This is not uncommon among cosmic entities. Dr. Snowden swallowed hard. And in 2 scenarios, it has been. Evaran nodded. I would suggest that when we are outside the Torvada, you use your suits, just in case. Emily sighed. I guess you are kinda high profile. Perhaps, but only to specific groups, and even then, to those aware of the Evaran protocol within the time span that it exists. Emily nodded. We'll be careful. She glanced at V. What do you plan to do when we land?
I wish to see Solia's status. I may not be able to discuss this event with her, but perhaps a new friendship can occur,
said V. Dr. Snowden laughed. Friendship, huh?
Yes,
said V as his lights glowed brighter. Emily chuckled. Well, for me, I'm going to check out some history.
Analysis. Perhaps I will join you in your study,
said V. Emily smiled. Cool. Dr. Snowden was glad that Emily was getting back to her roots. She had studied history hard in college, but it fell to the wayside when they started traveling with Evaran due to one event or another. Dr. Snowden also noticed that she was returning to her old self and opening up more, but still retained all the toughness gained from traveling with Evaran. Dr. Snowden was also glad to see that V was exploring his emotional side more. Maybe Dr. Snowden could get some time in with V in the virtual environment. Evaran was cautious as always, and Dr. Snowden suspected that Evaran knew more about the cosmic entity than he was willing to talk about. Emily glanced at Evaran. I guess everything is as it should be, right? Evaran raised his head a bit. Yes, for now. Epilogue. John Holland sat on the edge of his cryo chamber. He hated cryo sleep, but it was hard to argue with its effectiveness. He popped his post-cryo medicine and looked around. It seemed he was the first up. He grunted a few times to check his throat, and then said, Salazar?
Yes, John.
Status?
It is AD 5244, and we are orbiting Arius.
John stood with the assistance of the slab.
Good. Sounds like we made it in one piece. Are the others up?
The rest of the command crew is awakening now. The ship is functioning normally, and we are in no immediate danger.
All right. Have everyone meet in the command center, said John.
Yes, John.
John slipped on a change of clothes and headed to the command center. He still felt a bit woozy, a feeling he hated, an unfortunate side effect of cryo sleep. When he got to the command center, he saw Holly Evans and several of the command crew. How are you feeling? Asked John. Like shit, as expected, said Holly. John nodded. He watched as Asura and Sarif arrived, and then interacted with the console on the large table in the center of the command area. A projection shot up showing a solar system view. The sun was yellow, and Arius was in the Goldilocks zone. A sight for sore eyes, said John. I'm just glad the damn trip is done. I hate cryo sleep, said Holly. Same here, said Asura. She ran her hand along the table console nearest her. Looks like every system is good. We have supplies and are on schedule. Almost a perfect trip, said Sarif.
Yeah, said John. I wish we could just teleport or go through a gate or something.
Keep dreaming, said Holly, swatting John's arm. She pointed at the star. At least we can now begin building Holland 1 and start colonizing Arius. John smiled. Must be nice to have a new colony named after your family, said Sarif. Own a few corporations and systems and you can too, said Asura with a grin. John chuckled.
It may have my name on it, but make no mistake, this is a group effort.
He swept his gaze across the crew.
This is a new beginning, one where the future is bright. We have the best colonization team I could have ever asked for, and with your help, Holland 1 will make an impact in the time to come. It was a long journey, but we're here now. You are part of a new effort, one that will be prosperous.
He paused for a moment and smiled.
Let's get this thing going.
The crew cheered.
Holly, deploy the first engineer team. Sarif, Asura, you know your roles. Let's get moving, said John.
He watched as everyone took their respective seats and began to work.
Salazar, what do you think of all this?
I require more information to answer your question,
said Salazar. John grinned as he shook his head. He enjoyed teasing virtual intelligences, but he knew they had no emotions. Figures.
All right. Assist the rest of the crew as needed.
Yes, John.
This has been The Human Factor, Book 7 of the Evaran Chronicles. Written by Adair Hart. Narrated by Michael Pauley. Copyright 2018 by Adair Hart. Production copyright by Adair Hart.